about to embark on a 2,000-kilometer round trip to buy a fake Lamborghini, sight unseen on Facebook Marketplace. That does sound kind of stupid when you say it out loud. As you've probably noticed, all of the biggest automotive YouTubers are buying and building crashed supercars. Unfortunately, here in Australia, we do not have a second-hand supercar market. And even if we did, I could definitely not afford one.
And there's no money in here!
But over the past couple of months, I've been trying to figure out what we're gonna build next on the channel. And the other day I was chilling, scrolling Facebook Marketplace as you do, when the perfect build popped up on my feed. Hey, get out! So right now, we've got the trailer loaded up on the back of the ute, and we're about to embark on a huge journey to buy the most expensive car I've ever bought on this channel. Of course, I can't do it alone, so I'm taking my good friend, Nathan McAbee.
What's going on?
Give us your first thoughts on the car we're about to pick up.
I'm very nervous.
But enough talking, let's go pick up this freaking car. We're headed from Melbourne, Australia, all the way up to New South Wales, which is basically a 10-hour drive on the same road the entire way. So we're about halfway into the drive right now, and the nerves are definitely starting to build. I've been so excited for this for the past couple of weeks. This has been a deal that has been in the making for about a month now. We're about 3 hours away from seeing the car for the first time, and I cannot wait to get my hands on this thing. So we topped up for fuel a few more times, and before we knew it, the sun was starting to set. And if this isn't a sign, I don't know what is. And finally, we arrived at our destination and saw the car for the first time. We have our first kind of glimpse of the Lamborghini, and dang, this thing is so wide.
It's got a big ass, that's what it's got.
Matty Hill,
Hey!
my man. His channel is in the description. You have to check out his super
Matty Hill
build.
Drift. Yeah, we've got a new super build happening this year.
It's insane.
I'm spewing I couldn't do that. That is such a cool car, and the plans that you have with it is insane. I cannot wait to see it.
We're gonna get this thing loaded up. I'm so excited, dude.
Let's just drive straight through the night. Let's not stop. We'll just go.
We'll see you guys in 9.5 hours. Oh my God. So we loaded the car on the trailer and got straight back on the road. So we're now back in the car. We couldn't find a hotel to stay at, so we decided we're just gonna head straight back to Melbourne, 2,000 kilometers driven in a single day. We get back to Melbourne at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. We've got another 7 hours left to go in the trip. So I'll see you guys at the shop. The concept of kit cars can be traced back to the post-World War II era, and these vehicles have a unique place in automotive history. One of the primary reasons kit cars gained popularity was their cost-effectiveness. Kit cars provide a more affordable alternative, allowing enthusiasts to own a high-performance vehicle without the hefty price tag. And it looks like we've hit the jackpot with the shell, as it's definitely one of the better replicas I've ever seen. Now we have to figure out how to make it fit on our donor chassis, this old beaten up BMW E36. And we've obviously got a huge job on our hands getting this to the point where we can fit this onto that. To be honest, I don't even know where to start with this. What do you think we should do first, Nathan?
I think we start with removing all the removable panels, bonnet, boot, doors, all the easy stuff, get that out of the way, and then we can actually see really clearly what we have to cut.
That's actually a great idea. And also removing all of the rubbish from the interior.
That's your job. The spiders,
I'm not looking forward to this. Australia, unfortunately, is home to many a spider, and this being a farm car means we're probably going to run into some interesting arachnids, I think they're called. But what do they say? We're not here to f spiders. So
I'm not.
So let's get to work. On a huge project like this, it's always nice to start with the easy wins, like removing the bonnet, boot, and front end. But we quickly got bored of that and decided we wanted to be destructive. The best part about this whole process is we do not have to care, and we can be destructive, which is like so fun because your intrusive thoughts always want you to like just cut through stuff instead of unbolting it. So
the men will know.
We could have unbolted that pretty easily, but why?
That happened quick.
Straight off. Bro, what is this rubbish?
As I said, it's seen some shit. Whoever designed these brackets
have not done well.
Wider than the factory ones. It's stupid.
Yeah, he's got it. He's got to play Jenga with it. It's a puzzle. Let's check the structural integrity of these seat mounts that we've got going on here. Would you trust these in a crash?
Well, to be fair, they held together while we jumped the car multiple times.
Good guard, that one. Well, we've made fantastic progress, and we've also made a massive mess, but the car is looking a lot less car-like, I guess. And we're ready for the best part of the whole car. I don't think you can lift that yet. The engine's still in it.
I was just seeing how light it was.
I think you could probably lift it when the engine's out.
I probably still don't think I would be able to lift it.
Yeah, you got small guns. But I think we're ready for the most exciting part. This is something I've wanted to do for my entire life, and that is cut the roof off a car. I've never got to do it before, and we get to do it right now. How exactly we're going to do it, I have absolutely no idea. Nathan's done it before, so maybe you can tell us.
There's a lot of ways you can cut off a roof, honestly. It's just personal preference.
All right, you know what? I reckon we just start cutting and see what happens.
Sounds good to me.
That's pretty much how I always work on cars. Just start unbolting things until they fall out. There it is. How much weight's in that? What do you reckon?
8 kilos.
8? Really?
Pretty heavy, you feel it.
Oh my god, okay. That is heavy. Look at that. That is so good. Look, there's the shell. He's going to be on here soon. How crazy is that? After everything this E36 has been through, and it thinks right now that we are stripping it out for parts, it doesn't know it's about to start a whole new life as a Lamborghini drifter. The Scamborghini, baby. So we're continuing the destruction of this poor E36, and we figured the only way to get rid of the rear window is to smash it, which I'm kind of stoked about.
Oh yeah, they're strong.
Right, ready? Will it bounce off?
Potentially, view.
That was awesome.
All you blokes out there will understand how satisfying this is. Mike, make sure you make the audio nice and clear.
Oh, that is satisfying. Oh, oh no, this is so good. Holy shit.
Are we just letting it go?
Yeah. Yes. That's awesome.
That was very satisfying.
Well, that was one of the most enjoyable things I probably have ever done to a car. Being destructive is seriously enjoyable. So good. Now we just have to clean up all of this rubbish. So I will be carrying this video on by myself, on my lonesome, but with just as much enthusiasm. I've got to get rid of the engine too. So much left to do. But it just means more content for these guys. So thanks, Nathan. You're a legend. I appreciate you. Everyone go subscribe. He needs subscribers. The road to 1,000?
Yes, on the road to 1,000.
Let's go. All right, I'm gonna continue. Let's go. So we're taking a break from the Lambo build right now because we decided to have a car meet down here, and it's actually insane. This open house at the shop. The vibes are mental. There are so many people everywhere. Hey! And the amount of cars that have shown up is actually insane. So I'm kind of overwhelmed. I've got mad imposter syndrome. So whenever I have anything like this, I always just assume like 10 people are gonna show up. And when people actually turn up, it's pretty crazy. Enjoy this wee montage of all the beautiful cars that have shown up to the meet. What up? So this is Jesse's FC RX-7, and this is probably what we're going to take inspiration in terms of the motor that we're going to be using for the Lamborghini build, because his 13V turbo is just absolutely gorgeous. Shout out Jesse, such a freaking cool car. And just like that, our open house is done and dusted, and I want to say a massive thank you to everyone that came. It was actually an insane day. If you guys do want to support the channel in any way, jump onto twostepgarage.com, get yourselves a hoodie, a steering wheel, or air freshener, whatever. It all supports the channel, helps us build these crazy cars. But enough of that. More Lambo content right now. So now it's time to tackle the rear end of this E36 and cut everything off that we do not need. And that's basically everything here. I don't need any of the firewall. I don't need any of the top parcel shelf. Don't need any of this. And all we really need are the 2 strut towers at the back. Everything else can go. On top of that, we're going to rip out the rest of the interior and the dash and get rid of everything. I am really keen to get the shell sit on the chassis, so I'm going to get to work. Head down, ass up. Let's freaking go. I had to cut the chassis up in lots of small pieces as there was quite a lot of reinforcement steel underneath the outer skins, making it quite difficult to cut. I also saved as many panels as I could to reuse on our E36 competition car. The sheer amount of metal we ended up cutting out of the car is actually insane. There's every chance this entire build will come out at under 1,000 kgs. While removing the last of the carpet, we finally came across those nasty Australian bugs we've been looking for. We have a literal ant farm in here. It's absolutely insane. Thousands and thousands of ants. And of course, because we're in Australia, the ants bite. I've definitely suffered many ant bites already, but we're gonna have to work hard to get rid of this infestation because that sucks. And after a mammoth effort, we're now ready to test our shell on our chassis for the first time. And it is insane just how much we have cut out of this thing. To the point where Woz and I just tested whether we could lift this thing off the ground, and we could. That is how light this thing now is. I've cleared everything as much as I can out of the car. No wiring, no nothing. But before we test fit the shell for the first time, we have to remove one more thing, and that is this boat anchor of an engine. Lucky for us, this engine is ready to come out of the car. I literally have to lift it up, and we're gonna use our trusty hoist to lift the engine out of the car because we don't have an engine crane here. So out comes the 1.8 litre BMW motor, and as you can see, I was pretty happy to have it gone. I also quickly realized that because the Lamborghini shell angles down so aggressively at the front, we have to cut the front wheel tubs out of the E36 chassis so the Diablo shell will fit snugly on top. Guys, it is finally time. I think the chassis is about as ready as it's ever gonna be to chuck the shell onto it. We don't want to go too far with it because the first thing you need to confirm is whether this chassis is even going to work for us. So obviously this setup is in its simplest form as it sits. Once we confirm that they mate together nicely, then we can go ahead and start tidying up things and actually doing some fab work. But now is the most exciting part of the video. We're gonna pull the shell off the dolly, chuck it on the hoist, and then we're gonna slide the chassis under it. It's gonna take a little bit of jiggling, but hopefully we can get it settled, and then we're gonna get a better picture of how this whole setup is gonna look. One thing that's not gonna last long is the height that we have right here. We're gonna have to sort these out real quick. Even fitting the Diablo shell between the hoist is difficult as it's so freaking wide. But it's finally time to lift the shell in the air and fit it onto the chassis. This is such a wild sight to see, it still blows my mind. Let me show you the inside of the shell here, because this thing, the amount of effort that gets put into these things when they get made is absolutely insane. It's crazy. Wasp nest, giant wasp nest here, but the shell itself is in great condition. Here are the door latches from underneath. So it's a pretty intense wee setup under here. We'll have to take care of some kind of surface rust going on here because all the metal is glassed into the body. That's pretty crazy. So there's metal under here that's fiberglassed into the body, and we'll have to obviously add more as we go along, but these mounts here have already been added for us, which is nice, but we don't have any mounts at the back. So we're gonna have to figure out some way, obviously, of mounting this to the E36 if it does work. We have many things to learn, that's for sure, but now we get to slide the car under the shell and lower it down. Cross your fingers for us. The best thing about cutting all of the weight out of the BMW chassis is that it's really easy to move around the shop by myself. Getting the chassis centered underneath the shell, on the other hand, is much easier said than done. All right, we're halfway down. I'm just checking everything and making sure that it's all kind of centered and stuff like that. You got to check basically a million times. Back and forward, back and forward. So it might look easy on camera, takes ages in real life, but it's something you have to do with a build like this. So let's keep cracking on. Once we measure the center points of the two parts and mark them, it's finally time to lower the shell onto the chassis properly, and immediately we have a big problem. So we've got the shell on the chassis for the very first time, and immediately, as expected, we have hit problems, issues, whatever you want to call it. We've hit them, and we've hit them hard. So I'll give you the good news first. The wheelbase fits the shell exactly as expected. Look, the front wheels are here, the back wheels are here, and the chassis in that sense is going to work. The second part of the good news is everything in the rear is also going to work. I haven't got the shell fully resting on the rear of the car just yet, and I'll let you know why in a second. But once it is resting, the rear arches of the Diablo shell are going to sit exactly where the rear arches of the E36 used to be, which is exactly where we want them, because we're going to have this thing absolutely slammed and we want tires tucking up into the rear arches. So we need the shell sitting as low as possible. Now for the bad news. So this is how the front of the car sits. So here is where the front of the Diablo shell is. Essentially, this is kind of where the firewall should be, and that is where our firewall is currently, which is absolutely crazy. I've got the door set open at the moment so we can see inside, and as you can see, this pillar right here is here, and we want to be kind of here, which is mental. Also, the steering wheel is currently sitting in the middle of the car. That's absolutely not going to work. Now this wasn't unexpected. Of course I did a bunch of measurements before we put the shell on. So we kind of knew that we were going to be somewhere in this vicinity, but of course you get a real perspective once you actually put the shell on the car as to how much work we're going to have to do to make this fit. So I have all of the interior parts for this shell. They came with the shell, and here is the dash right here. And luckily, as you can see, this dash is really deep. That means we've got all of this room to play for in terms of where we can have our firewall sit, and the dash will essentially cover that up. So here the firewall is sitting really far back. Ignore this area here because this is all kind of false hollow area that we can actually cut out. This is where all the window wipers and stuff and all the motors and everything sat under, as well as the air conditioning. So that we can cut out, no worries. Our firewall is right here, and it looks like we're gonna have to shift that forward somewhat. We're gonna cut this whole section here completely out of the car. We're working with a company called Chimera Development, and we're putting a crazy roll cage in this thing. It's gonna be insane. So in terms of adding strength back into the car, that's not gonna be an issue because the roll cage is essentially going to add strength. So what we wanna do is cut as much out of the car as possible now, so when we go ahead and build the roll cage, we know exactly how much strength we need to add back in with all of the bars. We'll either modify the steering column or get a custom one. I'm thinking we can cut and shut and modify this to be a lot shorter. So the real value of fitting this shell like we have for the first time is now we know exactly where we need to mark and cut out. Currently it's fouling right here on the shell because the E36 shell is a little bit too wide. So there is a lot of work we need to do, and this is how much room we have to play with in terms of fitting a motor. Yes, that is right. We are fitting a front motor in this. All of the radiator, everything like that, the fuel cell will be rear mounted, but our engine is going to be in the front. I don't think I want to end this video here. I actually am really keen to cut this section out and put the shell back on to the chassis. So we're going to come back tomorrow morning and put in another bunch of work on this thing and hopefully have the shell sitting exactly where we want it. So I'll see you guys in the morning. Bye. All right, we are back. I've had a good sleep. I'm feeling refreshed. And weirdly enough, I do my best thinking just before I fall asleep. Now, the reason I took on this project is because I love a challenge. I love doing weird things that are just out of the norm, breaking the mold, doing something completely different. I'm fairly sure this would be like the first ever BMW E36 Lamborghini Diablo build in the world. But I absolutely relish the challenge, and it's crazy what a good night's sleep can do in terms of the way you think. So we're gonna get right to work attacking this problem. What we're gonna do is I'm gonna cut all of this out. So basically we're gonna mark everything out, and everything that doesn't need to be here in this A pillar, the dash, everything like that, all the metal underneath the dash, everything like that is gonna be gone. The goal is to get the shell sitting properly on the chassis. So let's lift up the shell and let's get to work. The mice been living in here, look at that. How do these freaking dudes get in here? That's crazy. So I severely underestimated how difficult that job was going to be. I'm not even halfway through the job, and I'm actually out of time because I have my engagement party with Tara and all of our friends this weekend, and I really want to get this video out for you guys. So instead of cutting out all of the A-pillars and everything, because there's so much reinforcement in here, there's actually quite a few hours just in cutting that out. I've chopped out the areas that we need to get this thing to be sitting level and proper on the chassis. So now we're going to lower the shell back onto the chassis, and trust me, we're going to do this about 1,000,000 times throughout this whole process of building this car. now I think we can roll the chassis with the shell on top of it forward for the first time, which is pretty friggin' exciting. Look at that. Let's go. So whilst we have the shell sitting on the chassis, I really want to get it properly, permanently mounted. And to do that, we've got to tackle a couple of things here. The shell is still fouling on the chassis, and as you can see here as well, our strut towers are going to start to become an issue. So the first thing we're going to do is pull the shell off the chassis, cut a couple more things out, lower the strut towers down, and get it to a point where we can put the shell back onto the chassis and actually weld in some mounting points so we can bolt it all together for the first time properly. Let's get this thing on the hoist, lift the shell up, and let's get to work on the chassis. So once again, the shell is in the air, and this is going to happen multiple times throughout this series, so get used to seeing this. But it's time to do some more cutting. And actually, while the camera was charging, because I'm a rookie and I completely forgot to charge it, I actually just cut out the A-pillar from the chassis. That was extremely hard, and I had to do something really dodgy to get it done. So this is my angle grinder, and I had to put this huge disc that we got from Bunnings onto the angle grinder just so I could get the length to cut in here, because like I just could not get in to the spaces I needed to get into. So I used a mix of that along with the reciprocating saw. Don't worry, I used big welding gloves and my face mask so that we were super safe, but I actually got it cut out. Here is our A-pillar here, and you can see there's just so much reinforcement in here, and that's why they're so difficult to cut out. But what we're gonna do right now is we'll cut this whole section out because it's actually not needed, and we're also gonna cut the strut tops, and we're gonna cut a section of metal out of it and see if we can just lower them and basically weld them back in place much lower. With any project like this, it's always a bit of trial and error, so we'll give that a go. If that doesn't work, we will get some custom laser cut plates to weld onto the top of our struts, but I'm just hoping that we can kind of retain the stock look and just cut and shut them a little bit lower, so fingers crossed, let's get to work. I cut out the last of the remaining metal that was stopping the shell from sitting nicely on the chassis. Then I marked out where we needed to cut the strut towers before using white tape as a guide while I'm cutting, as it's really easy to see. Once that was done, I undid the front top hat bolts and jacked the car up so the springs didn't have tension on them and the strut tops could come away cleanly once cut. Then it was finally time to get cutting. As they say, it's all in the prep. Once the first cut was complete, I repeat the same process to remove the middle section, and after a bit of massaging, we can weld the strut top back in place. And just like that, we have one side done. It took quite a while, but I am fairly happy with the results. I ended up using the stock top and then manipulating the metal around it and then pushing it up from the bottom and welding it on. There's still quite a bit more welding to be done there, but it's going to work. I was able to set the top backwards a little bit, which will give us more caster, which is what we want for the drift setup, without having to push the front wheel forwards. Obviously, I've got to finish weld that, but for now, it's tacked in, or more than tacked in enough, so that we can go ahead, do the other side, and then lower the shell back onto the chassis. And of course, as always, let's do the YouTube magic on this side to get it done so we can put the shell back down. 3, 2, 1. Look at that. Both strut tops cut and shut. And now we can go ahead and throw the suspension back on and lower the shell down onto the chassis, and hopefully it's sitting at a much better height. Like I said before, we will make those strut tops look a lot prettier when we go ahead and do all of the chassis fab. So after a bit of shimmying, we have some success. All that hard work has definitely paid off. The shell is now sitting much lower on the chassis, which is exactly what we were going for. As you can see now, the A-pillar is still on this side, and it's like halfway up the door. The steering wheel is also basically touching the roof, so that tells us that the shell is now sitting quite a bit lower, and there's still a little bit more that we can get out of it. But man, even just having it sitting lower like that just looks so much better. Now, there's one thing I'm sure a bunch of you guys are yelling at your TV screens watching this, kind of frustrated with, and that is the fact that we haven't even cleaned this car. It's so freaking dirty on the inside of the engine bay and underneath, and it's starting to get to me. So I'm gonna wrap up for the night right here, but we're gonna come straight back in the morning, and the first thing we're gonna do is give this thing a bath. Get rid of all this dirt and make it a much nicer area to work on. So I'll see you guys bright-eyed and bushy-tailed in the morning. Bye. So it is the following day, we are back, and I've had a surprise visitor. My good friend Rick H is here.
Hello, what's up guys?
What do you think of the Scambo?
Bro, this thing in real life is insane. Like, It's so big. Like, people don't really understand what this is like in person, like, until they see it. So
it's huge,
that's
eh?
the next meet.
Look at that, dude. But I've managed to swindle you into helping me clean this thing up.
Yeah, man, you're gonna clean this thing up, this chopped up chassis.
How good?
What's this, man?
Yeah, how good? What is it? Cut and shut strut tops. Yeah. Absolutely stoked. So we're gonna swing this thing outside. We just went down to Autobahn and filmed some fun stuff.
Yep, shout out Autobahn.
Hell yeah, and now we're gonna degrease the hell out of this thing. Of course, because Rex is a guest in my shop, I'm gonna make him do all of the hard work.
Gold.
Here you go, sir, you can do the honors.
Hell yeah, let's do it.
Coat the whole thing, everything.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
Come on, face. Oh.
Sorry about that. It's only E36 gunk, which is probably worse than AIDS. Disgusting, bro. Oh my god.
That looks sick.
That's way better.
Brand new, man.
Better. I want to see what the dirt patch looks like underneath the car. That's insane. And that's still like only half of what's actually under there.
What do you reckon? Minus 10 kilos?
Exactly. And then there's probably another 10 kilos of dirt on the floor in the shop over there. All right, we're ready to throw the shell onto the car, but Rex has to go. He's got his own projects to do.
Yeah, but I'm keen to see this done, man. I have no doubts because of that thing over there.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, this is gonna be, bolted up tonight, hopefully.
Yeah. We're gonna bolt it up now, and then we're gonna throw all the wheels and stuff on. I'm friggin' pumped, but thanks for coming to do the dirty work.
No worries, man. No worries.
So good.
Anytime.
If you haven't already, clearly go check out Rex's channel. Links in the description. But Rex just bought a Lancer, and he's doing the turbo conversion.
That's it, following in Mike Lake's footsteps, and gonna turbo the Lancer.
I'm definitely featuring in those videos because that's my bread and butter, but appreciate you. All right, let's get the shell on the car. So I've got the shell set down back on the chassis, and we are finally ready to mount this thing permanently, kind of permanently. And I'm going to keep this super simple for the way that we're gonna do it. I've actually already tested my theory on this side, but I'll walk you guys through how we do it on this side of the chassis. So here's our mount right here. That is glassed into our fiberglass shell. There's a metal frame going through the shell. That's a part of the metal frame. And this is how we're gonna mount the shell to the chassis. 1 point here, 1 point here, 2 points at the rear, and a whole bunch of other points throughout the car as we continue to fabricate the chassis and create mounting points. So for the past couple of hours, I've literally been measuring and shifting the shell to get it into the absolute perfect position, because we cannot muck this up, otherwise it's gonna look really weird. So we're keeping it really simple for mounting the shell, and we're literally using some box tube that I've cut to an angle that is perfect for this mount. And I've welded in 4 captive nuts here. That means that once we weld this to the chassis, we can then bolt this plate to this, and it's a really simple process. If we ever want to remove the shell, we simply unbolt those 4 bolts on each side, and the shell will lift off the chassis. That is the theory anyway. I'm sure there's a million ways you could do this. This is the way that I'm choosing. There's no real rule book with something like this. It just has to be super strong. So let's go ahead and weld this to the chassis so we can bolt the shell down. Off camera, I've measured about 1,000,000 times to make sure the shell is centered and in the best possible position. Once our mount's in place, it's time to lay down some welds. Fingers crossed everything is where it needs to be. And just like that, our shell is now officially mounted at the front. So here's the left side mount, and here's the right side mount. It's so simple, literally just bolts in 4 points on each side. Everything's kind of just tacked in place at the moment. Obviously we'll final weld it when we're doing all the fab work on the chassis. I'll box all these in as well and make it all super nice and pretty, but for now, very happy with that, and it's time to move down the back. So down the back end here, we have the metal that runs through the shell up here. It's currently covered in fiberglass, but what we'll do is we'll flappy disc some of this fiberglass off and expose the bare metal, and then we're gonna weld a plate on here, and similar to the front end, we'll have some box section with captive nuts welded in. So basically, the plate that's welded to the frame can bolt to the box tube that's got the captive nuts in it and welded to the chassis. One thing I almost made a mistake with, I was about to do the rear mounts. The front of the car has the chop springs and the rear of the car has completely stock springs, so it's slanting forwards right now, but I had the shell sitting all the way down at the back, because if I had welded the mounts in place as it was, and then we lowered the car, the shell would have basically been sitting on the ground at the back. Luckily, I noticed that before we made the mounts. I've simply raised the back of the shell now in line with where the front of the shell is sitting. So when we lower the rear and lower the front a little bit more, the sides will be sitting nice and even. Whew, lucky I had my coffee this morning. But let's go ahead and make these rear mounts. Then our shell will be properly mounted and we can move on to the suspension.
Removing the fiberglass to expose the metal frame was way harder than I expected, as the fiberglass is really thick, which I guess is a good thing. I'm using the 6mm thick L bracket to weld to the frame. This should be more than strong enough to do the job. Once that's welded on, I measure and cut the box section that will weld to the chassis, along with this metal base plate to reinforce the whole section, as the metal we're welding to is actually really thin.
So the first of our rear mounts is done, and I've got to say, this is a really enjoyable process. It definitely takes me back to the days of building the rear-wheel drive Evo, with the amount of measuring and the amount of freaking brain power that you have to use to get all of this right. But this is our first mount. Not completely done because we still have to weld around the backside, but I'm really glad that we ended up plating the body, because even here, like, there's a slight hole because it's actually quite thin. So that plate obviously adds a whole bunch of reinforcement, but that's solid now. The body's actually mounted to the chassis nicely there. So we have 3/4 of the job done. One more to go. Of course, it's going to be exactly the same as this side, so I'm going to use a little bit of YouTube magic to get the last of this job done. Boom. And we are officially mounted in all 4 corners. How freaking good. So on this side, I actually ended up just using L bracket down here and L bracket up here. They're really, really thick steel L brackets, so they're very strong. Captive nuts on the back of this one, bolted together, and now, like, the body, even just with the 4 mounting points, it's like sturdy. It's crazy how sturdy it is just from that. Remember, this build is in its early stages, so these mounting points are just the start. We're obviously going to mount the body in a lot more places and reinforce it a bunch more, but the first thing we needed to do, of course, was get the body straight. And I'm over the moon with the fact that we've actually got that done. That's a huge part of this project done. Like, now this is actually one car, not 2 separate pieces. They're bolted together and we can move forward. Those mounts took an incredible amount of work and time, but man, look at that. So let's get this thing in the air now, and let's put some coilovers and arms in it and see if we can get these wheels fitting properly on the body.
We're using these budget coilovers and arms to dummy fit into our car, along with these borrowed wheels, so we can make sure everything fits and do the necessary modifications before we commit to the expensive stuff.
So this is the first time we're taking a look at the underside of this E36 BMW. Of course, we gave it a clean earlier, but this thing's still pretty darn dirty. And as you can see over here, we're still getting a lot of dirt falling out of this thing. But it is a very clean chassis, as in there's no rust, no dents or anything like that. The chassis rails are all nice and straight, so that is fantastic. But now it's time to tackle the next challenge on the list with this build. Obviously, the focus of today is to get this thing sitting and looking exactly how we want, and making sure that we can get this as low as we possibly can with beautiful fitment. Clearly, this is not beautiful fitment, and we need to figure out how we can get the wheels sitting from here all the way out to here in the rear guards. And the way that we do this is by using extended arms, and you can get it sitting out further a couple of different ways. So if you make these arms longer here, that will push the knuckle out that way and effectively have the wheel sit out further. You can also obviously use a wheel spacer as well. That is one of these things. You bolt it to the hub, and basically it has your wheels sit out further based on how thick the actual spacer is. We are going to be using a combination of both of those things to get the fitment that we want. So the first thing I'm going to do is remove all of the front suspension parts, and we're going to do that right now. There we go. So I finally have one side of the front suspension disassembled, and I can tell you that is always a difficult time when you've got a vehicle that's been sitting for a long time. In an environment like a farm, everything is just so stubborn when you pull it apart. So this is our old lower control arm, and this is our new lower control arm. So we make these here at Two Step Garage. I developed these with Nathan Makovic, and this is one way that we're gonna get the wider track width for our wheel to sit further out into the guard. So this is 60 millimeters extended from stock. That means if I put this here, the stock pickup point is here, and this, look how much wider that is. So that means we're gonna get that much more width simply by installing this lower control arm into the car, which is exactly what we're gonna do right now. Now that we have the LCA in, next up we need to throw our coilovers in. Now, like I said earlier, we're using these as our dummy coilovers. And because we've lowered the strut towers, we need the coilovers to be really small. So what I went ahead and did was I actually chopped this coilover right down, and I've wound it all the way in to get it maximum low. I'm not sure if this is gonna get us low enough, but it's a good test. So we're gonna go ahead, throw this in, and then we should almost be able to throw a wheel on the front of the car. So here is our stock janky side, and this is our aftermarket side. Look at that. So much neater and nicer. And look how much wider it is. Jeez, that's crazy. So this looks like it's sitting in a much better spot, but we're not gonna know until we fit up a wheel. So I have both sides of the suspension done on the car now, and as it always happens with cars, that took so much longer than expected. But there's one thing I completely forgot to show you guys that I installed in the car, and that is these lock adapters right here that we make at Two Step Garage. They're a beautiful billet aluminium piece, and they benefit us a lot with the install because, as you can see when you install these, they bolt to the LCA here and the tie rod here, and it actually pushes the hub out maybe another inch, which gives us more track width, and they give us a huge amount of lock when we drift. So we turn the wheel like that, you can see, look at how much freaking lock. That is crazy. But the best thing about the fact that we've finished the front suspension is now we can throw the wheels on the front of the car. Don't you just love it when a plan comes together? I had a vision in mind when we started this, and I had no idea whether we could actually pull it off, but look at that. Like, the front fitment is so good. All I need to do is dial out a little bit of camber here, and we'll literally be on guard here with the tire, which is like absolutely bang on. That is freaking insane. Look at that, so good. Woo! So we're down the back, rear suspension, and basically what we're going to do here is we're going to remove this upper arm that usually holds a spring. That's going to be gone. We're going to add an adjustable arm there instead, and essentially we run an adjustable arm up top and down below so we can push the hub this way towards the body of the car.
Just like the front end, the rear suspension parts were really annoying to remove because they were covered in so much crap, and even after we cleaned the car, there was still an insane amount of dirt in there, so it felt damn good to have it all removed.
There's just constant dirt coming out of this car.
We're replacing the stock spring perch with this adjustable arm, and as you can see, the adjustable arm is significantly longer, meaning the hub should sit out quite a bit more. That's the theory anyways. Since we've removed the spring perch and there's nowhere to put a spring, we're installing true coilovers where the shock would normally be.
So we have the arms in, the coilover is in. I ended up just slotting this end of this arm out just to get a little bit more movement this way, but it's definitely quite a bit wider than it would be from stock. So the last thing we're gonna throw on is our 40mm spacer. This converts a 5x120 stub pattern from the BMW to 5x114, which is a much more common stub pattern. We'll probably end up using bigger spacers than this, maybe 60mm. I did see someone comment in the last video, spacers, aren't they dangerous or whatever? Absolutely not. On the track, worldwide, drifters use spacers everywhere. I've seen 80mm spacers on drift cars. They're not unsafe if they're made well. These are custom made by Wheel Mods here in Australia. Billet aluminium, very strong. Of course not to be used on the road, but on the track, perfect for what we're looking for. But let's go ahead, throw these on. We're only gonna get one side of the back done today because I really want to get this video out for you guys. And everything I've done on this car, I've just underestimated how long it freaking takes. So let's get this last little bit done and wheel the car outside. So the car's finally on the ground and rolling on all 4 wheels. And I'm so happy with the progress that we've made on this thing. The fitment up front is absolutely insane. And the height of this thing is absolutely perfect. I could not be happier. We definitely have a bit of work on our hands in terms of the rear fitment, but I do have a couple of ideas so that we can get that sitting absolutely perfect. And as you can see here, I've gone ahead and test fitted the rear bumper for the first time, and how good does that look? The rear bumper definitely makes the rear end look a lot more complete, and I'm already starting to get ideas for where we're going to run our exhaust on the rear end. But I'm definitely getting ahead of myself there because we have a whole lot more work before we even start to think about an exhaust. So now that we have the shell mounted, it's time to start thinking about the next jobs on the list. So my friends at Chimera Development are coming in next week to 3D scan the inside of our car so they can start sorting out the roll cage for this thing, because we are going absolutely next level on that. And I cannot wait for you guys to see the plans that we have for this roll cage. We're cooking up something spicy. But in order for them to come in and 3D scan the interior, we actually need to have a driver's seat in place so that they can build the roll cage around that. And for that to happen, we need the steering wheel in the proper position for where it's going to be when we're driving the car. Currently, it's basically touching the roof, and that is absolutely not going to work for us. So Woz and I have spent many hours in the shop here just staring at this thing and coming up with a plan. And what we've decided to do is we're going to cut out this whole firewall, remove the steering column, and start from scratch. Although it's a big job and a really daunting task, the current firewall has a bunch of holes in it anyway, and it would be a lot of work even just patching up those holes, to the point where we may as well put that effort into going and building a new firewall. That way we can have it looking super tidy and exactly the way that we want it. So our first task in this video, we're going to pull the shell off the chassis once again and cut out this firewall. Shell is off the chassis once again. Look how cool this looks. The amount of work we've done on this already really shows when you lift the shell off. Right now, we are ready to cut up the firewall and everything. So basically what we're gonna do, this is gonna go, all of this metal up here is gonna go, and obviously we're gonna pull the steering column out. We're gonna see if we can possibly modify the stock steering column to cut and shut it. All right, back to work, and time to remove the steering column so we can chop out the firewall. And you know what they say? It's always better when you double team it. Hey! So the firewall is out, and there really is now not much left of this BMW E36. But there's just enough of it left where we're going to still maintain the characteristics of the car as a drift car, suspension-wise, geometry-wise. But everything else is gone so that we can actually fit the shell on properly.
It actually looks really cool like this, and I think we should just leave the shell.
I know! But this is everything that we have to work with now. So we left the steering column mount because basically that's like the perfect place for it at the moment to bolt up to our steering shaft, because obviously we're maintaining all this and keeping it. But now we can put the shell back onto the chassis, and we can go ahead and start figuring out where we're going to put the seat in the car, and that's the big thing.
Exciting part, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, sit in it. And you know what I just realized? We'll be able to correct the issue that you always have when the seat doesn't sit in the center. Any BMW guys know that when you put a fixed back seat in your car, no matter what you do, you can't get it close enough to the gearbox tunnel to actually sit in the center of the steering wheel, so you always sit offset. But
we can kind of dictate everything. We can dictate where the seat goes, we can dictate where the steering wheel goes. So the shell is now back on the chassis, and then went on pretty much without a hitch, which is a big relief. And it looks so much cooler now without the firewall, because it's starting to look a little more real, I guess. The firewall made it look a little bit janky, and now we can move on to the interior stuff, and that is
the seat. The dash.
Yeah, the dash. We have the dash here. Basically, I got all the parts with this kit, but as you can probably see just by looking at this, This is a left-hand drive dash, so we have some modifications we need to
Mike's
do.
got a lot of fiberglassing to do.
Yeah, I'm not excited about it one single bit. That's some future jobs for future Mike, but we're gonna test fit the dash because we need to start figuring out where everything's going to go. So the next thing we're doing, we'll put the dash in, then we're gonna put the steering column in and measure how much we need to cut the steering column down.
So we threw the steering column back in the car and measured exactly how much we needed to shorten it by, which was 240 millimeters. Then we stripped the steering column down and marked exactly where we needed to cut and began expertly cutting the pipe.
That was clamped well.
Whoops.
Okay, maybe not expertly cutting, but we got the job done in the end and tacked it all together.
Ow! It like jumped over and went onto my ass. So our cut and shut steering column is all tacked up and we're actually really happy with it. Like, it worked super well. We worked really hard on making sure that it's actually nice and straight. Using the bandsaw really helped with that. It's all nice and straight, it rotates nicely.
Time to fit the fiberglass dash into the car for the first time,
It looks so good.
That's sick.
along with these crazy seats that came with the kit.
We'll get them fully upholstered, foam, everything like that, so they won't look like this when they're done. But I'm kind of pumped that the kit actually came with all the seats and everything because we are going to end up using them.
Fitting the seats into the BMW chassis is going to be a mammoth task in itself, as the seating position is crucial in such a tight space. But for now, we dummy fit them and it's time to sit in the car for the very first time.
Oh my god. Impossible, literally.
It's gonna be there somewhere.
Yeah, it's about there. That's good. I think we nailed the steering wheel like placement.
Yeah, it kind of looks alright. What's your vision like?
Yeah, fine, especially because this is bigger diameter than what we're going to be using. So we're going to be using a slightly smaller two-step garage suede wheel. That's pretty sick. Like the steering, especially because the steering column that we've done is definitely going to work. So after much awkward kind of shuffling around in the car, we have our seating position somewhat dialed. And this is how it looks with the door closed. So the seating position is somewhat about here. Steering wheel is about here. It's not too bad from the side of the car. I don't mind it too much. It's definitely always going to be like a little bit awkward figuring this stuff out just because obviously it's not the chassis that this shell belongs on. But I must say it does look pretty freaking cool with the dash sitting in and starting to make things look a little bit more complete. But we're going to wrap up for tonight and come back tomorrow morning. Outside of this roller door right here is the car that has the motor that we're going to steal to put into this Lamborghini Diablo drift car project. But I'll see you guys bright-eyed and bushy-tailed in the morning for a lot more hard work. Say goodbye, Nathan. Bye.
Bye.
Dude, that's so good. So we're back for another day of Lamborghini goodness. So we've got the Lamborghini kit car shell, we've got the BMW chassis, and now we're about to introduce another car manufacturer into the equation.
This is the Mazda RX-8. Introduced in 2003, it represents the evolution of Mazda's iconic rotary engine lineage. At the heart of the RX-8 is the 13B Renesis rotary engine. It's a 1.3 litre powerhouse that revs up to 9,000 RPM, delivering around 238 horsepower in the manual variant.
That goes hard as.
About 9.5.
Now you guys know we're putting the 13B turbo into the Lambo build, but I'm sure this engine choice is a little bit controversial for a bunch of you guys in the chat. So the 13B Renesis motor is not exactly everyone's favorite rotary motor.
Definitely.
But it's within our budget.
Yes, they are very cheap, especially nowadays, and it will still make all the noises correctly.
Yes.
You're right.
So obviously I don't have unlimited money, but I really wanted to put a rotary into the Lambo. Then a friend of mine, Shane, messaged me and said, hey, I've got this RX-8 sitting here. It's manual, 6 ports, so it's the good motor, and it's had a fresh rebuild by a very reputable company called ProMaz. Essentially, the plan is we're going to pull the engine and gearbox out of this car today, strip everything down. We're gonna run a standalone ECU on it, and of course, we're gonna run a turbo on it. Custom intake manifold, custom turbo manifold.
Alright, enough talk. Time to back the RX-8 onto the hoist, grab our SP tools and get to to work. We start by removing the exhaust and immediately we got distracted.
Just quickly, while we have the exhaust off this thing, we thought it'd be rude not to start it up and see how it sounds with literally just the headers on the 13B. I'm pretty scared for my eardrums right about now. Like a tractor. My left eardrum is ringing. That's insane.
It might be a lot quieter in the car. That does sound awesome.
Back to work, and we removed the drive shaft and the huge gearbox mount that goes all the way back to the diff. Then it was onto the engine bay to remove everything in our way.
It's actually crazy once you remove all of the intake stuff, how much room there is in this engine bay. The engine is all the way back here. That's the front of the motor. But the motor is ready to come out of the hole, so let's lift it out. So the worst thing about these RX-8 motors is the way that they look. Luckily for us, we're basically using nothing on this engine other than the engine itself. So we're going to be doing a custom intake manifold. So we're going to remove all of this, and we're doing a fully custom turbo manifold. So I've already removed the headers off the motor. So right now we're going to tear this motor down to the bare block. Then I think we can sit it in the engine bay of the LAMBORGHINI. So freaking exciting. Summoning some of that kamikaze energy to get this thing stripped. Let's go blue raspberry. Cheers. Whew. Man, that is actually so good. Underneath all of that crap is a beautiful 13B rotary engine. Now, one really cool thing is my friends at Night Ride are using the exact same motor in Merrick's Larder, which is pretty cool. So we're both using the Renesis motor. They're staying naturally aspirated, but we are going to fit a turbo up to our 13B. And this is a Garrett 3582 turbo. I have done a bunch of research on the internet, and a bunch of people have run these turbos with the exact same rear housing and run them really well. They make full boost by about 3,500 RPM, which is really low in a rotary considering we'll be revving this to 9,000 plus RPM. I've still got a whole bunch of cleaning up I want to do on this motor. 13B, so good. But what I want to do first is dummy fit this in the car. So we're going to lift the shell off the chassis and slide the motor in the front. And of course we're going to use a little YouTube magic to speed the process up. Woohoo! Look at that. I still can't get over that every time I take the shell off. It looks so freaking cool. But the best part about not having a front or anything on the car is how easy it is to slot the engine in place and kind of get an idea of how we're going to build the engine mounts and everything.
And so we begin the shuffling act of putting the engine in the car for the first time. I usually go into these situations with zero planning and hope for the best, and 60% of the time it works every time. Luckily for us, this was one of those times, and this thing fit like a freaking glove. And just like that, we officially have a rotary-powered Lamborghini BMW thingy-majiggy. So that went in relatively easy without any dramas, just as we suspected it would because it's so small. Now, one thing I have done is remove the alternator from the top of the motor here. We're actually going to relocate that to where the air conditioning bracket was on the side. A, because it was sticking out through the bonnet, which looks silly, but B, it's really ugly on the top. It's one thing I don't like about these Renesis motors, but as it sits currently, it's just going to clear everything on the bonnet, and that's sitting on a 20mm plank of wood sitting off the subframe. So currently right now, the height of the engine is probably going to be the height that it lives at. Bearing in mind, we still have to have some kind of intake manifold coming over the top here, and down the side here, we're going to have our turbo manifold, and I have our turbo here sitting on an axle stand just so we can kind of get an idea of the placement of perhaps where the turbo is going to sit. Bailey is going to be making the turbo manifold for us because I am just not a good enough fabricator and I don't trust myself with it. But how freaking wild does that look? It's so perfect, I reckon, in that engine bay. It looks so good. Down the back here, as you can see, we now have a kind of idea of how we're going to build out the firewall based on the placement
of the motor. I'm sure heaps of you guys have your thoughts and opinions about how all of this is going to come together, and I'd love you guys to throw them in the comments below because I literally read every single comment. And I have seen a few asking about the rigidity of the car because we've cut so much metal out of this thing. But the really big thing that's going to add the rigidity back into this car is, of course, the roll cage. Now, this is pretty much being built to be a track-only car. We may register it in the future, who knows? And on the track, at minimum, you need at least a half cage with side intrusions.
A roll cage is a metal framework that's installed inside a vehicle, particularly race cars and high-performance cars, and its primary purpose is to protect the occupants in case of a rollover or crash by reinforcing the structural integrity of the vehicle's cabin. They come in all shapes and sizes, and for our LAMBORGHINI build, we're taking it to the next level.
And right now, I'd like to introduce you to a friend of mine. So this is my good friend Toby from Chimera Development, and I called it Chimera Development the other day because I'm kind of dyslexic. Close.
Nearly got it.
And you brought a friend with you as well.
Here's our friend.
So we are literally taking it next level with this roll cage, and we are, I think, 3D scanning.
We are. We're going to be 3D scanning the LAMBORGHINI today.
So Chimera Development, they're actually really good friends of mine. We've been drifting together for a while, but basically these guys scan the interior, make the cage on a computer, but I'm gonna run you guys through this whole process, start to finish, in this video. And by the end of it, I think the LAMBORGHINI is going to have one hell of a roll cage. So maybe first of all, talk me through what you see in the chassis and the points you are going to want to put the cage to.
Absolutely. So for a full cage, we'd normally obviously run a main hoop on the floor and then front legs down to somewhere in the passenger footwell. Because this is a little bit different and we've cut the A-pillars, we think we're going to land there and just try and get it as wide and give a lot more of that structure back into the car.
And then we'll go to the strut towers as well?
Yep, so we'll go to rear strut towers, we'll go to front strut towers, really just try and triangulate all of that structure back in because you've cut your firewall, you've cut your boot.
Sounds very official. We're going to have fun as we do it because all the stuff is science and maths, which is was always boring in school. But I guess first things first, we should scan.
Let's do it.
I'm so excited for this.
The 3D scanning tool that Toby's using costs $40,000, and it basically creates a 3D model of your car. This allows Toby to design extremely accurate and tight-fitting roll cages within a special software on his PC. Chimera Development provide ready-to-weld-in roll cage kits, so if you're in the market, definitely hit them up. Plus, you get to look at Toby's cute butt while he's scanning, which is a nice added bonus.
So it's been about 20 minutes now, and he's about 80% done on the scan, which is pretty cool, so it doesn't take a crazy amount of time.
A few more scans to make sure that we have super accurate data, and this is the end result. It's pretty insane.
And just like that, the car is now fully scanned, thank you to Toby. And now we have to load the car up into the truck, not my trailer, because the car doesn't actually fit on my trailer, it's too wide. Luckily, these guys bought a truck that we can load it into, and we're gonna take the car down to BSC Performance.
We're gonna design a cage, baby.
I'm so excited. But you right now go away and sit on a laptop for probably 7 hours.
Yep, all night.
And design the cage.
Man doesn't let me sleep.
Luckily, I hooked him up with some kamikaze energy drink, so he is good to go for the rest of the night. But by tomorrow, he's gonna have the cage built. You're about to see that process right now, but we're gonna load the car in the truck and we'll see you guys tomorrow morning at BSC Performance.
So we loaded the Lambo into the truck and Toby worked through the night until 3 AM designing our new roll cage, though I must admit I was doing some pretty hard work of my own. And I've got to say, I was absolutely mind blown when Toby sent me this video the following morning. Safe to say, I'm pretty excited to get right into it. So we unloaded the truck at BSC Performance and got right to work.
This place is absolutely insane. They build some absolutely crazy cars, including Bogger's 1,300 horsepower 180SX drift car, amongst many other cars. But we have the printout of the cage right here, and when I say we, you
have the pleasure
of putting it together. Well, making it.
Making it.
Do you want to tell us a little bit about the process quickly?
Toby prints out and gives me instructions.
So many instructions.
Yeah.
That's my roll cage right there.
That is your roll cage in data form. Literally it gives us cutting list, tells us how many lengths of steel we're gonna need, and nests it on the steel so there's minimal wastage, which is really good.
This is our steel right here, and we're gonna somehow turn this into a roll cage. Toby told me some really interesting information. Our roll cage, in total, it weighs 58 kilograms. For all you Americans, you're gonna have to go ahead and do that calculation in terms of what it is in pounds. But it is 58 kgs we are putting in of steel into the car to make this roll cage, and I'm just absolutely pumped. Oh, look at that, 26.3 pounds.
There you go.
Thank you, Brendan. We got one hell of a process on our hands in the next couple of days.
Yeah, boy.
No time like the present. Let's go.
First things first, we throw all of the measurements onto the steel based on what the printouts from the cage design tell us. Then we make the cut and head over to the pipe bender.
So we've got our list here.
Yep.
We have our order of bends, the measurement for the start of each bend, and then the angle that we need the final bend to be. Obviously these spring back, so it gives you the spring back angle, so what you push it to, and then when you release it, it springs back. So it gives us everything that we need to now bend our main hoop.
So good.
The crazy thing is, Chimera Development actually have a machine on the way that will bend the tube and laser cut the notches, but it didn't quite arrive in time, so we're doing it manually for my cage.
So the boss man has trusted me for some crazy reason doing one of the bends on the main hoop, which is only the most probably important part of the cage.
So if he stuffs it up, it's not my fault, it's his fault, right?
Do we have spare material?
Yeah, we do.
Okay, and we're aiming for 35 on this gauge. Let's push this.
Yeah. So stop at about 33. So we'll see how good you are, because we want 33.
Yeah.
So let's see how.
0. 33.3. Love it. I'm so happy with that. Look at that.
One main hoop.
Main hoop.
Done.
Absolutely stoked.
And we repeat the whole process for the rest of the kit. Cutting, notching, and bending. And before long, we have all of the main bars and we're ready to start fitting some of the main parts of the cage into the car.
And after many, many hours of hard labor, this is half of our cage. But it's the main half and the half that we're about to fit into the car. So it's all the main bars. So basically the process we just did, if you were doing that by hand and not on a computer, not 3D scanning, how long would it take?
3 days.
At least 3 days.
Yeah.
I mean, if it was in my shop, it would take 2 weeks.
Yeah, so it would take a long time because obviously there's lots of manual measuring and bending, and
yes,
this isn't an easy cage to build for this particular car.
That's insane. That's what I mean. It's completely custom. We were only going to kind of dummy fit it, but we're throwing caution to the wind and we're just going to go ahead and frickin' tack it.
Send it. Yeah, let's just do it. We're here.
See, that's why I love getting together with people like Bogger, because we both have terrible ideas and it just works. I'm losing my voice, but I'm so freaking pumped for this. Yeah. Main hoop is in place. Now we add the rest of it in. Most nervous time, as always, tacking the first tack and the first bars in the cage.
Putting these roll cages together is basically like doing a puzzle, but for adults. And having the picture of the cage from Chimera Development in front of us means that even a novice like myself is still able to piece the cage together. Piece by piece, as the bars went into the Lamborghini, we started to get a clearer picture of just how awesome this cage looks in this car.
So it's basically midnight right now and we have the main structure of the cage in place. And I have to say, it actually looks absolutely phenomenal. Like the way these legs come down here, once this is all closed in and everything's painted, and the idea for the colors that I have to actually paint the cage, like it's gonna look absolutely wild. But look at that, the door bars and everything, and it fits so freaking snug everywhere, which is crazy. Like when we shut these doors, it fits perfectly up against our nice door cards. We're not out of the woods yet.
Not yet.
So next up, we're going straight into the next section, our roof bars. Why are they positioned the way they are?
So because you don't really have much room,
Nope.
we've put them this way so you've got helmet space,
Yeah.
but still protected.
Yeah. Exactly right, which is very smart and something I would not have thought of when building a cage. That is a freaking work of art right there. That is so cool. Right, what have you been doing here? It's all me. Ooh, Look at that. That's crazy. That took like 10 minutes.
Yeah, that was probably 10 minutes.
That was actually
10 minutes.
So good. It just fits together like a puzzle. That's insane. Hopefully you guys can see on camera how freaking epic that looks. And that's literally only half, maybe a little bit more than half the cage. That's the main structure done now. Then we shut the door. And look at that. So the door bars run down here and perfectly like tucked up against our door cards so nicely. Look at that. So good.
Now it's starting to actually look like a race car.
I know.
Not just like a cool Lambo kit car.
I'm just so friggin' lucky that I have friends like Bogger and Chimera Development, because it literally is taking this car to the next level. It looks like a proper race car now. So good. Holy moly. That's enough work from you. I think we can take it from here.
You reckon?
I think we have to.
Yeah.
You gotta run this shop.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah. Bogger literally gave up his whole weekend and he works here like 24/7 to do this Lambo with us. So I'm just so thankful, dude. Insane.
I just want to put a seat in it.
Yeah, okay, we can put a seat. Yeah. Let's chuck a seat in and just have a wee sit down. I need like a 24-hour nap, but yeah, let's do that. Time to load up and head back to our shop. I want to give a massive thanks and shout out to Bogger at BSC Performance and, well, Chimera Development. He owns both of those businesses. And Toby from Chimera Development. What an absolutely insane roll cage. I'm just so freaking thankful. Please make sure you go and subscribe to Bogger's channel. Clearly, as you can see, they do some amazing content. And it's always awesome when mates help mates. But now, Bogger and I are going to load up. Nearly 1 a.m. It's one of those nights. But we've had a good time. I actually love hanging out with mates and building cars. And when you can build cars like this, it makes it even more special. Bro, look at it.
It'd be a cool job to have, wouldn't it?
Not a,
think about doing that for a job.
Not a bad job, bro. Not a bad job at all, even if I eat noodles for a living, but make cool cars and content. But we're gonna load this up. I'm gonna see you guys in the morning at our shop. We're actually gonna end up finishing this cage on our own, which is the beauty of these ready to weld cages, is you don't actually need these guys. You get everything you need. The kit turns up at your house, ready to weld in. I'll see you guys in the morning. Bye. There's currently one thing that's really bugging me about this car, and that is the rear fitment. So as you can see, we're looking pretty poor down the back here in terms of fitment. Everything's looking a little bit wonky. And at the end of the last video, we did have a go at getting the fitment a little more spot on, but we did run into a couple of issues. But after a couple of solid nights sleep, I have come up with a solution. So here, we have an 80mm billet aluminium spacer. Now, reading the comments on the last couple of videos, the spacers seem to be quite a controversial topic. A lot of people say that they put extra stress on the wheel bearings, and that is in fact true. You have big spacers, you're probably gonna wear out your wheel bearings faster than if you didn't have big spacers, basically. But given that this is a drift car and we are constantly replacing replaceable parts, these wheel bearings will likely never see the end of their life. So the wheel bearings for a drift car aren't a massive issue in terms of spacers. And for people who think they're dangerous, well, people all over the world are running much bigger spacers than we are. In Japan, they run them in professional drift competition settings where they're running massive grip and massive power. But the big thing is, you want to make sure that your spacers are really good quality. Our spacers are made by Paul at Wheel Mods here in Melbourne, Victoria, and they are absolutely insane quality. He makes the spacers on our Pro drift car as well, and we've never had an issue. Also, one thing to note, running big deep dish wheels, basically the same as running a spacer. It's going to put the same amount of stress on the studs, the same amount of stress on the wheel bearings. I think it's the mentality of people though, and having spacers that bolt onto the hub, wheels that bolt to the spacers, it does seem kind of unusual and scary. And of course there are always viral videos of people losing wheels with spacers because they haven't done them up tight enough. All the spacers are crap quality and everyone just assumes that all spacers are the same, but they are in fact not. Anyway, enough rambling. I'm going to throw the spacers onto the car to get a better idea of exactly where our wheel is going to sit. Then we're going to have to custom modify our trailing arm based on a couple of measurements to get this beautiful wheel pointing straight again.
There's so much trial and error involved in these types of builds, but that's what makes the end result so rewarding. These are our 40mm spacers from our Pro E36 drift car compared to our new 80mm spacers. Yep, they're definitely some chunky boys. Alright, so that is better fitment at the back. Now we have to fix
the angle of the wheel because it's still absolutely cocked. And if you look down from the top here, you can see like the back is in a good spot. So if we can get the front swung forward, then we should pretty much have flush fitment, which is exactly what we are going for. So here's a BMW trailing arm that I already had out of a car. As you can see here at the front, it bolts up into a wee pocket, and basically to adjust the angle, we need that to swing forwards. So what we're gonna do is modify this trailing arm by cutting a chunk out of it and welding it back together, and hopefully that fixes our fitment problem. And the way that we figure out how much to cut is we grab our Black Arts factory toe plates. This is what we use to measure alignment on our drift cars, and we're going to sit it on the back of the wheel here, and we're basically going to get it as straight as possible so that it looks like the toe is back to where it should be. Then we measure this gap right here, boom, and we know now that we need to cut 55 millimeters out of our trailing arm. Check out the bushes in this trailing arm. They just don't exist.
We're taking 55 millimeters in total out of our rear trailing arm, so I mark out the measurements and get cutting. Then I welded in some 10 millimeter plate and welded the arm back together in its new position.
So this is what it looks like at the moment. Now this is just for test fit purposes. But basically when we cut this 55 millimeters out of the arm, you can't just weld them back together straight because of the positioning of the arm and the curvature. We still need this guy sitting the same distance away from here as it was before. That's why we've welded in this 10 millimeter thick plate and then welded this offset so it's effectively in the same position. So we'll go ahead and test fit this as it is, and if it all fits, then we'll triangulate through here and through here on the other side so it's super strong. But there's no point doing that if it doesn't actually work as we're hoping it will. So right now, let's go ahead and test fit.
This is that rewarding part I was talking about earlier. It's always nice when a plan comes together.
It's definitely looking promising. Alright, we are looking a lot better in the rear here. Obviously there's still a bit to be desired here in terms of fitment, but what that does tell us is exactly the size of wheel that we're going to need on the rear of the car. So currently these are 18 by 10 negative 15 offset. So that means if we run something like an 18 by 11 negative 15 or 20 offset, we should be perfectly in line with the body, which is exactly what we want so that we can tuck rim when we're on throttle, maybe even a 19-inch rim. Jump in the comments below, let me know, but I'm very happy with that. The toe's straight, we've got our adjustment back, and that is enough rear fitment for this video and many videos to come. I'm over mucking around with the rear of this car, so we're gonna move straight on into the interior of the car, and we're starting to do some fab work and tidy all of this up. So, as you can see, we've still got our messy cuts here from when we cut this BMW E36 apart. But now that we have the cage in the car, we know exactly how high this needs to be based on these cuts right here. So I'm gonna have to cut through the rest of this whole sill at this exact height all the way through so that we can weld in basically a nice plate that tucks in under the sill of our fiberglass body here. And this is gonna make a massive difference to the interior of our car, because at the moment it still looks kind of separate. We've got the fiberglass shell, we've got the E36 chassis. So we wanna bring those two together. This essentially is gonna do that along with the firewalls and really enclosing the cabin of the car. And that means we need to bring back our dodgy cutting disc. So we have a huge cutting disc here that we're putting on our normal size grinder, but this is the only thing that can get through big things like this thick sill down here. So we're gonna put on our mask, we're gonna put in our gloves and protect ourselves as much as possible, because yeah, this is slightly dodgy, but you know how it is on this channel. We get things done in any way that we can.
First, we mark the cut and make sure it's at the correct height before going to town with the grinder. Then it's time to whip the big disc out. Look, I'm not proud of it, but you have to admit it does get the job done. Then we measure the length we need to cut and mark it onto our 3mm steel. I predetermined the width of the steel before buying it to minimize the cutting we have to do, as the cutting is my least favorite part of the process. Once it's cut, we slip it in place and it fit nicely first try. A couple of tacks and it's nicely in place. Then it's onto the last piece to fill in the puzzle. After that, I got G'd up thanks to my ADD and decided to weld in the door bars for our cage.
absolutely insane how much time this fabrication stuff actually takes. That whole process literally took me at least 4 hours, and we've only got one side done, although I definitely got carried away with the roll cage. And this is how it looks so far. That plate is only tacked in along the side, and underneath we've still got to go under and brace it from the bottom. But how insane does it look with the door bars welded in? The Chimera development cage went together seamlessly, even for someone like me who's not a fabricator, and I smashed that out, and it's actually such an enjoyable process. And the next thing we're going to tackle is the rear firewall. So basically what we want to do is enclose the cabin where the driver and passenger sit, and this right here is the back window. That's why the cage ends here. So this basically needs to be sheeted off in sheet metal. But what I'm thinking is, at the sides here, I actually want to curve inwards with the firewall a little bit, so it'll be flat along the cage back here, and then when we come to the sides, it'll just angle in and it's going to meet the side of the fiberglass chassis through here. I think that'll just look a little bit better, especially from the front when you're peering in. So through back here, it won't just look like a flat, like full flat firewall. There'll kind of be some curvature to it, which should look pretty cool. This is easily one of the hardest shapes I've ever had to template, so I decided to do it in pieces to make it easier on myself, then slowly put it all together like a jigsaw puzzle. Look at that, a beautiful 4 pieces of cardboard stuck together with vinyl. Do what you can to get the job done. Look at that, I'm like a proud kid with his artwork at kindergarten. Time to trace it out onto our 1mm thick steel and get cutting. And this is the shape that we ultimately end up with. Now, of course, it looks a little bit strange here, but it'll make a whole lot more sense when we slide it into the car, and hopefully our measurements are correct and it actually fits. While I was in the flow state, I repeated the same process for the middle part of our rear firewall. I'm making the firewall in 4 pieces, as it needs to be removable to be able to take the shell off the chassis without fouling. So we've officially enclosed half of the cabin on the Lamborghini drift car. By the way, I'm literally standing in the engine bay of this thing because there's so much room with the Rotary in it, which is really handy. But look at this. So we've enclosed half of it. The other half still needs to be done clearly, but this is YouTube. We do one half, then we do the other half off camera. Both of these sections took a very long time to do just because they're really finicky shapes. And like I said, we still need to run a rubber seal around the outer edge of both of them, and that'll kind of clean up the edges as well and fill it all in. But the last job I want to do before we end this video is get the seats sitting in the proper position that they're actually going to sit. Currently this is sitting on a block of wood and it's sitting on the stock E36 mount right here, but the seat sits too high. We want to get it literally as low as we can, give ourselves some helmet space so we're not banging our head on any of the roll cage, and give ourselves as much clearance as possible. So the plan is to cut the stock mount out, but also cut this hump in the floor out, and we're going to re-box in the floor so that it is completely flat and we can mount our seat to the floor, but we're also going to mount the back of it to the roll cage. That'll make our seats as sturdy as they can possibly be. So we now have our 2 Flintstone holes in the floor. But before we go ahead and fit the seats in and kind of have a sit in the car, I'm going to show you guys the actual viewing position as well, which is pretty crazy because you can't see a lot. But before we do that, I'm going to go ahead and weld in the last of the bars that tie the front of our roll cage into our front strut towers. Now, as you can see here, I've welded this bar in as like a strut brace because I actually jacked the front of the car up and made sure all of these holes were lining up perfectly on either side. Then I welded that in just so that when we let the weight of the motor and the car down onto the ground, the strut towers don't fold in. I just want to make sure they're perfectly in the right place before we weld in these bars, because once these bars are welded in, they're really going to hold the whole chassis together, and if it was in the wrong place, that would be really bad. Yes, absolutely stoked on that. Time to throw the seats in. And there we have it. We have 2 seats sat in our fake Lamborghini drift car for the first time. But this side of our cabin is essentially like enclosed. It just looks so freaking cool compared to this side, which is what we started with at the start of this video. Looks super unfinished. So I'm really proud and happy with the work that we have done. Also, I just want to show you guys how much more clearance we got at the top of the seat there now that we cut the floor out and actually got it sitting down where it needs to sit. This is actually crazy. You sit so low in this thing. Not sure if you'll be able to see the perspective from the camera, but like, look how close we are to the ground. But this is the view from where I'm sitting. Like, that's literally my POV. And look, you can't see much. I don't know how supercar drivers do it, because this is a 1-to-1 replica of a Diablo. And from what I've seen in the pictures, this is about where you would sit. So drifting it is gonna be really strange, just because like I'm looking directly like here, whereas you kind of got to look up to see out the windscreen. And now I'm picking my brains to think what I can see out of the E36 when I sit in it, because I sit in that pretty low as well. But when we're drifting, of course, we're sideways a lot. So really, it's about what you can see out of the side of the car that matters. Okay, so at the current height that the seat is sitting, we may have a slight issue because I can't really see over this door at the moment. I'd say my eye line is going like just above the door. So we definitely have a little massaging to do in terms of where we're gonna be sitting and exactly what height we're gonna be sitting at in the seat. But to be honest, we always knew that was gonna be a pretty big issue when we took on this challenge, because it's a supercar. You can't apparently see a lot out of them when you're driving anyway, so. But how good does this side look? All of our hard work definitely paid off. And this is it in its bare form as well. Imagine what it's gonna look like once it's all painted, mounted properly. And off camera, your boy's been hard at work on the interior of the car, getting the cage pretty much finished on both sides. There's a couple more things to do, but look at how that looks. Just so freaking good. And I'm hyped that our cabin is actually going to work fairly well. It's all pretty well enclosed. Obviously the firewall at the rear needs to be finished. Got a wee hole down there that needs to be filled. But it certainly looks like a car now, and the E36 is actually working for us. Which is pretty amazing, because to be honest, I didn't really do any research before we started the build. I just knew that the wheelbase was the same and everything else was a complete risk. And so far that risk is certainly paying off for us. But today we're getting straight into the next jobs on the list. But one of the big things is mounting our 13B rotary motor into this engine bay. Currently it's just held in by these straps, and I don't think that'll pass check at the track. So currently the engine is sitting on a block of wood and sitting on the subframe under here. But the good thing about these 13B Renesas motors, they have a flat oil pan, which means getting the angle of the engine isn't super hard. And that block of wood is about 15 millimeters tall, so that's how high it is currently sitting off the subframe to give us clearance. I'm pretty happy with that. But the big thing is obviously getting the engine center in the chassis. So the crank right here is the center of our motor. And so basically we'll find the center of the chassis, mark it up with the center of the crank, and then of course down the back with the gearbox, we'll center that in the chassis as well. And that should have everything nicely in line. Then it's about figuring out where we're going to put our engine mounts. So back here you can see that they are the old BMW E36 engine mounts, but up here is where the engine mounts go for the rotary motor. And I'm not really that keen on going all the way back to the stock engine mounts. It just seems kind of unnecessary. The factory sway bar mounts right here on the E36 line up really nicely with where our engine mounts need to be. Now I don't run a sway bar in my E36 race car, and I won't be running a sway bar in this car. I just prefer the car to be set up that way. So we're gonna make our engine mounts go directly off our sway bar mounts on the chassis. Now we could just bolt them up, but I'm actually going to weld the plates directly to the chassis. Then what we'll do is make engine mounts that come off the motor, and then they're gonna bolt to the mount that goes off the chassis under here with some polyurethane in between. That's the theory anyway, but first things first, let's get the engine sitting exactly where we want it in the engine bay. Then we can look at making some mounts.
It's really important we get our 13B engine in the perfect position before we go ahead and make our engine mounts.
So this is the back exhaust port, and that'll be the rear port for our turbo manifold. The biggest concern obviously is just making sure that that is not too close to the steering column, but currently where it sits, there's plenty of room. That'll 90 off, so that should be fine. So I think the engine is about as far back as it can go. We also don't want to go too far back, because then we have no chance of actually working on the engine. But here I can actually still reach everything on the motor. I can undo the turbo manifold, I can undo the intake manifold, we can get to the spark plugs, all the stuff on the front of the motor. That's exactly what we want.
First up, we mark the center line on our gearbox tunnel so we can line up the gearbox. As you can see, this took me a couple of goes to get it right. The engine and gearbox need to be perfectly level as well as perfectly in the center of our BMW chassis. This whole process took me a solid 3 hours of shuffling the engine round until we finally had it in the perfect spot.
So much time has passed since I started measuring this thing, trying to get it straight. But I think we're in the exact, well, I don't think, we can't think with something like this, that we are in the position that we need to be to make the engine mounts. Everything is dead straight. Now we actually get to move on to making the mounts. So next we're gonna use some CAD to make our engine mounts. CAD meaning cardboard aided design, which I thought was pretty genius. But we're gonna use our cardboard for the template. And basically, this guy, we're just gonna press him into the studs under here. We've got one side done. We're going to use the classic YouTube magic for the other side. Look at that. I'm actually so happy with how those turned out. But now we need to connect the motor to our new mounts. So on each side of the motor, there's a place where we'll bolt the mount. Both sides are different, unfortunately, which means we need to make a template for each side. So for this side, it's just a real simple straight piece of plate. And then on this side, the plate looks a little different because it's got 3 bolts. So we're gonna have to make a funky looking plate there. And then once again, we'll use a piece of tube that'll go nicely down to our engine mount. It's pretty simple, but it's also really important to me that this part looks really professional because I want the engine bay looking just absolutely amazing. So let's go ahead and make our plates for the engine.
While this process is fairly repetitive with lots of cutting, grinding and drilling, there's nothing quite like cranking a podcast in the shop, getting in the zone and getting creative.
So our plates are bolted to our motor, and that's a really hard part done. That 10mm plate honestly sucks to grind. So next up, we need to get from here to here. And to do that, we're going to use our steel tube. And basically what we're gonna do is we will weld a bit of steel tube from here, obviously down to the mount. And on the mount, we're going to have a vertical piece of steel tube. So it's basically just the cap welded on with the hole, and this slips on our engine mount that we made, just like that. The bolt does up through here, and we simply weld a bar that goes from here to our nice new bit of pipe here, and we just notch it out really neatly, so it should look super neat when it's all said and done. So last but not least, let's lay some pipe. That doesn't make sense. One down, one to go. So our engine mounts are now fully fabricated, and I'm really stoked with how these have turned out. But let's go ahead and give these a lick of paint, throw them on the motor, and then it'll be officially mounted in our Lamborghini build. So freaking cool. This is the most hyped I've been for this whole build. And that is because our 13B motor is officially mounted in the engine bay of the Lamborghini. And I'm so freaking proud of those engine mounts. They look absolutely fantastic. And look at that, it's right at home in that engine bay. Like I said, it's a bit of a bummer that they can't be symmetrical, but I think it looks absolutely fantastic. All of that measuring, all that time absolutely paid off. And I guess we can say this thing is officially rotary now, and that is actually insane. But we're not done just yet. So 13B turbo motors are known for creating a lot of heat, and the one thing you need to do to keep them reliable is to keep them cool. The oil and the water, it's absolutely essential that you keep them within their operating window. Luckily for us, Phoenix Radiators have sent us out a whole bunch of goodies to do exactly that. Look at this. I'm being completely honest when I say builds like this one honestly just could not happen without the help of sponsors like Phoenix Radiators. These guys sent us out our radiator and intercooler for the rear wheel drive Evo, and it's been absolutely flawless. I love their stuff. But for the Lamborghini build, these guys have gone absolutely above and beyond for us. We have an intercooler, a radiator, we have a spowl fan, and I believe they've made us a custom fan shroud, knowing that we're doing a rear mounted radiator. So I'm really excited to get this stuff open. And of course, 2 oil coolers. They're very, very essential for our 13B motor. And since we just got the motor mounted, I thought it would be an awesome time to unpack the Phoenix intercooler and mount it onto our custom 2-step garage E36 intercooler bracket that we sell. Check this out. Ooh, how good. I absolutely love these things. Look at the quality. Insane. Look at that. Beautiful. So freaking good. So our intercooler brackets are laser cut and perfectly bent to fit this exact size intercooler. This is your like generic size intercooler that you see on all the cars, but this bracket is also made to fit an oil cooler on it, which is pretty sick, but we're obviously not going to use those brackets because we're doing a fully custom setup. But because we've retained the stock E36 rails, it means that this is actually probably going to work for us. That looks so freaking cool. Look at that. The Lamborghini coming together one piece at a time. How good does that intercooler look just hidden in there? You can just see it. Perfect. Obviously, getting flow to the intercooler is going to be another thing altogether, but that looks amazing. Every little part that we chuck in this engine bay is just elevating it to another level. Of course, we still need to fit this guy in there, but that'll be in the next video. I'm actually mind blown with how well this thing is coming together. But while we're opening Phoenix stuff, we may as well go ahead and kind of dummy fit the rear mounted radiator in the back and see exactly where we're gonna put it. And this is our custom fan shroud that Phoenix have sent us, but I didn't realize they'd gone to extra lengths with this thing, because check this out. This is absolutely incredible. So if you didn't know, this design right here is actually the design on the back of my hoodie right now. I can't show you because I'm one person and I cannot, and I'm not one of those flexible circus people, but this is our Angry Boy design that we have on our merchandise and on our steering wheels, and the Phoenix boys fabricated this shroud for us to hold the spowl fan onto our radiator, and they added this extra touch, which I'm honestly blown away by, and I did not expect this at all. So a massive shout out and thank you to the team at Phoenix. You honestly made my day today. All right, enough mucking around with the radiator stuff. We've got the car on the hoist, and that is because whilst we have our engine mounts done, we have not yet done the gearbox mount, and to do that we need to get the car in the air. So I've brought in a little bit of help for the gearbox mount because my brain is fried from making the engine mounts. We're gonna get Dave to help us with the gearbox mount, and he's come up with a pretty good idea, which is cool because I would not have made it this way.
So I raided Mike's little scrap pile over there.
We make everything out of scrap metal.
All of it. So gonna start off with some angle iron. It's gonna come bolt up into there on obviously both sides. And then we got some mad roll cage tube, which I'll kind of notch and put up into there.
Hell yeah.
Like so. And then grab some of this box section and kind of drew the little design up there.
Little Batman like ninja star thing.
Ninja star that I'll notch and cut, and that will kind of get bolted there and sit into the tube.
Oh, and then the tube will go into the notch in the front.
The little notch there, and bolt
sick.
up, and we'll look all sexy and awesome.
Having Dave here to help with the gearbox mount is certainly a breath of fresh air, and it's always interesting seeing how a real fabricator would approach a job like this. So I was more than happy to sit back, watch, and learn.
Do you know how nice it is not having to work on my own car? It is so good.
Alrighty guys, so I'm pretty much halfway through making this gearbox mount. A little bit different from the final design, or the first design I had. I think this is going to work a lot better. I had to have the arch coming up because one side sits about, I don't know, 50 mil lower than the other, as you can see there. So got that all welded up, looking nice. This is the other piece that's actually going to tie the gearbox to the mount, which I've got a nice little notch in there that's going to sit just in under there, like so.
That looks so good.
Super nice.
It's a nice wee package.
You did a good job on those engine mounts, and
oh, thank you.
Having this, gonna tie it together and it's gonna be perfect.
Look sick. This is my mate Dave, and this is his gearbox cross member. So good. Dude, that looks sick.
Yeah, come up alright.
I'm so happy. I didn't even have to do anything. That's the best part. Throw it in, son.
Ooh, yeah. There we go. Look at that.
Bro.
Straight in.
Like a glove. I actually love that, dude. That looks so good. Now the fun part, you get to move the jack out of the way. If the gearbox falls out, it's totally your fault.
Alright.
Stayed in.
Perfect.
That is so good. That's a good looking mount, dude. Well done. Absolutely killed it. So I'm absolutely wrapped that our 13B is now fully mounted in the car, and we can now call this thing a 13B Rotary fake Lamborghini, which is kind of a mouthful. But while we're under here, we're actually gonna do a couple of jobs. And the first thing is dropping the stock fuel tank. Now the stock fuel tank is actually in a fantastic position, but we're not gonna use it because we've got a Raceworks fuel cell to throw on top. And this area here, we're actually gonna use as ducting for our rear mounted radiator. That probably doesn't make a whole lot of sense just yet, but it will in a couple of minutes when you see us mount the radiator on top and how we're going to do it.
Yummy.
There you go. Getting rid of all this stuff is so satisfying, honestly. And just like that, we're fully stripped underneath. Everything that we want gone is gone, and it's gonna be so satisfying under here. Just cutting off all the little bits that are sticking out we don't need, undersealing the whole thing. It's gonna be good. But for now, we're gonna bring the car down and we are going to mount our rear mounted Phoenix radiator. We're getting so much done in this video and it's all for you. So if you feel like it, hit that subscribe button, help the channel out, hit the like button even if you feel like it. We are mounting the radiator in a kind of interesting way, but basically we need to chop a big hole into our car. So these holes right here are actually the factory holes for the fuel sender on top of the original fuel tank.
And we're basically using these holes as a template to cut a big hole in the floor, and this is where we'll get our fresh air for our rear mounted radiator setup.
Hole! Perfect. We threw some cardboard on the other side of the radiator so we don't mark it because it's freaking beautiful and we want to look after this thing. Here you go, David.
Thank you.
We decided to lay the radiator towards the front of the car to be a little bit different, but mostly to expose this beautiful new shroud that Phoenix made us.
These are our beautiful brackets that I just whipped up.
They look good, dude.
All right, bit of scrap steel. And now I'll kind of just sit and weld in there.
Measure 3 times, cut once. Measure once, cut 3 times. Yep. So currently we've just got foam sitting on top of our square tube at the moment because we are going to make mounts, but for now we're going to sit the radiator in. Oh yeah. That's crazy, eh? I think that's very cool. Not bad with the plates that you've made down below. I'm so happy. Hey, I appreciate you. Make sure you follow Dave on Instagram as well. Do it. We are installing the turbo onto our 13B rotary engine. And of course I have Bailey here to help us because he's the turbo manifold wizard in our friend group and I know nothing about building a turbo manifold. Not only that, I would not trust myself with a MIG welder welding it together.
MIG welder? I don't know if I could classify myself as a professional because I have yet to be paid for a turbo manifold, but I have made one before, so that makes me the expert.
He's not getting paid for this one either. Joke's on you.
Help me guys, please. So what have we got? We got a 3582, little 8.2 rear housing.
You said it's too small. I think it's just small enough.
I think the rear housing might be a touch small, but there's only one way to find out.
By the way, if you haven't seen Bailey's channel, go and check it out. He's almost, or probably by the time you guys see this, at 1,000 subscribers, but he just got himself a turbo Falcon.
No, don't promote that. I have a really cool build as well, guys.
Nah, just the Falcon. He's also got a Barra R33 Skyline that he's building.
That's the one you should watch.
I'm all about the Falcon, let's be real. His videos are fantastic. The link to his channel is the top comment on this video. Go and subscribe, support the people that support me. You will not regret it. So turbo manifold, well, it's not a big turbo, but it does have some size to it compared to, I would say, the room that we have to put the turbo in.
Yes, we don't have much room. So the first part of building your manifold is figuring out where you want this.
As close to the front so that everyone can see it as possible.
I don't know if that's what you're getting today, sir. It's quite tight there. Firstly, we're actually going to have to put the lower intake manifold on this car to figure out what our clearance is going to be like in that area.
Yes.
From there, we can sort of figure out where we can put this, whether it go at the front or the back. I know Mike's going to want this thing to sound nuts, so he's going to want a nice dose pipe on it. So yes, maybe if we push it a little further back, we can get a longer one for him, which should sound pretty good.
I do like long ones. So.
Yeah, he likes big, long, fat ones. So.
I am beyond excited.
Before we start building the turbo manifold, we need to remove everything we don't need from the intake manifold and fit it to the 13B motor so we can build the custom manifold around it and make sure the manifolds stay well clear of each other. We also chop the top off the intake manifold as we'll be building a custom plenum in a later video.
So Bailey is currently figuring out the position of our turbo and where exactly it's going to sit, and we think it's probably going to be somewhere around here. Nice and straight though. Bailey's a bit on the piss at the moment.
Yeah, so there's a few things you got to keep in mind when you start positioning where you want your turbo. Mostly like wastegate position as well. We need to be able to fit a wastegate on a turbo manifold. You can't have it sit too tight near any of the chassis rails or strut downs. But also something to keep in mind is turbos have oil and water lines, so you need to make sure you can actually get those in there too.
Our water comes in and out from here and here. On some nice AN fittings that we'll weld on, which is pretty cool.
And also, you want it to look good, because what's the point of doing all this if it looks bad?
I know, we can't hide the turbo. It needs to be, it's like really the crowning jewel of the engine bay. So what is this?
That is 50 NB tubing, cut in a few places to look like that.
Rotaries are crazy because they have, like usually when we're building something for like the E36, mini pipes are had.
Yeah, but they're also a lot smaller.
Oh yes,
yeah,
okay.
Unfortunately for us, like Renesys motors just have the weirdest shaped ports. They're big rectangles, and unfortunately they're 50 mil tall for us. So we're using 50 NB piping, which is quite large. So when we say 50 NB, I mean 50 mil internal diameter for the pipe. Usually on like a Fivo or a Chaser or a normal car, you'd use something similar to, or something closer to 32 NB.
Oh dang, so we're pretty big.
Tiny, yeah, so we're big. Hopefully that doesn't ruin our throttle response. Usually when you go a smaller pipe, you'll get a punchier feeling car. 50 NB is quite large, so being a rotary, it should be okay, but we'll just trial and error it, I guess.
Yeah. We did hit a bit of a roadblock as I accidentally ordered a T4 instead of a T3 flange. Luckily we had this eBay turbo lying around.
It did have a T3 flange on the cast that we chopped off and we're gonna use for our manifolds. But shout out to Burnouts Unlimited because they sent us this flange express. They also did the flange for the turbo engine side, and they do a bunch of flanges, a bunch of stuff. They supply two-step garage, everything. So please check out burnoutsunlimited.com.
So Bailey got cracking with the turbo manifold, starting with the collector. He cut it down to fit our second-hand T3 flange and tacked it all together. Next up, we bolted the collector to the turbo and set it in the engine bay in the spot where it's going to live, before tacking on some steel rod between the engine side flange and the turbo to hold it all in place. Then it's back out and onto the welding table to connect it all together. Watching Bailey do his thing, I have massive respect for fabricators, as this truly is an art form, putting together a puzzle for adults. I'm pretty sure I accidentally stared at the welding like 5 times while filming this too.
Well, that was a very fun process to watch, but check this out. Bailey has been hard at work, and look at this, dude. That looks just absolutely ridiculous.
This does look quite manly.
I was gonna say, like,
Commonly, I'm not sexist.
wow, you've just entered the cancel my channel culture.
Yeah, it does look quite beefy, does it not? These are some big noodles, some spicy crankskis we've got going on here.
Dude, I'm really happy with my mistake, if I'm honest, because that looks absolutely redonkulous.
Careful, she is hot.
It is quite warm, but it's nice.
We're going to now chuck it on the car and make sure I made something that actually fits.
That's a good idea. Yeah. So we're actually going to test fit the turbo and the manifold, but then Bailey's going to take it away and finish weld it himself, which this is like the most exciting thing ever. It's like freaking Christmas time right now, but let's go. You get to do the honors because you made it. Please fit, please fit, please fit.
It's so hot, I don't know where to hold it from. And she goes. It is hard to see where the
you're almost on the start. There you go.
Did I miss? I missed.
No, you're on.
Am I?
Yep.
No, completely. Did I? What? Oh.
That's it.
Bang, dude. Look at that.
Dude, look how well that fits.
Let's chuck a nut on it.
That's crazy. That looks absolutely awesome. But, moment of truth.
Yes. Let's see if the turbo fits. Because if it doesn't, it is scrap metal.
Yeah, we're just going to start again. And the turbo is not officially mounted. But that looks so freaking good. What do you think? Oof. That looks good, dude. I'm freaking stoked. Intercooler piping should be pretty tidy.
Yeah, I think we'll route it sort of down
we might
here.
Have to, yes.
Through there,
yeah.
around.
And around to this side. And then up here we'll have a pleated intercooler piping will go down there. But that looks absolutely crazy. So Bailey took the turbo manifold to his own shop and finish welded it there, and he even gave it a lick of paint. What an absolute champion. And Bailey has absolutely outdone himself with this one. Honestly, get yourself a friend like Bailey, because this is absolutely exceptional work. I'm so lucky to have friends like Bailey who can help me out with this kind of stuff. This build would not be possible without people like him. But now's the really exciting part, because we get to fit the turbo and the manifold finished onto the motor. Of course, it'll just be dummy fit because all of this has to come back out so we can lay paint and make it look all beautiful. But man, I'm so excited. Let's go ahead and throw this in the car. That went on so easily. Now for the turbo. And I honestly couldn't be happier with the end result. Look at that. It's so chunky, and the position of our turbo is perfect. You can still see it, which is really important for me when you pop the front trunk. You really want the turbo to punch you in the face, and that certainly does, but it's in the perfect position where we can make intercooler piping really simply to our Phoenix intercooler. We can get a big 4-inch intake on this thing, which will likely angle down this way, and we can easily get a nice big dump pipe through and out under the car. I'll show you guys what it looks like inside the car. So this is what it looks like from behind, and it is just such a good looking piece of kit, but you can also see we have so much room for the dump pipe through here, which is really, really nice. Anyway, enough waffle, let's go ahead and start making our firewall. We're using stainless steel welding rod to capture the shape of the car and figure out exactly where the firewall is going to go within the engine bay. All right, so we have our little template with the rod here, this is basically how the firewall is going to go, and we're going to basically meet it up to here, and then we'll do another piece down to there, but this is probably going to be 3 pieces in itself. So this is really about to test my fabrication skills to the limit basically, but there's only one way to learn, and that is giving it a crack. So let's give it a crack.
We start by tracing our new shape onto cardboard, then we simply cut out the shape with a pair of scissors. After a quick test fit, it's time to trace the shape onto steel before cutting it out with a grinder. Then we bend it to shape, and look at that, it fits like a glove. We do the same for the other side, and look at that, it's starting to look pretty good. Then it's pretty much a rinse and repeat process for the rest of the firewall.
We've got our corner pieces here now, and basically this is somewhat how it's going to look. I've already done the other side as well. It's currently just sitting there, but I'm actually really happy with the way this all looks so far. We kind of abandoned the first shape that I was going to do, and that is simply because as I was making the shapes, it kind of naturally just came together this way much easier. But let's go ahead and tack these pieces in. Oof, that is looking good. And just like that, we've gone from these random shaped pieces of cardboard to this pretty cool looking firewall. I am super happy with how that all came out. It definitely wasn't the shape that we planned, but it kind of worked itself out organically in the end. And I think this looks pretty darn good. Obviously, it's in its complete raw state at the moment, and there's still quite a bit of work here left to be done, but it all fits pretty nicely with the BMW E36 body. And basically what we'll do from here on is do spot welds everywhere around the setup, and then we'll seam seal it so it all looks super tidy and it's nice and fire resistant. But look in the engine bay, or engine cave as Woz was calling it before. Now that it's all enclosed, it looks so cool, and the front trunk is really starting to take shape now. So I think we can all agree the front looks pretty freaking good. The back definitely leaves a little bit to be desired as it sits right now. It looks a little bit like a ute as it sits, or a pickup truck if you're in America, which is kind of weird. Obviously we don't have the lids or anything on back here at the moment, or the rear bumper, which definitely helps. But one big thing that's going to completely change the look of the rear of this car is this rear wing right here. This thing is absolutely huge. Well, that's what I thought, at least when I bought it, but when you put it on the back of this Lamborghini Diablo shell, it actually doesn't look very big at all. In fact, it looks far too small, which is absolutely crazy, because on any other car, this would be huge. This is 1.7 meters wide, this wing. But realistically, this wing needs to sit and match the outside edge of the body. Luckily, I have a plan to fix this. And in this video, we are going to fix the rear wing and hopefully mount it to the car itself. We're also going to mount our rear bumper, as well as a bunch of Raceworks goodies in the back here, as well as build some bash bars and stuff. So this is actually going to be a really chunky episode, which means we should probably get straight into it. First things first, we need to figure out how to make this wider. I do have a theory on how we're going to do this. It may not be the right way, but whether it works or not, it's going to be entertaining for you guys to watch. We need to add about 150 millimeters either side of the wing, so that's 300 in total. And the first thing we're going to do is cut this wing in half.
This type of work is well outside the scope of my knowledge, but with the help of a tape measure and the iPhone calculator app, I marked the center of our wing before getting our trusty grinder and cutting it in half. Well, there's definitely no turning back now.
So our wing is now cut in half and ready to be rejoined. How are we going to do that, you ask? Using some box tube and our trusty expander foam. Like I said earlier, this may not be the perfect way to do this, but this is the way we're going to do it. I'm going to chuck cardboard underneath the wing before we lay the expander foam, because the expander foam is incredibly sticky and will stick to the concrete and make an absolute mess. And basically what we're going to do is get our box tube and literally just slide it into the wing. It's like the perfect size as well for the gap in the wing. It's 50 millimeter box tube. Essentially, we're just gonna slide it into the middle, exactly like this, and then we're actually gonna weld our new mounts to this box tube. So it's gonna be really handy to have this in here, as well as obviously providing support. But basically, once we figure out this gap and make sure that it's perfectly 300 mils, we're gonna fill it with expander foam everywhere and leave it overnight to dry. One last check to make sure it's all straight before we do our expander foaming. No turning back now, here we go. And now we fill the center. Now's the hard part, we have to wait for it to dry. So while that is drying, I figure we may as well be productive, and we're going to mount the rear bumper.
To do this, we're going to drill a few holes on either side of our fiberglass shell before dummy fitting the bumper and marking out where we need to drill the holes for our rib nuts we'll be using. Then we remove the bumper, drill our holes and insert our M6 rib nuts. Once they're clamped using our rib nut tool, it's time to officially mount the rear bumper.
Time to remove the jack. Boom. All right, so the rear bumper is mounted. At the moment, it's only mounted on the outsides. We decided not to mount it on the inner just yet because we're actually about to build a bash bar that goes around the inside here, and we think we're going to somehow kind of mount all that together because the bumper is quite heavy actually, and although rib nuts are quite strong, the last thing we want is the bumper flying off at the track. So we're definitely going to add some more strength, but I really do love how this bumper looks. Obviously we need flush wheel fitment here and we need the wing on here, so don't judge just yet. Speaking of the wing, our foam has now dried. I actually cut these pieces off before because my ADD got the better of me. It didn't do exactly as I wanted. For some reason we have like these crazy holes in here, but I don't actually think that's going to be a bad thing because we are going to use fiberglass filler on top of this to strengthen everything up.
I'm using a $50 fiberglassing kit from the local hardware store, which is really simple to use and super handy for repairing fiberglass body parts or extending a wing for your fake Lamborghini.
So our fiberglass is now dry, and what we have here is a wing that is literally taller than me. This thing is freaking huge. But now that we've officially widened the wing, it's time to go ahead and figure out exactly how we're actually going to mount it to the car. So in here, I've actually bent up a bash bar for the rear already. I've also gone ahead and cut out some end plates, and what we're going to do is weld the plates to our frame rails. We're going to set it up all the way back here, and then we're going to mount the wing straight off the bash bar.
We've mounted the bash bar at this specific angle as we'll be adding mounts to it to strengthen the fiberglass shell itself, as well as mounting our wing off it. We'll also add some reinforcements from the bash bar to the chassis when we do the final chassis fab. Now it's time to dummy fit our rear wing and do a bunch of measurements to make sure it's in the perfect position.
I think we're happy with the placement of the wing. Obviously it looks a bit funny at the moment because it's being held up by wood, but I think that is where we're going to run it.
So we measure and cut our 6mm steel that we're using for our wing mounts. Then I mark out the notches using a piece of the same size tube that I welded in for our bash bar. Once that's done, we cut out the notches, drill our mounting holes, and then mount our new plates to the wing.
Time to see if all the measuring paid off. So I think our wing is exactly where we need it, and now we're gonna weld the stays onto our bash bar. So this is how it looks with the stays sitting on the bash bar. I'm pretty happy with this, to be honest. At the moment it's all the way jacked up flat, but we do have adjustment in the plates where we can sit the wing forward, which we will do after we tack weld these plates on. But I'm so hyped on the setup, like that is so freaking cool. But let's get it tacked. gonna chuck the wing end plates on to complete the look, but man, this is looking so freaking good. I'm going to dummy fit our surge tank and our fuel cell in the back. I was really hoping to get the stuff mounted in this video, but there's just absolutely no time. The wing took ages, but there's nothing wrong with a cheeky dummy fit just to see how it's all going to look. Ooh, there's nothing quite like new Raceworks products. So good. So here we have a 57 litre Raceworks fuel cell. These are baffled. They also have a fuel level sender as well, which is awesome. Hopefully we can hook that up to our digital dash when we get it all running. But this is the exact same setup that we use in our rear wheel drive Evo. But for now, we're gonna place this guy in the back here. And of course we have our surge tank as well. So this is a twin 044 surge tank. That means it holds 2 big fuel pumps, which will hopefully be enough to feed our 13B turbo rotary motor. This guy will slip in somewhere around here. And once you start putting all this stuff in the rear end, this thing starts to look like a real full-on race car. Jeez, it really does look good back here with the Phoenix radiator, the Raceworks fuel setup, a big wang, and this is what it looks like from the rear. I'm absolutely obsessed with this. Of course, like I said earlier, we don't have that proper wheel fitment at the back, but that rear wing completely fills in the rear end of this car and just complements it so well. In the center back here, we're actually gonna cut it out and we're gonna have the exhaust running through here, which is gonna be pretty cool. We'll have a number plate here, and of course we'll have the rear lids on the car as well. But man, I actually didn't imagine this looking as good as it does. And of course the wing needs a whole bunch of bodywork, so when it's all complete it will look even better. But gosh, here's a quick side shot of the car with the wing, and man, this thing looks so supercar vibes. But now quickly, while I have you guys, I actually have something I need your help with. So while Woz and I were discussing the headlights the other day, he said, man, it would be so cool if you had the pop-ups, because the Diablo came out with flush headlights, but it also came out with pop-ups. Well, it turns out the kit actually came with the pop-up headlights in case we wanted to use them instead of the flush ones. And while I'm not a fan of the pop-ups, I am a fan of the sleepy eye look that they have on the 180 SXs, and I thought perhaps it could be cool to have that look on the fake Lamborghini drift car. Well, I actually chopped down one of these headlight buckets, and this is what it looks like with the sleepy eye kind of look. I think it looks pretty freaking cool. It's definitely very JDM spec, and then we could hide like an LED bar in here for the headlights. I guess the beauty of this setup is we could probably do both. I can run the sleepy eyes for a while, and then we can switch out and run the flush headlights as well. But anyway, enough of that. Now it's time to shuffle some cars around in the shop, because we're going to put the Lamborghini on the hoist and lift the shell off the car. This is the less fun thing, doing the musical chairs thing in the shop, so let's get it done. Having a smaller shop and lots of cars means we're constantly playing musical chairs, moving things around. Though considering we started this YouTube channel in a tiny single car garage, I'm definitely not complaining. Once the car's in place, I removed the huge surfboard sized rear wing and unbolted the mounts holding the body to the chassis before carefully lifting off our Diablo shell. Look how freaking wild that looks with no shell on it. God damn, that looks so freaking cool. Shell up here, car down here. I would honestly be tempted one day to take this thing for a drive with no shell on it, but unfortunately, I think once the shell goes on the next time, it's basically going to be on permanently, because we're going to have things on the car welded on that will basically obstruct the shell from coming off. Of course, if we ever need to take the shell off, we can cut those things out. If anything really drastic happens, hopefully that never does, but that just looks absolutely wild. So the first thing I'm going to do right now is finish off welding the bars onto our roll cage. So we're missing a couple. As you can see on the side, we've got these bars here. They are non-existent on this side, so that's these two right here. So we'll throw those in, and then also back here, we've got 2 legs that go from here down to the back wheel arches. So I'm going to spend the next couple of hours slapping those in and fully welding around our whole roll cage, which is, yeah, it's going to take some time. Luckily for you guys, you're watching YouTube, so you get to see this thing happen really quickly. Enjoy. And just like that, we have hit another huge milestone for this build. The cage is officially fully welded in the car. And I still cannot get over how awesome this thing looks without the shell on it. But having this cage fully finished is just, well, it's a massive relief because that was a huge job. There's so many welds in a full cage like that. I mean, usually we just run a half cage with side intrusions in all of our other race cars because that's all we have to have. So the amount of bars in this versus that is just absolutely crazy. So the next steps with this cage is we will etch prime the whole thing. As you can see, I've kind of thrown a little bit on here to see what it's going to look like because I get way too excited with my ADD. But we'll etch prime the whole thing to make sure it doesn't rust. And of course, we're going to paint this cage. What color are we painting it? Well, we're actually going to paint the cage a very bright white, and that's because it's going to pop on the color that we're going to paint the shell, but I'm not going to let you guys in on that just yet. So the next thing we need to tackle on the car is our custom shortened steering columns. But this has to go somewhere in here. Now to determine where that needs to go, we need to put a seat into the car, sit in the car, and then tack the mount for this in the proper position.
It's super important we get the seating and steering wheel position perfect in this build, as there's very little room inside the cockpit. Once we're happy with the placement, we cut out a hole for our steering column and use an adjustable axle stand to perfectly set the height of the column. After one final check to make sure it's all perfect, we weld in some rods to hold the bracket in place.
Well, I'm certainly lucky that I had help with that job because that was definitely not a one-man job. But this is currently how it all sits. Look at that. So that is where we're going to have our steering column. The rods are welded in, so now we can go ahead and box this section in. Then we need to make a bar, basically what's called a dash bar, that will support the steering column and also allow us to run our digital dash. And of course we want to make that in a way that it doesn't get in the way of our actual dash itself. Then we have to go ahead and actually shorten the steering shaft as well. So there's still plenty to do. But I'm hoping by the end of this video we can have a steering wheel bolted to the car and have the wheels turning, which would be a huge moment for the build. Once again, I still can't get over how this car looks just sitting here. I constantly find myself just standing and staring at it, and I have to keep reminding myself to actually get to work. Speaking of, let's box out our steering column. This bit was quite complicated to get right. Lots of little niggly bits to kind of get into. Also, by the way, the BMW engineers who built these cars love to use the seam sealer just everywhere. They just coat everything in it, which makes welding very difficult. Would you look at that? We built a box. Look at our beautiful creation there. Obviously, all just tacked in at the moment. I'll go ahead and tidy it up later when we tidy up all the whole area and paint everything. But I'm really happy with that. Quite a few complicated shapes to try and get that done. Obviously, we've still got to fill this area down here in. That's the last piece that I'll do, probably off camera at some point. That's where our clutch pedal is going to go. So now what we're going to do is throw the steering column back into the car. Then we have to measure how long our steering shaft needs to be. Then we're probably going to have to cut this down and shorten it a little bit.
Once again, we're fitting the steering column so we can measure exactly how much we need to shorten our steering shaft to make it work with our new setup. It turns out we needed to take about 70 millimeters out of it. So I measured and marked the steering shaft, cut it on the bandsaw, and carefully welded it all back together.
And this is our custom steering shaft. Look at that, looks stubby guy. Of course we'll paint it and make it look all fancy later on when we do the rest of the engine bay, subframe and everything, but for now, let's throw this in the car and we're one step closer to having this thing turn with a steering wheel, which is pretty freaking cool. First, we've got to fit it to the steering column. Slide it in. Tap it in, tap it in. All right, our steering column is officially installed. I'm so freaking happy with that because that's a job that I was very much procrastinating because it's quite a ways out of my depth in terms of my fabrication skill level, but highly satisfying. So we've got this piece of scrap tube. I absolutely love using up the scrap pile for our dash bar. And essentially, it's just going to go something like this. So weld to the tunnel, weld to the cage, weld some tabs down to our column, and boom, we have ourselves a dash bar. Nothing quite like keeping it simple. Remove this guy, and look at that. How freaking sick. Steering column is in. I'm definitely happy with the design. Super simple, but looks good, and hopefully it's gonna work. Which means after all of that hard work, we now get the reward of throwing a steering wheel on this thing and seeing if the wheels actually turn. We've got a quick release on the car as well now. Boom. Look at that, steering wheel on the car. So freaking stoked. Oh my God. I guess we should probably jump in the driver's seat and actually see what the seating position is like. He's toy in here. All right, steering wheel, me, so good. It's really hard to show it on camera from my seating position, but this is honestly like absolutely perfect. Completely nailed it, which is really cool because such an important aspect of the car to have the steering wheel in the right space. And you've just got enough viewing room out here, which is absolutely crazy. Honk, honk. This actually feels wild to be sitting like in this car properly now with the steering wheel in the right place. We should probably check whether the steering wheel actually works. Look at that. Of course, we've got no power steering hooked up at the moment. I'm trying to do that with one hand. No binding that I can feel, which is really nice. One thing I'm going to do quickly with the car, because I think we all deserve it, is I'm just gonna wheel this outside to make sure the steering all works nicely, and I just wanna push it outside. Just stand back and stare at it for a second, and just marvel at all of our hard work up until this point. Yes. That's crazy. That is an absolutely incredible feeling. It rolls so easily, it turns so easily, so we have no bind in the steering, which is really nice. And it's so handy to be able to turn this thing finally, because it's such a pain to move around the shop. That is so much better. Now we have all the clearance in the world. I also cut some like off down here because the guard here like finishes, and you could kind of see the E36 guard on the inner kind of poking out, so I got rid of that. I threw a couple of stitch welds down here, but basically I'll stitch weld everything, seam seal everything so it's all sealed off, and then here obviously this is where we're going to add all of the sheet metal, make it all nice and pretty, but I'm going to add that sheet metal once the shell is obviously back onto the car, tag it from underneath, seal it all off, and make it all perfect. I did read a comment asking how we're going to stop smoke going into the cabin on the car, but the cabin will be all sealed off from the rear wheel, so we shouldn't get any smoke in the car, theoretically, if we do a proper job of it. Now we're going to do the same on this side, but I'm not going to put you guys through that, so we'll just do the quick click magic. Oh yeah, so much tidier. But now that we've removed so much from the rear, we definitely need to weld some stuff in for structural rigidity, because she's currently a little bit flimsy, which makes me nervous. So we are going to make a bar that goes from here and bends outwards and then back to here, pretty much like a mad strut brace for the back, so that the towers cannot flex. We've also got strut top reinforcement plates to weld in that we make it two-step garage. Cheeky wee plug there. But let's get this thing down on the ground, jack down. Woo! Look at that. That is just absolutely stupid. But it does make me so much happier now that we have all of the clearance and the guards, and all that janky metal is now gone. But now I've actually decided to change tact a little bit, and we're going to move on to the front of the car, because I'm actually going to pull the 13B turbo motor out of the engine bay so we can go ahead, prep it, and paint it. Now, like I mentioned in the last video, it's really hard to kind of prioritize what jobs we need to do with this car. But one of the big ones is painting the engine bay, and we cannot do it with the shell on the body because we can't pull the motor out of the car through this tiny hole in the bonnet. So right now is technically our best opportunity to do this. So without further ado, let's get the engine crane and let's pull this motor out of the car. Literally 10 minutes later and we have the 13B engine out of the engine bay. I absolutely love how easy this setup is to work on. BMW definitely nailed it with being able to unbolt the whole front of the car and remove it. Of course, we don't have a front anymore, but when we take the motor out of the E36, it's exactly the same. You just unbolt the front and that way you just lift the engine a tiny bit, pull it back and boom, it's out. So good. And now we have to get the engine bay ready for paint. I'm keeping it really simple in this engine bay. There's not really going to be much in it. We're going to run electric power steering in this car. So there's nothing we really need to add. But what we do need to do is tidy up these strut tops. They look kind of atrocious at the moment. We're going to shave the engine bay, remove all of the little metal pieces. So let's get to work and stick around to see exactly what color we're going to paint this thing a little later in the video. How do you like those retention tactics? Let's go.
We're re-welding the strut tops in an attempt to get the welds looking a little nicer before we lay down some paint. I'd say we got them looking about 50% better, which is a pretty good improvement. Then I cut out the excess metal from our steering column mount before beginning to fill in the gaps in the firewall. I'd say the firewall's been the most challenging job throughout the whole build so far, but as long as it's completely sealed and doesn't look terrible, I'll be happy as none of it is actually visible when the car goes back together. Also, if you're wondering about my terrible haircut, I actually got a hair transplant in Turkey, but I'll post a video about that experience soon.
I will be a very happy man when this firewall is done because it's been a very, very tedious process. And finally, our firewall is all sealed up. That definitely tested my patience and fabrication skills, of which I don't have many, especially for a job like this. But basically this is how it all turned out. Obviously, it looks a little rusty at the moment because we have a little bit of surface rust on our sheet metal. Ignore that. But it is a pretty wacky shape, but this is how it ended up with our steering column. Down here, we have some gaps to fill, but that's fine because that is the underside of the car that we're painting black. Basically here, and up this back wall is what we're aiming to paint today. I'm honestly so excited to lay some paint down on this thing. But right now we're gonna wheel this thing outside. We need to degrease the hell out of this engine bay, and we also need to shave a couple more things down with the flappy disc. Then we can etch prime and lay down some paint. Alright, that is it. I've had enough of fabrication. I've had enough of making this look as good as I can. But overall, I'm so proud of everything that we've done here so far. But now it is time to degrease the engine bay. So we'll degrease it, we'll pressure wash it, and then we'll try and dry it as quick as possible so we can lay down some etch primer. So I'm finally ready to mask this up and lay some paint, and of course It's literally just started raining outside, which is the worst luck ever, but it's still quite warm, so I think we still can get this painted.
One thing I did forget to film throughout this process is we did scuff the engine bay with a Scotch-Brite, and we also prepped the engine bay with wax and grease remover so that we wouldn't get any reactions when we laid down our paint.
Alright, so we're officially ready to lay some paint in our engine bay, and guess what? The sun came out, so it's perfect timing. Look, everything happens for a reason, I guess. And first things first, we're going to lay down our edge primer.
Painting anything on a car takes a huge amount of time, and 90% of that time is put into the prep, but it's a super rewarding job when you start to actually lay down the paint. Even getting it into primer and seeing it all one color put a massive smile on my face.
So I don't know if I mentioned it earlier, but the color we're painting the engine bay is dun 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 silver. Well, when you mix it, it's silver. Woo! Look at that. So good. So the reason we're painting it silver is because silver goes with any color. We painted our engine bay in the rear-wheel drive Evo silver. It just looks good. Plus I had a bunch of silver left over from when the Lancer used to be silver, so why not use that paint up? And of course we're gonna throw some signature sparkle in the mix as well. So finally, let's mix the paint and lay it down in the engine bay. Very difficult to do with one hand while filming, but I think we nailed it. And we got the thinners into our $49 Ryobi spray gun. So good. We've got to chuck our mask on. So the silver's all laid down in our engine bay. It actually looks pretty freaking awesome, but now it's time to add a little bit of extra spice, you know, and that is the sparkles. I simply use the Deluxe Duramax glitter effect from Bunnings, but the secret is you lay this down, then you have to clear over it with the gun to get it to really punch out. You can't just lay it down with this, because for some reason the clear in this can just does not come out very nice and shiny. So you have to do this as like the midpoint. So you lay down your base with the gun, lay this down as the sparkle. Obviously you can get the sparkle that you can just put in the clear as well, but I just do this. It's like 15 bucks from Bunnings and it works really well. A really good thing about this stuff as well is it does hide imperfections a little bit. Of course I'm going for the raw look with this engine bay because I want people to know, like, obviously we've done work, we've built this thing, and I want to kind of have that exposed. Don't worry, it'll still look super clean in the bay, but basically throw this stuff down. And you can go as thick as you want in terms of how much glitter that you want. We're absolutely going to hammer it on, of course. Now, it may not look like much on camera here, but when you get the torch out, hopefully you can see the glitter effect on the camera. And once you put the clear down with the gun, this stuff goes really hard. Sparkle is officially laid down. Now it's time to lay down the clear. This is my favorite part by far. The clear is the most rewarding part of the whole process. Probably too much. Probably don't need that much. Just kidding. Let's go lay down some clear. Mask on. I just want to interrupt the video quickly to let you know that the pre-order for our fake Lamborghini merch has just dropped on the Two Step Garage website. The design is right here on the screen. It was designed by Boogie from Night Rider and he absolutely killed it. The vintage vibe of the design is on point and it's all about building awesome, unique cars that bring people joy. The pre-order is open right now. We'll ship them anywhere in the world, and by buying some merch, you are directly supporting the channel and our builds. And as an added bonus, by purchasing some merch, you go in the draw to win a brand new Camus Sim Racing Rig. That is a direct drive steering wheel and pedals worth $500. And I'm gonna send it to one of you guys just for supporting the channel. The pre-order's open for 2 weeks. Get behind it, grab yourself some rad merch. Thank you guys so much. Back to the episode. And just like that, our engine bay is painted and I could not be happier with the results. It looks so damn good. Of course, it's still drying, but damn, it looks good all one color. All the holes on the motor are of course covered up, so we can't get any water in any places that water shouldn't be. The Good old SP Tools kit. This thing has done me so well. Literally changed the game in the shop when it comes to tools and how we work, which is so good. We're getting to the pointy end of the build now, and it feels pretty crazy knowing we're bolting the engine into the car for the final time. After degreasing the engine, it's time to pull the car outside and prep the shell for paint. By the way, this thing is so light. Drop your guesses in the comments below on how much you think this car will weigh when it's finished. Paint is mixed and ready to go. That is a bright white right there. So first of all, that kind of sucked. It was way more difficult than I anticipated it was going to be. I never realized roll cages take so long to paint, but there are so many little crevices and nooks and crannies that you need to get into, and it just takes so much paint as well. I did not expect it, but I guess it's absolutely beautiful. I'm so happy with that result. And this white is like the whitest white that you can get, and I chose this color because the color we're painting the shell, the white goes so well with it, and it's just absolutely going to pop. Boom, 13B back in its home. So good. We are making some friggin' crazy progress today, and I am all about it. Getting the chassis in place and mounting the shell took about 20 minutes, and it's relatively easy when you have someone else to help out. But it's a damn good feeling when that shell slips in place. And just like that, the shell is permanently on the chassis for the final time. Probably famous last words. And the cage looks gangster. What do you think, Nathan?
Yeah, it looks awesome.
It's good, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, like, it doesn't look super hard hitting on the primer, but
the cage pops. The first thing to grab your eye is the cage straight away. And
absolutely.
That's without the rest being nice.
So although the car is looking pretty awesome up top, it's looking pretty trash underneath. Look at this. It's so dirty and manky under here, but that is what we're gonna change. So we've got a whole bunch of brand new parts to go in the rear end here, and we've also got some reinforcing to do here, because BMW had a fundamental flaw in their E36 and E46 chassis where they would rip the subframe out of the body quite literally. So first things first, we're gonna rip this subframe out of the car. So I definitely forgot how dirty this car is. Look how disgusting it is under here. Man, we've got to get rid of all of this before we paint it, because that is gross. But the good news is the subframe is out, and that means the fake Lamborghini rear end is about to get a huge makeover. We have all of these gorgeous parts sitting here on the table that need to go into our rear end. So we've got solid subframe bushes, we've got solid trailing arm bushes, we've got our adjustable trailing arm bushes that we sell here at twostepgarage.com. These give you way more adjustment in your rear trailing arms. We have 2 sets of these rear camber arms from Max bedding rods. We need 2 sets of them because we're running true coilover in this car, so we get rid of the top spring perch, and we have 2 adjustable arms on each side, which gives us way more adjustment. The link is in the description for these camber arms, and you can use my discount code MikeLake. I believe it does give you 10% off store-wide on Max Bedding Rod's website, which is mad. We're actually going to have to modify these trailing arms though, because of how wide the rear end is on the Lamborghini. We've got our subframe reinforcement plates. Again, we sell these on Two Step Garage, and these are going to weld into the back of our car. Then we have the undercoat we're going to use on the car, and the first thing we're going to do is remove the old bushes from our subframe, and that means we get to play with fire. So this subframe does not fit in our small press here at our shop, so I'm going to burn these rubber subframe bushes out of our subframe using butane. That is super satisfying to me because I'm low-key a pyromaniac. Not like one that wants to burn down buildings or anything, but I do enjoy the odd campfire here and there. So let's go ahead and set these bushes on fire. Fire! You can't even see it on the camera, I don't think. To remove the bushes, I simply set them on fire and let them burn until the center piece of metal falls out. Then I cut all the way to the outside with a saber saw, then tap them out with a hammer and chisel.
Time to have a crack at cleaning this rear end, which I've been procrastinating all day. I started off with a wire brush and a vacuum, but that was not effective at all. Then I remembered I had this wee brush with plastic bristles, so I threw that in the drill and that worked really, really well.
So our reinforcement plates are literally just laser cut pieces of steel, and you simply weld them to your chassis. The first thing we want to do is get the chassis back to bare metal where we're going to weld it. Then we just go ahead and weld these guys on. Look at that. So good. Perfectly shaped.
It's really important to remove all the sound deadener and get it back to bare metal on these BMWs because the sound deadener is an absolute killer for welding. I use these stock bolts to hold the plates in place. Then I absolutely went to town on the welding, and I'm actually really happy with the end result considering I'm not a welder.
Alright, so now we have the underside of the body all sorted and ready. It's time to put some brand new bushes in our freshly painted subframe. This part is always super satisfying because the nice new bushes going into the nice new painted subframe always looks so good compared to the manky, dirty subframe that we had before. But here we have our brand new bushes for the subframe, and we also have a front diff bush that's going in as well. Some bushes are much harder to fit than others. These, I've already kind of half pushed this one in, seem like they're going to go in pretty easily, although that's usually famous last words. Rubber mallet. That's going in really easily. Like usually I'd use a G-clamp as well, and basically you press it in with the G-clamp, but I don't think we're even going to need that at this stage because that bush is basically all the way in where it needs to be. Boom! How good's that? Alright, that's the front bushes already done. So happy with that. Of course, it's always good to use the rubber mallet and not an actual hammer because there's a chance that you could crack and break the bushes. Ask me how I know that. Alright, now I'm going to throw the fronts in, but there's no point in showing you guys that all over again because we've already done that for the rears. So here we go with the YouTube magic. Boom! Look at that. Fresh subframe, brand new bushes ready to go in the car. Arm number 2 going in. Boom, look at that, extended arms, fully custom rear end. That's sick. All right, time for a test bit to see if this whole plan and all my measurements actually worked, which is kind of the nerve-wracking part really, but. All right, now is the hard part. Trailing arm by yourself. Look at this, wheel on the guard. We're going to be able to dial it in absolutely perfectly. And as you can see here, we're less than halfway through on our adjustment on our camber arms, which is awesome. So basically to dial in the wheel fitment, we just twist these in and out to get it perfect, and then we readjust the toe on the front bracket, because obviously if you push this hub out, it causes the wheel to toe in, and then you adjust this bracket out and it'll have the whole wheel pushed out whilst also still towing in the right direction. Of course, I took your guys' advice and we've gone ahead and sleeved over the top of the welds to make sure that this whole setup is super strong, because the last thing we want is one of these arms breaking, a wheel coming off, and we destroy our fiberglass body, which would be absolutely heartbreaking. Of course, I've now painted these arms as well. I added some sparkle in the paint, you know, signature sparkle, had to be done. But you'll see on this side, we've left all of the arms out. That's because the first thing we're gonna do in this video is start to finish our rear tubs.
This is the first time I've had to make inner guards for a car, so it was always going to be a bit of trial and error. Once I marked out my measurements and cut my steel, I tried to fit it all in one piece, but it just wasn't going to happen like that. So I ended up cutting it in half and fitting it in 2 pieces, which worked a lot better.
So many hours later, and I've half completed the job to a point where I'm pretty happy. So this is how it currently looks. As you can see, it's like half finished. So basically I welded in all of the sheet metal and then I seam sealed, but unfortunately I have run out of seam sealer. So basically it's just spot welded everywhere, and then I ran out of seam sealer back here. But my ADD of course got the better of me and I decided to throw down some undercoat. But this undercoat paint that I have, I'm not super happy with it. So I'm gonna jump into Autobahn tomorrow morning and get some of the good stuff, the stuff stuff that I know actually works. But I'm really happy to have this job pretty much done. It came out pretty well. I went all the way to the back here, and then back here we have mesh going in here as well. So I'm gonna throw the arms back in the rear and throw the rear end all back together. Then we're gonna make a bash bar for the front of our car.
Nailing the rear fitment on this build is so important to the overall look and feel of the car, and it's been one of the more challenging aspects of the build overall because the Lamborghini rear end is just so wide, but I think we may have finally nailed it.
Look at that. That looks absolutely insane. Our rear end is tentatively all back together. I also ended up cutting out the lip on the guard as well, just so that we don't break anything when we let the car down off the hoist. Here's the wheel fitment from the front, but check that out. That is so good. All right, so before we get this thing down onto the ground and get back to working on the interior, we've got to deal with an issue that a lot of men deal with these days, and that is a floppy front end. So of course our shell is mounted to our chassis. It's supported in the rear end, it's supported over the wheel arches, but the front at the moment is not supported at all, and oof, look at that. So Woz has gone ahead and bent us up a front bash bar. Thank God Woz has done the hard part of bending it up, so all we need to do is go ahead and weld it. So she's tack welded in, and the true test now is to see whether we can actually remove this thing. So as you can see, it's kind of sitting a little bit off from all the way at the front of the bumper, and that is just so we can slide it off where it bolts up, because if I had it all the way forward, there's no way you're ever getting it off, which would be a real pain in the butt. But where it is, it still acts as a bash bar, still supports the front of the car, but it's removable, hopefully. Moment of truth. Good news, it is removable, which is awesome news. So now we'll go ahead and final weld the whole thing, throw it back in the car. Bash bar successfully welded. Let's go. Time to YouTube magic this thing into the front of the car. Alright, so the bash bar is now in. Look at that. That looks absolutely phenomenal. Nice and simple, nothing too crazy or over the top, but exactly what it needs to be. But of course, the moment of truth here is we need to let the jack off the front of the car and see if it sits exactly where it needs to. Man, this is the slowest jack ever. What an anticlimax. So the front of the car is now sitting on the bash bar, and it's doing exactly what it needs to do. So I can tell because the front here used to sag a lot and get really close to the front tire, whereas now it's given us all the clearance around the front because we're actually supporting the front end, which is really nice. So we're gonna do something that I'm super excited about, and that is a real, I don't know how to say it. It's a real feature of this build, and that is, of course, the scissor doors on the car. Now we know they go up and down, but currently they aren't functional because they don't have struts. So as a human, you have to lift it up and down by yourself. Well, we don't want to be doing that at the track. Thank you, Dan.
It's also not that heavy, it's fiberglass.
Yeah, it's pretty good. But I'm very excited about getting these functional and actually working. So I went shopping and we bought some gas struts so that we can install these in the car and have the doors go up and down. Real satisfying like.
Do they make that sound as well?
Yeah, they go. Oh. But somehow we have to figure out how to get these into the car because there's no real manual or instructions. And of course, though this is, I guess, a one-of-one copy of a Lamborghini Diablo, it's not exactly the same, so we can't directly copy the Diablo for the door strut install, but we do have a fair idea of exactly how we're gonna do it, I think.
We'll make it work.
That's right. So we've already started cutting into our door. Shall we show them, Dan?
Doesn't look pretty just yet, but
nothing looks pretty until you finish it. And then even when I finish most of my stuff, it still doesn't look pretty. So basically these struts mount to the body and then to the inside of the door. But it's not perfectly straightforward when it comes to how these go up and down, because as they go in and down, these move down on an angle inside the door. So we've already cut a hole in this door, but you actually have to cut an oval shaped hole so that the strut can move up and down inside the door as it goes down. It's a little bit of maths that you have to figure out, which we're not very good at all.
No.
Yeah.
Mass is not my strong suit.
Exactly. And then we're also gonna have to make L brackets because the way it's gonna sit like this will bolt up like here on the body. So my freshly painted cage. So we'll make an L bracket that this bolts to, and then we'll have to fiberglass an L bracket to the inside of our door. Hopefully after all of that, we have something that resembles a scissor door that actually works.
What does it do?
Without further ado, put your mask on and let's Dremel out this hole and make sure it's big enough for our struts.
The scissor doors are an iconic feature of the Lamborghini, and this is perhaps the most important part of the whole build. There's just something about seeing those doors pop up that makes you feel a certain kind of way. So you can understand why I've lost sleep planning this install out in my brain. Fingers crossed it goes to plan.
Good? Yeah. Best tool in the SP Tools range right here. So good. Alright, so I have to admit, we got a little bit ahead of ourselves whilst installing the door strut, and our scissor door officially works. Daniel, do you want to do the honors? This is actually such a cool moment in this build. Are you ready?
Just make them
Oh, this is the pause for anticipation. Oh my god. So here's the L bracket that we made right here. I'm actually really happy with it. So that is flat-headed bolts bolted to our riv nuts. Then the strut goes up through our beautiful hole in the door, which I will finish off and make look really nice when we're doing all the finishing touches on the car. Obviously we'll paint this bracket as well. Then inside the car we come up, and what we did here, so here is a bracket that we made, and we basically, you fiberglass filler it to the inside of the door. So we flappy this down the inside of the door to expose the raw fiberglass. Then it's simply fiberglass filler. This plate goes all the way up to here. So fiberglass filler underneath, slap the plate on, 2 coats of fiberglass filler on top, and I'm gonna add another coat under here as well. But this is more than strong enough at the moment. Look at that. Fits beautifully. Look, so that's why we had to do the hole like this, because as you'll see when Dan puts it up now, it moves through the hole as it goes through the stroke. So you can see there all the way up. Look how close it is, but it fits perfectly. I'm so happy with that, dude.
Sick.
That's crazy.
So cool.
Oh my god. I love it. Scissor doors, baby. And it looks like the struts that we got are literally perfect for our doors. Now granted, we don't have the door card on yet or the window in the door, so that will add a little bit of weight, but it doesn't even have the door clicker in yet, and it stays down nicely. And then when you grab it, like, that is, that's unbelievable. We are installing our brand new Raceworks bucket seats. Look at these things. Like, these seats are absolutely exceptional quality and exactly what I was looking for the Lamborghini, because I really wanted something simple and not super over the top for this car. There are a lot of flashy bucket seats out there, but I just wanted black, nice, simple. Look at that Raceworks logo on the headrest, which is nice. Raceworks logo down here on the cushion, but nothing too over the top. But the best thing about these, they are FIA approved, which makes me really happy. Goes along with our awesome roll cage. This car is going to be nice and safe, which is good because obviously this is a fiberglass body. And if something bad was to happen, well, at least I know that we have the best safety gear. Not that anything bad is going to happen in this car because I'm going to drive it super responsibly, as you guys know. We also have the Raceworks brackets as well, so we can install the seats in the car. So the seating position in this car is super important and we have to nail it. Although it looks like we have a huge windscreen, because it's on such a slope, the actual window that we see out of is super narrow, but we also have a really low roof. So we have to have the seat low, but not so low that you can't see over the dash, but not so high that you're gonna hit your head on our roll cage. So we're gonna have to be pretty precise as to where these seats sit. In the interior here, we've already cut a huge hole, and that's simply to get all of the high spots out of the car. We need it completely flat. But we also cut the tunnel here because we want to push the seat as far into the center as possible. That gives us helmet clearance on this bar here. So I've got most of the sound deadening removed, and I was about to remove the last of it when I had an idea. So what I was originally gonna do, we've got this big hole in the floor here, and I was basically just gonna sheet that part in, and I realized why not cut the whole thing out and put one big sheet in there and just make it look super tidy as opposed to patching it. And that's exactly what I'm gonna do. So we'll cut all of this out to here, and I'll put one big flat piece of steel in there. Then we can put the steel reinforcements in where the seat is gonna sit. It'll probably take a little bit more time, but I think it's gonna be worth it in the end. That is one big ass hole. There's not much E36 left in this thing at this point. The question is, can you still call this thing an E36? I like the name LAMBORGHINI, I think. I think we're gonna run with that. Let me know what you think in the comments. Anyway, now it's time to fill this big hole back in. So let's measure, cut, and weld. So after many hours, our floor is now tacked in. And I'm definitely happy that we decided to go ahead and throw a whole new piece of sheet metal in there because it does look a whole lot better. Of course, it's only tacked at the moment and we do need to tidy it all up. But first, we need to throw our brackets on our seat and sit the seat in the car for the first time, which is relatively exciting. Then we can figure out exactly where we need to weld in our big 10mm thick steel plates so we can mount our seat nice and solidly in the car.
So I fit the Raceworks brackets to the seat and test fit the seat in the car for the first time, and as I was shuffling the seat around, I immediately knew this wasn't going to work.
So after all of that hard work, we have a pretty big problem, I'd say, with the seats. So the seating position in this car was always going to be difficult just because these Lamborghini Diablos, they have very little room in the car. So we put the roll cage literally as far back as it can go because you can see there's the rear window right there. So we pushed it all the way back there and the seat is hard up against that cage. Now where it currently sits, it is going to work for me, but I can't run the Raceworks L brackets that we fit to the bottom of the seat, so I've taken those off and the seat has to go all the way to the floor on the car. That leaves us with this much leg room, which is just enough to run some pedals and feel comfortable while you're drifting. But these Raceworks seats are quite wide, so as you can see we're hard up against the gearbox tunnel there, and on this side we're hard up against the side of the car, which means we need to do quite a bit more cutting. So basically we're going to cut the gearbox tunnel a bunch more, right up to this line all the way up here. That's a nice straight line, which is good for us because it means I can run sheet metal directly straight down from that line, and that'll give us a bunch more space where we can shift the seat over, because even currently the seat isn't quite center with the steering wheel as well. Luckily the gearbox is all the way forward here, so through here all we need is a drive shaft, so we can cut it pretty skinny and still get away with it quite easily. And this is the joys of building a fully custom car. So it's another day right now, and if you can't tell, I am quite tired and the seat setup is really fighting me. So the seat's currently sitting in the car and it's pretty much kind of in the position that we wanted in, and we've still got plenty of, I guess you'd say, small issues going on at the moment. So obviously we've cut out the whole tunnel here, which is pretty crazy. And what I'm trying to do is have room so that we can actually bolt our seat to the rails. So currently at the moment you can see down there, like you can kind of get to the bolt. On that side you could probably just get to the bolt. And then up top here, it's currently touching on the cage. So what we're going to have to do, I think, is basically go back to square one with this thing. Insert a motivational quote here about having to go backwards to be able to move forwards or whatever, but we are going to have to cut out our floor and start all over again. I don't really mind doing that because the seating position here is just so important that we get it right. I'd rather not rush it and muck it up and then be really uncomfortable driving this car. Time to get rid of our floor and start all over again. Oof, look at that. That hole just keeps getting bigger. So the floor's out and now our seat is back in and it's just sitting on a bunch of wooden planks to try and set the height and get our seating position perfect. Luckily I have Woz here today and he's giving me a little bit of advice because he is the old man advice. And basically what we're gonna do is we're gonna put the L brackets back onto the seat, but we're gonna make them sit as hard up to the seat as we can, which should be completely flush. And we're gonna extend the L bracket underneath so that we can bolt the seat in the front instead of having to bolt it in the side. And basically, this is where it's going to end up, but it does look nice. It's very low. Although also one thing we have to say is the car itself is absolutely slammed at the moment. We've got the new wheels coming. The 18s all round, not 17s at the front. And we will probably set the car height slightly higher than it is now, so the seat itself will raise when we raise the car. In terms of ground clearance, anyway, I also have my helmet in the car because we have to wear the helmet when we test fit the seat to make sure that we have clearance with the bars. This is by far the most time-consuming part of this build. It's taken a couple of days already. Like when you're sitting in it, you can't see anything as it is. And if we get it just one little thing wrong, our head's gonna hit the cage, or we're not gonna have the proper eyesight that we need. We're just not gonna be in the proper position. My legs are gonna be squished. They're gonna hit the steering wheel, like if we just have it a tiny bit out. So this is how important this is.
I decided to remove the seat covers off the Raceworks seat so we don't damage the material throughout the process. I fabbed up some extensions for our seat brackets out of 8mm thick steel and welded them onto the brackets so we can finally fit our seats into the car.
So our rail extensions are on, look at that, we got some nice heat into the welds. Now we'll throw these back onto the seat and throw it into the car so we can start positioning it and welding in some plates. Of course we'll tidy these up with some paint and round off the edges once the seat's in position and we're happy with everything. But for now, this is gonna do just fine. We are finally getting somewhere with the seats, thank gosh. So the seat is sitting exactly where we want it, which is fantastic. So we have our extended rails down here. I have the seat sitting on blocks. I've kind of tilted the seat slightly that way. Not enough to where you'll notice it, but enough to where we get a little more head clearance with the roll cage. So basically we're welding our 6mm thick plate to the gearbox tunnel up here. We're gonna weld the 10mm plate down to the side here. We're also gonna plate this off here. Then we'll drill and thread the 10mm plate and the seat will bolt into that. We'll do the same at the rear, and then we can go ahead and sheet around everything, and our seat will officially be mounted, which is honestly the biggest relief ever. Luckily the passenger seat won't be as difficult because we know exactly what we need to do now. So after literally days and days of work, this is what we have to show for it. But I'm actually extremely happy that we decided to do all of this because this is exactly what we needed to get our foot position and seating position perfect. So I've gone ahead and final welded all of that stuff. Now we're gonna test fit the seat, triple check it's in the perfect position. Then I'll fill in all of the blanks in here with sheet metal so it looks nice and beautiful before we obviously paint it at some point, which absolutely will not be in this video. And Woz has gone ahead, look at this, rounded off the corners, painted our brackets. Well, he painted one of them. It looks so much better when you round off the corners. Looks like it's supposed to be there. Finally, our seat is in the car, bolted in position. And well, I'm just gonna jump in the car and show you guys. So here's what it looks like from the outside. Very, very happy with the positioning. You have no idea how good this feels right now after the last 3 days that I've had. What an absolute battle. So we're gonna install probably like the most fundamental part of a drift car, I guess for the interior anyway, and that is our hydraulic handbrake.
Getting the placement of the handbrake spot on is absolutely essential, so I spent a bit of time getting it right before marking out where we need to weld in our plate. Then it's time to fab up the plate, keeping it nice and simple. Mark out and drill the holes before welding in some captive nuts. Then it's time to weld the plate to the tunnel and fit our handbrake.
Oof. Look at that, we have a handbrake and it is in the absolute perfect position as well. So one big thing you always want to watch out for, when you pull it, you obviously don't want your elbow hitting your chair. It honestly never gets old fitting a handbrake into a car. Now, as you've probably noticed, I'm absolutely covered in crap right now, and that is because we are at the bodywork stage of this build. Clearly, this thing needs some work before we can lay any kind of color down. We've got wee bits of damage all around the body from transportation, and well, they need to be fixed. So what we're gonna do right now is go around the body, mark out all the spots where we need to lay down some bog, and get to work fixing the shell so it can look its absolute best when it's all in one color.
While it's a pretty mundane task, bodywork is the difference between an okay result and an amazing result. It takes time and patience. Unfortunately, I'm lacking in both. Most of the damage on the shell is minimal and can be fixed with a quick buzz from the electric sander and a light skim of body filler. Then we just sand it all flat, lay down some high fill primer and repeat the process for hours on end.
I have something to confess to you guys. We are not painting this car. Well, not yet anyway. We are wrapping it for the event. And the reason for that is because we simply don't have time to paint the car to the spec that I want this car painted. Luckily, my good friend Andrew Evo, who owns Wrapped Up, has come to the party. He is so good at wrapping cars and they are gonna wrap this thing. So that being said, let's go ahead, keep on working. I'm gonna black out this inlay on this door. I'm really excited to lay down the first bit of paint on this car and start having things look a little tidier. Let's go.
Whenever you're doing a build like this, late nights are a regular occurrence, and it's not unusual to finish well past the stroke of midnight on most nights. But these are the memories we'll look back on fondly once the build is complete.
So the car is now ready to go onto the trailer, which is gonna be another experience in itself. I literally had to borrow someone's trailer because this car is so wide it doesn't fit on my trailer. Luckily, this trailer that we're borrowing has an electric winch, so hopefully it's smooth sailing. So we got about 5 hours sleep last night and we are on the long drive to Wrapped Up in Traralgon. This Lamborghini is on the trailer on the back of the car. Such a monumental moment to have this thing moving out of the shop and onto a trailer and actually doing things. And this is pretty much going to be us for the next month or so, taking the car to different places, getting different things done. But for now, we're going to enjoy the beautiful drive to Traralgon. Nothing quite like service station coffee. Cheers. Just like that, we have arrived. The boys. So we've officially arrived here at Wrapped Up and the car is sitting in the beautiful shop. Look at this. This is a moment that I have been so excited for and we're finally here. But this shop is absolutely insane. It's so clean, it makes me a little bit embarrassed about our shop, but I'm getting a couple of ideas while I'm here, so that's cool. I got the inspiration going on. And this is the man of the hour, Andrew Evo, the owner of Wrapped Up. What do you think? What have we bought you?
It's a thing.
you knew I was gonna turn up with a car half prepared.
Yeah, look, a little more prep work to get us where we need to be, but colour is gonna be next level.
So the whole crew jumped in and got to work prepping the car, and it was so cool to have everyone helping out. It made life just that much easier. Andrew wanted the car wet sand finished, so it was as smooth as possible to help the vinyl wrap stick to the body. While we were busy sanding, Timmy was in the other shop busy blacking out all of the underside of the panels.
So the colour that we have chosen is Dun dun dun.
Midnight purple.
Midnight purple. Holy. Look at that.
So this still has a clear layer on it, so
yes.
Don't get too excited just yet.
Yeah, so this, what is that? That's like
It's a protective sheet, so
yes, okay.
it helps us manipulate the material at the start.
Of course, the car was going to be originally painted, but because of the deadline that we have, I had to reach out to Andrew and I said, hey, can you do better than 4 weeks in getting the car in color? And he said, yeah, we can do it in 3 days, which is absolutely insane. Are we wrapping the first panel right now?
On the door. Let's go.
That's amazing.
Let's go.
The vinyl wrapping process is an intricate blend of technical expertise, artistry, and patience, and watching Andrew and Timmy go about their work gave me a new level of respect for the sweet science.
So the first panels are now wrapped and we're going to give you guys our genuine, honest opinion.
It's pretty nice.
It is pretty nice,
Pretty
huh?
nice.
He's playing it down. Are you ready? Ooh, look at this. They look absolutely insane. I'm so happy with the color now. That is absolutely redonkulous. Well done.
Thank you, sir.
Side skirt wrap going on. The first part of the body, officially. So we've basically wrapped all of the flat panels and the doors. The whole team is here at the moment. And he's wrapped the side skirts, which is like an insanely hard part of the whole build. But I'm gonna leave the boys to wrap the rest of the car and I'm gonna come back in a couple of days and pick it up.
So I left Andrew and Timmy to work their magic, and panel by panel they completely transformed this car. Honestly, I cannot thank these boys enough.
Can't be free with caution. Only thing on my mind is you. We're in bloom, and I will stay in comfortable silence. I won't talk about myself in violence. Ever since you, ever since you,
All right, it is the following day. We have just arrived back at Wrapped Up and I get to see the car finished. The boys have been hard at work, literally till late last night, getting this done. And apparently it looks insane. They had a couple of complications, but that's just due to the fact that I bought them some less than okay bodywork that they had to fix up. But apparently the car looks amazing, so shout out to the boys at Wrapped Up. But after 6 months of seeing this car in primer, it's finally time to see it in full color. Let's go. Alright, so apparently it's behind this roller door right here, so let's see. Holy shit. Woo! Dude, that's insane.
Good things.
Well, apparently it wasn't so good things overnight last night.
No, it wasn't that fun, but look, a couple of hours and a couple of efforts.
Holy crap, look at the purple. That's insane. I'm so happy with our color choice now. Midnight purple.
So we immediately got the car back to the shop so that we could test fit our brand new wheels.
And I got a killer deal on these wheels. So the wheels that we got, are you ready? Dun dun dun. I'm so excited about these. Boom! Look at that. Some dirty, scraped TE37s. I'm just kidding. I totally got you. You're in the screen. You were like, what the hell? We can't put those on the Lambo. These are absolutely not the wheels we're putting on the Lambo, but these are. Look at that, Workmeister M1s. These things are absolutely gorgeous. So choosing a style of wheel that was going to suit the Lamborghini was really difficult. Of course, they had to look somewhat period correct for the car. They absolutely had to be a genuine 3-piece wheel, but also it had to be a wheel that I really liked. So I actually fell in love with Work VSX wheels when I first saw them on the back of Matt Power's S14 that he used to drive in Formula Drift. That thing was absolutely gangster. And while these are not Work VSXX, they're a very similar size, and I think they're gonna suit this thing absolutely perfectly. Of course, we have the gold hardware in here, which should go really nice with our midnight purple wrap. But honestly, I'm absolutely obsessed with these things. So we got a really good deal on these things. We paid $2,200 shipped to our door off Facebook Marketplace. These are 18 by 10.5, -15 rear, and 18 by 9.5, -21 on the front. So they are big wheels. But they're actually perfect sizes for this thing because it's so damn wide. The wheel that we currently have on the back of this thing is an 18 by 10, -15. So we should have a little bit more width with the new wheels. They are also not my wheels, so I couldn't keep them on the car even if I wanted to. But let's go ahead and unbox the rest of these wheels because I haven't even opened them all yet. Then we can throw some tires on them and put them on the car. I'm so freaking excited. So good. Yes. Dang, there's just something about seeing a big old set of 3-piece wheels sitting in a set like this that just really does it. Does it in all the right ways, I reckon. So good. All right, don't fuck this up. It's so weird having wheels I actually have to care about because all of my wheels are on my drift cars, so they're all kind of semi-damaged and not really crazy expensive wheels, whereas these are next level, so I am very nervous. So far, so good. See, I knew those old drift tires would come in handy at some point. Perfect for test fitting. So this is a 235/40 on the front, and I think it looks pretty good, but we'll have to suss it out once it's on the car. And this is a 265 on the rear. It's a slight amount of stretch, but nothing crazy. We have to run 265s on the rear of this car simply because a 235 on the back of such a wide car just looks absolutely silly. But we'll go ahead and throw the front on first. It's definitely gonna fill the guards. Alright, time for the rear. What a moment. Here we go. Please fit. That is so good. Wow. Oh my god, man. Jesus. So the car's back on the ground. I've pushed it forward a little bit as well, and I threw the door back on just for you guys, so we can get the full scope of exactly how this looks with the new wheels on it. But are you ready? Check that out. These wheels look absolutely insane on this car. The fitment is absolutely bang on, so I'm very happy about that.
Next up, we took the car to my friend Bailey to do some fab work that was a little bit outside my skill level.
So the reason we are here is because Bailey is going to be doing a bunch of fab work on the car whilst I leave him and I'm heading away camping. So
Must be nice.
must be nice.
Editing this video and watching Bailey go about his work was really satisfying and definitely gives you a greater appreciation of the time, effort, and patience that goes into this kind of fabrication. First up, the turbo needed to be disassembled and the rear flange chopped off so the V-band flange could be welded on to allow for easy removal of the dump pipe. Then the front housing needed to be modified to bring the outlet away from the turbo and the heat that it will produce under heavy loads. Once that's done, it's time to install the wastegate flange. We decided to mount this off the rear housing as it's basically the only spot that makes sense and allows for really easy boost control without the risk of boost spiking.
Alright, so I've got the rear housing back on the car now with the wastegate in position. Now we're up to the fun part where we have to vent the gate out of the body somewhere. I've gone for a teardrop. I've just cut this up and sharpened it a little bit. We sort of have to figure out where on the body it's going to exit. The easiest place will be up here. Alternatively, we could come out the front bar somewhere around here. I might flip a coin. Heads it comes out the top, tails it comes out the side. Oh, it's going out the top.
You always love to see someone using a coin toss to make a very serious and important decision about cutting a hole in a very rare fake Lamborghini shell. Luckily, Bailey absolutely nailed this one and it looks amazing.
So we've got the wastegate in position now with the screamer. The turbo's all back together. It's starting to come together pretty nicely. All right, I've been putting it off for long enough, but I think it's time to start tackling the plenum now. We'll just sort of play this by ear now, and we'll just go for a forward-facing style. Now, I'm not the greatest at explaining my methods, so I think I'm just gonna start making this thing, and hopefully it sort of becomes clear what I'm going for as I start making it. To begin with though, we need a base for our chamber. This is just a flat piece of aluminum with some holes to match up to our ports. Here, very conveniently, is one I prepared earlier.
A few moments later.
I dubbed the mailbox. This should work pretty well for our purposes. It's not the prettiest thing yet, all right? It's not finished. Stop judging it, okay? I can feel you judging it. Stop it. I'm going to plate off this front end with a little reducer to go from 3.5, because this is 3.5 inch out of diameter, sliced in half pretty much up the top. Okay, so I think I've got the throttle body in a place that I'm happy with now. It's sort of tucked over here on a downward slope just for bonnet clearance. So we now have an intake pipe, which is all pie cut out of necessity because it's real tight in the front, so we couldn't just use a normal bend. You might notice the car is on a hoist, which means we're going to lift it up in the air and do the exhaust now, which should be pretty straightforward.
Once Bailey had finished his artwork on the car, it was time to head back to the shop and finish this build.
Off camera, I've finished welded all of the interior of the car and it is basically ready to paint, which is absolutely fantastic. That was a much bigger job than I anticipated. We cut out the whole floor so that we could fit our Raceworks bucket seats into the car. I'm sorry it's such a mess around here, but that's what you get when we're building these cars and doing everything last minute.
Yeah.
Yep. The seats are basically ready to bolt in, which is fantastic, but we cannot paint the interior of the car until we've mounted a couple of things, and that's what we're about to do. Ta-da! Ta-da! We have a couple of pedals. Yep. So this is a Mitsubishi Lancer clutch pedal. So the reason we got this from the wreckers is because I had a look at our rear wheel drive Evo that we have over here, and I had a look at the clutch pedal, and it just so happens it looks absolutely perfect for our fake Lamborghini. So I went to the wreckers, I grabbed it, and you would not believe, but this pedal is basically going to fit perfectly right in to the fake Lamborghini without basically any modifications whatsoever. We'll sit it up slightly just so that we can actually remove the master cylinder, and that will be our clutch pedal done. Then this is an accelerator pedal out of a Hyundai, and that is literally going to bolt straight here. So we're going to make an L bracket that'll just go up here, and that will literally bolt in. We'll modify the pedal slightly just so it's in the perfect position for our feet, and that'll be the accelerator pedal and the clutch pedal done. Of course, we still have to figure out the brakes, and once we mount our Holden Astra power steering pump, that's right, we're going electric power steering. Once we mount this on this side of the interior, then I can go ahead and paint all of this white so that we can move forward with everything. So yeah, it's a bit of a mouthful, but we're gonna make some massive progress in this video. Logan's coming to wire this car up tomorrow, so that'll be in this video as well. So there's a huge amount of work we have to do.
So much work.
Luckily, I've got you here.
We're gonna get it done.
So first things first, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna mount our clutch pedal. Let's go. So So once again, we are back in the car, set. It feels very good to be back in here. Steering wheel's on, steering column is in, and we're just testing out the position of this clutch pedal to make sure that we're gonna be happy with it. Just wanna make sure. I mean, that seems good. Go ahead and attack, baby. Oh, my legs. I love that.
Sick.
So good. Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
So easy.
It's so dumb, huh? So now that we have the clutch tacked in, we're gonna do the throttle pedal, which is one of the most exciting parts because that's the thing that makes the rotary go bip, 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 bip. Exactly that noise, right?
Exactly that.
So here's our Hyundai pedal, and we have a wee metal backing plate. Look at that. Boom, just like that. It's a piece of scrap metal that we found. We're just gonna slot that right in. Boom. So ignore the actual position of the pedal at the moment because we're gonna cut that off, and this will re-weld so it goes directly here. And what we're trying to do is have as little the pedal as possible before it hits the back whilst getting the maximum throw out of the pedal, so that because my leg's already quite bent up here, obviously we don't want the pedal back here if we don't have to have it back here. Hopefully it's just a movement of the ankle for the pedal and it goes bip, 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 bip.
Right, I can do it for you.
Oh, you can?
It's brup, 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 brup. That's a bit right, isn't it?
If it sounds like that, I'll be stoked.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, it's actually probably a bit too far to the right. It's so far right. I think it needed to be the other way. Whoops. See, we don't get everything right first time. It may seem like that on YouTube, but definitely not. We might have to tweak that, mate.
All right, yeah, I'll just cut it after I, spent 4 or 5 times to get that right. That's fine. That's fine. Yes.
You might think that I just sat here while Dave did all the work fixing the pedal, and you'd be perfectly right. It's fixed. I'm loving this. This is so good. Take 2?
Take 2.
All right, very good. Boom, boom. Look at that. Perfect. And you're only doing a wee ankle movement. It's not like you have to use your leg, which is so nice. Clutch pedal done, throttle pedal done, and I just got to sit here while you did it all. Thanks, mate. So it is the following day right now, and we are right back into the car, but I have a special guest here with us today. But we've got Logan from Logan's Speed Shop here. Hey, Logan.
Hello, hello.
How are you?
Just got camera shy for no reason.
What are you here for?
I'm building a loom.
For who?
Building a loom for you.
Yes, for me. So where are we at so far?
So everything's sleeved. Move some shit out of the way. Everything's sleeved, so the whole loom's here. Everything from alternator, starter motor, basically everything that we need to control the motor apart from the main power wires. So at the moment it's just going through, putting plugs on everything, putting the final little bits of heat shrink.
So good. Dude, your work is insane. You've been here for what, 2.5 hours?
Yeah, pretty much.
3 hours? That's insane.
This is my favorite bit, putting the plugs on, because you see it come to completion.
Yes.
And from this bit, it can go in the car. This can stay in the car for good once this is done.
That's
There's
crazy.
no reason to pull this out.
Yep.
Mike can mount everything up where it needs to be. And then we start playing with the body loom.
So Logan is wiring everything. So this is the engine loom, then we'll have a body loom in the car. We're only running headlights, taillights, and indicators, a digital dash, and a couple of other things. So I think the body loom...
Be a basic race car sort of stuff.
Yes.
Switch panel.
Yep.
Couple of fuses, couple of relays.
Yes.
And very, very simple, so there will be no trouble finding.
And I mean, technically, we can drive this car on the street.
Yep, exactly.
So this is our beautiful Haltech Elite 750 ECU that we're using for the Rotary, and it's been supplied by our good friends at TI Performance. We basically get most of our stuff through them. They're so freaking good. The website's amazing. Customer service is insane. We have a Haltech WB1 here as well. That's the wideband that just literally plugs into the Haltech, which is cool. But we also get a bunch of our racework stuff from TI Performance as well. Of course, their link is in the description. They're a big supporter of the channel, and I'm a big supporter of Jason and the team. But while Logan is doing the science stuff over there, we're gonna work on the brake pedal. So this morning, Dave and I went down to the wreckers and we got ourselves a brake master cylinder out of a Suzuki Sierra Ute. So basically the reason we needed this is because it has no brake booster. So we searched around the whole wreckers to find something, basically a car that doesn't have a brake booster, because our theory is if it doesn't have a brake booster in it, then it must be good enough to run in our car without a brake booster. That is the science that goes on in our brains. Although I did look it up and it looks like this cylinder is actually perfect for us. So we nailed it. Of course we needed a brake pedal, so we got this out of a Toyota Corolla. So all together, we have 4 different cars just in our pedal setup. Pretty damn cool. So basically this bad boy is going to go
right in here. Look at that perfect wee pocket that we have to fit that in. Absolutely insane. So we'll make a plate, weld it on, and then we can figure out exactly where we put our pedal. And then we'll have 3 pedals down here. So good. The speed at which Logan works and the quality of his workmanship is next level. And while he's in the workshop, I feel like I have to work at double speed just to keep up. We're back on the cardboard templates to make our brake master cylinder bracket. A bit of cutting, grinding and drilling with a dash of welding to weld in some captive nuts, and our plate was good to go. And just like that, we have our wee bracket to hold our brake master, which is awesome. We're gonna weld it in the car, but not just yet, because we're gonna see what our friend Logan has been up to. Look at this, what's in your hands, son?
This is the new coil pack bracket. Well, coil packs, LS2 coils, labeled leading, trailing.
That is crazy.
Just little scribes, because I know Mike will wear a sticker out straight away.
That's so sick. Show us the actual coil holder as well.
Yep, so that's Raceworks. So that made it super simple.
Yeah, that's so good.
Slip in there nice.
I want to come see where it's going to go.
So roughly there. Yep. And of all things, another car part, we've got some LS leads. So another manufacturer.
That's so good. So LS coils, LS leads.
Yep.
Absolutely insane, really.
But yeah.
So just for reference, this is the old setup that was currently on the motor. This is actually an upgrade from the stock stuff, but then Logan said no, that's actually really outdated technology, and that the LS coils have an inbuilt igniter, so that's why we're using those.
Correct. And here we are.
Wow, that's insane. So you built this?
Yep, start to finish this morning. Wow, what have we got? Probably 6 hours in this?
Yes, that's insane.
Yeah, which isn't bad.
Your productivity is through the roof, bro. 2
plugs to go, which I just don't have on me. But
yeah.
That's good, so that can go in, but you got to paint the car, so there's no point.
Yeah, so what is this? Is this the engine loom?
This is the engine loom, so it plugs into the computer.
Yeah.
Fuse box, relay box.
Yes.
Astra pump.
I want to show them just how tidy it is though. It's beautiful.
Yeah, so it's all purpose, off to the sides.
Yeah.
Everything's got its position, right down to the alternator plug has got its home.
Insane.
Red goes on red, black goes on sad.
Speaking of the alternator quickly, I want to show them what Woz has made. So, here on the engine, the alternator used to be up here, right? We've deleted it. We've obviously got our intake manifold going over that now, which makes it look nice and pretty. And then we actually ended up mounting the stock alternator on a position on the block, and it worked out super well. So we're actually using the aircon pulleys now. So that's these here, the front ones. The alternator will sit somewhere about here, and then this idler pulley from the alternator is actually what we're going to use to adjust the belt. Then because we're using an electronic water pump, we don't need this water pump. So what we'll do is gut it and we'll weld it up so that there's no holes or anything, and then the only pulley that we're using is for the alternator, and everything else is gone. Does that make sense?
Makes complete sense.
I love that.
Yep.
Simplicity at its finest.
Very much, yep.
If anyone wants to check out Logan's work, by the way, where can they find you? Obviously, other than YouTube, which is the top comment in this video.
Yep. Best way to contact me is just for Instagram. Yeah. Just Logan Speed Shop on Instagram.
So you're going to continue on with that. I'm going to go ahead and weld in my bracket to hold this brake master, and we're going to meet somewhere in the middle. So I'm super happy with how the brake setup has come out. Basically, this is how it looks. So all we have to do now is modify the pedal to basically be in the right spot, but everything works as it should, which is freaking awesome. But we have another special guest that has arrived at the shop, and this is a big one. So Raceworks helped me out, obviously, heaps with all of our builds, but I'm not super knowledgeable in everything that I need, so I'm always hitting up Scott from Raceworks. He basically answers all my calls and tells me that everything I want is wrong, and then gives me the things that I actually need.
Quite often, yes. Yes, well, between us two, we're going to go through and measure out how much line you need, what size line, what fittings, making sure that engine runs at its peak performance. So
I love that. And also, it's the best because Scott's been building cars for a long time, right?
Yes.
So he comes in and I ask him what he thinks, and he tells me, you don't need this, you need that. And he gives me the advice that I need. So he's not just a Raceworks representative, but he loves cars as well. And he's very knowledgeable, which is awesome. They're making me write down all the fittings and stuff that we need, which if you know me, you know that I like to handball that stuff to everyone that comes to my shop. But Scott, he's not letting me away with it. So he's teaching me a couple of things
things about fittings and how we go about deciding everything that we need for the car. One big thing that I struggle with is the size of the line, because there's different sizes, and the sizes of the fittings and the thread pitch of the fittings. Now while that stuff may seem simple, it's very easy to get wrong.
There's a lot of information to remember with all these lines and fittings, and I may have got distracted a couple of times.
That pressure's so roughly -6 from what I remember about.
I wonder if Iron Man will ever come back to the MCU.
So approximately 45 minutes later, which is crazy, this is what we have to deal with. Every one of these lines is a fitting, and that is absolutely mind-blowing. So yeah, I just learned a lot. Thank you, boys.
No worries.
I appreciate it. And now we put it in the system and wait for it to arrive.
Yeah, don't trust your sales rep guy though. He's no good.
Massive thanks to Scotty from Raceworks. If you guys do need any Raceworks parts for your cars, you can grab it at Autobarn or TI Performance. It is really important to support the companies that support this channel. But now it's time to finalize our pedal setup. So obviously everything is working as it should. Now it's time to get the pedals in the right spot. So what we're gonna do is do a little bit of chopping, a little bit of welding, and then that should be the whole pedal setup locked out. But it's actually just awesome to see everything in one place like that. So let's get chopping. Pedals are now all installed in the car, and honestly, I'm really happy with how all of this turned out considering what we started with. And it's just so funny the fact that this all comes from 4 different cars. But the positioning of the pedals obviously was really important. As you can see, they sit quite high, but that's because in this car you have quite a supercar seating position, so you're laid back quite a lot. Your heels sit kind of here and your feet sit up. And like I said, the aim was to have it so that all I needed was an ankle pivot to make the accelerator work, because we don't have a lot of leg room. And then we've positioned the pedals where it's really easy, obviously, to get to the brake nice and quickly. Now one thing you will notice is the brake is quite far away from the clutch. Obviously we've had to build everything around our steering column. That's where it feels the most comfortable. So what we're going to do is we're going to widen this pedal, kind of like what you'd see in an automatic transmission car. They have quite a wide brake pedal, and that makes it really easy for when we want a left foot brake off the clutch and onto the brake with our left foot. But ultimately that's the whole setup. I'm still yet to final weld everything, but we need to pull everything out of the car, final weld this, and paint the interior. I'll weld in a couple more reinforcements as well, but that is basically your basic pedal setup in our Lamborghini. Oh, and of course we need to put the brake switch in as well. Speaking of brake switch, it's a nice segue. Logan has now returned. Welcome back.
It's not too long since the last clip, I'm sure, but...
Wow, not too long for them, but it's been a couple days for us.
Exactly, and I'm working away.
You are.
I got the rear fuel pumps, fuse box for the rear.
You're such a nerd.
I was going to call it a fuel pump. Fuse pump. But
fuse pump?
Fuse pump?
Yeah, we're both going a little bit crazy. It's hot, we've got the fan, well, it's currently off, but it's got the...
It's proper tropical.
Yeah, it is tropical. We've got the fan and it's like mists on us, and it honestly is saving our lives. But Logan's nerding away here, and while he's nerding away, I don't know if the keen-eye viewer would see, but the gearbox is now suspended properly once again. There's no strap holding it up. That's all mounted properly, and underneath, for the past couple of days off camera, I've been doing some very mundane work. Let me show you with a little bit of YouTube magic. So, underneath here, as you can see, I have finished all of the underneath, sealed it all off, and undersealed it under here. So we ended up remaking the whole floor to fit those seats into the car in the position that we wanted them. That being said, everything has to be sealed. I thought that was quite a boring and mundane job, so I decided to get it done off camera, but basically this is how it looks. It's pretty sick seeing it all together like this, because it's a pretty crazy creation, and like I said, there's not a lot of E36 left in this car. As you'll see, we still need to do all of the undercoating up the front here, but I'm going to leave that for when we remove all of this front suspension and kind of redo under here, make it all nice and tidy, and then we'll finally undercoat that. So I'm kind of doing it in sections. So we had to remake our gearbox mount. That's simply because of the way that the exhaust went, and also we ended up cutting the floor out where the old gearbox mount mounted to, but that's all good because as you can see, look at that, nice tidy setup up here, and everything's just looking absolutely fantastic under here, if I may say so myself. So that is the nerd stuff out of the way underneath the car. We're going to bring the car down now and do something that a lot of you guys have been asking about, and that is deal with the headlights. So a lot of you guys have been asking what we're going to do for headlights on this car, and I have an answer for you. We're going to do both of the things that you guys have talked about. So a bunch of you guys have informed me that 300ZX headlights actually fit in the Lamborghini Diablo, and they use them factory when the Diablos came out. Like, they are actually missing headlights, which I think is absolutely hilarious. But that's how they used to build the cars in the old days. They would just use parts from different cars and make a supercar out of it. The tail lights, for example, are apparently from a bus, which is also hilarious. But as you can see here, for starters, we are going to run the sleepy eye effect because our kit car came with the pop-up headlights. So that's these right here. Now, I wasn't going to use them originally, but then I had an idea. How about we cut them down and run them as a sleepy eye headlight? So we did this in one of the previous videos back if you haven't seen it, if you're one of the new viewers here. And I actually really liked the look. Obviously there's a question of how we mount the headlight. So as you can see here, we've started to black out this headlight and I'm in the process of making it work. And this one is actually mounted. So here's how we did it. So we simply fiberglassed a piece of metal into the bottom of the headlight. Then we welded a bolt to that piece of metal, drilled a hole in the body, and that simply slots through. Get it in the hole, mate. And then underneath, we bolted up to the body. That means that we can run the sleepy eye, and we'll have a little LED light bar in here for the headlights. I'm actually gonna cut this hole here a little bigger because I think it looks a little bit weird at the moment, but essentially that's going to be our sleepy eye headlight. And then once we've had enough of that look, we simply cut the hole out and we can run the 300ZX headlights flush, which we'll do probably sometime later this year. It just means we can mix up the look of this thing a little bit and constantly keep it evolving. So what we're going to do now is do the exact same thing to this headlight. We're going to mount it up and then we're going to wrap the top of it purple, and that should bring the whole thing together and make it look super nice.
To get the sleepy eye headlights fitting perfectly, first we need to mark and drill the hole and stupidly blow away all of the fiberglass dust, which of course goes everywhere. Then I put some colourful liquid on the top of the bolt. In this case, I use some body filler hardener. Simply slip the bolt into the hole, fit the headlight where it's going to live, and press the bolt up against the bottom of the headlight. That gives us our mark where we need to weld the bolt. Then all that's left to do is weld.
And here is the end result. Well, actually not the end result, because now I'll actually put more fiberglass filler over the metal and cover it all up. I just expose the metal so it's easier to weld the bolt on, but that should pretty much be everything that we need to hold these headlights in, and hopefully it actually fits and stays in place. Look at that. Absolutely beautiful. And look at this. Here's one that I prepared earlier on this side, all wrapped, painted black, and good to go. So I'm definitely down with the sleepy eye look. I think it's going to look very cool, something a little bit different, definitely the JDM vibe, which is nice. And like I said, if you're not digging it, we can always go to the flush fitment later. So I'm technically pleasing everyone. I'm doing that just for you, so you're welcome. Hit that subscribe button. Cheers. So now we have moved to the back of the car and it's finally time to start mounting things in here. As you can see, we've got our rear mount radiator sitting here and the Optima battery, but everything is kind of just tentatively placed. So now we need to start making mounts for everything. The first thing we're going to mount is our Optima battery. Luckily, Raceworks make this insane mount for the Optima batteries. It looks so nice and it's purpose made for the battery. So that fits perfectly in here, which is really nice. So what I've gone ahead and done is make us a weld-on plate. That way this will just bolt to that, battery bolts in, and everything is perfectly secure, which is super nice. So I'm envisioning this guy is just gonna go somewhere. Boom. That is where the battery's gonna mount. It's gonna look super tidy, which I'm really happy about. So we're gonna go ahead and weld that plate to the body. SP Tools, baby. Only the best. Look how tidy this is.
Finishes it off, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's unreal. Like, that is so cool.
Such a crazy small piece that just makes it look so much nicer.
So the Optima's mounted, looks fantastic. Now it's time to mount the radiator. So these are our posts that we have for the radiator. We've reinforced them down below, but now it's time to make the mounts to actually hold the radiator in. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna use these threaded hexagonal kind of things here. I don't know what they're called, but Woz had them. They slot into here and weld in, and then we're gonna make our mounts that basically bolt to this and hold the radiator in. Just like that, one of our Phoenix radiator mounts is done. I haven't done the other side, and that is because we're about to jump to Logan over here, who's smashed out some insane work. But this is the basic premise of how this is going to work. It's definitely not rocket science. I'm actually very happy with it, and once we paint everything black as well, it should come together nicely. But that Phoenix radiator still just blows my mind. Shout out to the Phoenix crew, because all the custom work they did on it, like, it just looks so good back there. Fingers crossed it is the correct size to cool our 13B, because Woz reckons we may need something bigger. I'm a positive person by nature, so I'm going to go ahead and say I reckon that radiator's going to nail it pretty good. What do you think?
I reckon it might just do it.
Just do the job. Maybe a couple.
You know what? It's either going to work amazing or not at all.
Yeah.
I'm going for amazing.
Maybe a couple of cool down laps and it'll work.
Positive, all the wiring is pretty much done.
Which is crazy.
I'm 4 plugs shy, which I've got a little bit of time to sort that out, so that's okay.
This guy's a madman. I gotta say, it's 2 straight days on this thing. We have an insane engine harness, which obviously looks like spaghetti sitting here. We have our coil pack harness sitting under here, and that's all mounted. We have a full body loom all mounted, and everything.
Well, no, come over here. This right here is everything for the back. So, rear mounted fuse box.
Yep.
And this is both fuel pumps, and then we've got a lift pump, we got the fan, and we got the water pump, all right here. All the triggers from the ECU. Good to go, nice modular.
Man, look at the quality of your work though. It is absolutely bonkers, and it makes me feel atrocious for everything I've ever done wiring wise. It's just crazy, but this is also everything that you've done. You call them departments, right? Each department of the car.
Pretty much.
You can separate with a plug.
Yep.
So that plugs into another department.
Completely modular, so if something goes wrong, like Mike's still got to paint the interior, so everything's labelled, ready to go.
Yeah.
I mean, personally, I probably wouldn't have labelled it, but I'm not the one putting it back together, so I've got to make sure it's okay.
He's also dealing with me, and I'm not the smartest person. So labelling, thank you.
Tell you what, I'm cooking. I'm preempting the racework stuff arriving on Monday for you.
Fingers crossed.
Now, put that aside, because my head's bloody sweating.
Yeah, it's 36 degrees or something right now.
That's some of the stuff I've done here. So
let's do it.
We got this isolator mounted in the middle of the car. So 200 amp.
Yep.
We'll flick that on.
Yep.
So now we've got power to the chassis.
Okay.
Which is all said and done.
So whenever I want to turn the power off, I just literally push that button.
Main isolator done, car's running, touch that, she's off. All the ground turned off.
Awesome.
Hidden in my mess here.
I'm coming inside the car. I want to sit in the car. I feel like this is a good opportunity. I actually just love being here. This is such a good space.
He spent far too long sitting down in there today.
Yeah, well, you're doing the work. I watch.
So up here, little switch, that'll be the main ignition switch.
Yeah.
So if we watch the power light on the Haltech, so we flick this on, power on.
I'm zooming in. Oh, we have power, baby.
Yeah. So I've been loading the base map up, so it's all ready to go. Everything in the Haltech software is done.
That's crazy. So Logan already had the base map ready for this motor, which is awesome.
I've obviously got a few tips and tricks I've learned along the way.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I've done 2 or 3 startups every week for the last year.
That's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely wild.
And by the way, all this stuff is obviously going to be mounted nicely right here on a panel, but for now, it's spaghetti.
All this green tape is when I say it's been labelled for Mike.
Yes.
It's obviously all going to disappear.
So, this is one of the coolest things in the car, and it's called an aux beam switch pad. Look how freaking sweet this is. So this comes with all the stickers, and you can put any sticker you need on here. So say this is the headlight here, you have a sticker pack right here where you literally put the headlight sticker on, but it just tidies everything up so well.
Show us how it works.
Well, actually,
give us an indicator.
This left one is an indicator, although at the moment we don't have the resistors in the indicators, so that just stays on.
Yeah,
but that's my indicators in the rear. This one I think has the resistor in it, so it should flash if I hit the button.
Yep, there we are.
I love that, which is crazy. It's so cool. And then we have
headlights.
Oh, stop lights. So
there we are. Stop lights are on.
That's the brake switch. So this goes on our brakes.
Stop lights is a weird term for it, isn't it?
Yeah, true. Stop lights. Oh, do we have headlights? Which one's that one?
Headlights is second in on the.
Okay, so this is headlights.
There we are. Obviously, we don't have a front headlight in, but
yeah. Well, what
do you call them? Driving lights.
Driving lights.
That's the one.
This is $170.
So cheap and so bloody. I recommend them for any basic track car.
Yeah.
Pretty much any track car. They're perfect.
That's so good. And this will mount nicely on a mount right here, which is sick. It comes with the inbuilt fuses and everything right there, so you just wire it all in there.
Super simple.
Pretty crazy. And by the way, not sponsored at all. We paid full price.
I wish not that it was too much anyway.
No, it's freaking awesome. We literally have less than 2 weeks now, but behind the scenes, I've been hard at work. As you can see, we have a dash mounted in this thing. So I was actually able to get the kit car dash that came with this car and get it to work inside of our E36. Obviously, it's been highly modified. So what I did was I cut it around the cage, and I actually ended up cutting it in half because it made it way easier to mount that way. What I did was I made a wee T-flange here, welded it to the chassis below here. It's got some rib nuts in it, and that way we can mount it beautifully here with some dress up washers. But I'm genuinely feeling the pinch right now. The stress is real. I do not know if we're gonna get this thing finished in time. We have a huge bunch of parts here that need to be fitted to the car. Look at all of these Raceworks fittings and lines. All of these need to be made up and go in the car. We've got our axles here. We've even got all of the lights that go into the car. Funnily enough, these are Holden Rodeo lights, and these are the exact lights we need to fit in the front, which is hilarious. A whole bunch more Raceworks parts. We have our Extreme clutch. Now this is our heavy duty clutch for the car, because obviously we're going to be running a whole bunch more power, and Extreme have come on board, hooked us up with a clutch, and they provided this through TI Performance. Once again, Jason and the team, they are fantastic. They've helped us out so much with this build.
All right, enough chit chat. Time to remove the pedal setup so we can go ahead and paint the interior.
That literally took me 5 minutes to pull the whole pedal unit out, which is freaking awesome. So it's definitely a really nice, easy to work with setup. Now I have to finish welding all of this, then we can go ahead and paint the interior white. So we are mounting the boot lid. I don't know if it's called the boot lid. I don't know what it's called. Technically it would be the engine cover on a Lamborghini Diablo, but because we have no engine in the rear, I don't know if we can call it that. But basically this is a huge lid and we need to mount it. We need it on hinges so that it can lift up basically. To mount the boot, we're actually using BMW E36 boot hinges, and not just any BMW E36 boot hinge, the actual boot hinge that came off the chassis when it once was a BMW E36, which seems a lifetime ago now because, I mean, look at it now, this thing is ridiculous. But I kept these because I thought maybe they would come in handy, and it just so happens it's the exact design that we need to make sure that this boot can lift up without contacting the body itself. Perfect. Look at that. Love it. All right, it's probably pretty hard to see, but under here we have the hinge, and then we have a plate, and basically we've got a notched piece of bar here, and hopefully this should just slot in nicely right here. So everything is tacked in, it's time to test it out. We somehow absolutely nailed it. Look at this. That's crazy. And it stays up, the struts and everything.
Struts have like 30 mil of travel.
It's crazy, like that is so good. Yeah, we're only using this much of the strut because we actually locked them off so that this could only go up to a 45-degree angle, which by the way we nailed. But look at that. That is, I mean, I'm so impressed with our mechanics with this one. That's too good.
That's very good.
Yeah, we guessed it completely. The whole thing. But it's like millimeter perfect. Do you want to lift it up for us, Woz? I want to show them. Like, watch this.
Oh, she's tight.
She tight. And we didn't even plan that either. We literally like, oh, we'll just throw them there. Nice, look at that, dude. I'm so happy. That is freaking insane. All right, I think it's finally time to paint the interior on the fake Lambo. As you can see, it's super clean in here. I've cleared everything out, vacuumed the space. I even started masking out the back here, and I did use a can just to spray a couple of areas that are hard to get to, but the best result always comes from the gun. So let's push the car outside and lay down that white paint. The interior is fully painted, and look at this thing, man. Every time I get the panels back on and get to see this thing almost complete, it just makes me so happy. But look, the white interior looks freaking awesome. Still a couple of wee touch-ups to do. We are locked and loaded. Loading this thing on the trailer by yourself, not easy even with the winch, but we got it done. Look at it. Absolutely gorgeous, and about to get even more gorgeous thanks to Sequoia Media. We haven't done a traveling montage for a while, so enjoy this B-roll of us heading to Sequoia Media with our beautiful LAMBORGHINI on the back. So we're here at Sequoia Media. This is Mark, he's the owner.
Yeah guys, how you doing? I think every Lambo should be Mazda powered, so this thing for me is absolutely perfect. We can't wait to get delivery going on. We've got some awesome, I'm gonna say flames.
Yes.
That's about it. That's all you're gonna get from us for now.
Yeah, that's all you get. Don't even, and don't skip to the end of the video either. We had a little bit of a predicament in terms of, once again, colors, because
the highest demand color we rung up and we were out of stock, but we found a suitable replacement, which is, I think, blinging. This thing's gonna look absolutely insane. So
Mark as well, so much help when it comes to the delivery, because I'm still learning a lot when it comes to the delivery side of things, and placement of everything is so important. Making sure that things kind of don't overwhelm the purple color as well. So last time you guys will see this all midnight purple, but get pumped because the livery looks absolutely next level.
We began the process by going over the livery with Mark and making sure all the logos were correct and we were happy with the placements. Then we had to choose our color, which was extremely difficult as there were so many to choose from. After that, the boys got to work cutting the vinyl and getting everything prepared. This is a really time-consuming process and takes a lot of patience and attention to detail. The pink we picked is absolutely epic, as you can see, and of course it's got some sparkle in it to pop on top of the chrome. I left the boys to it for the night, although I barely got any sleep as I was so excited to return the next day.
Alright, so it is the following day now. Mark and the boys worked hard last night printing all the stickers. They've been working super hard throughout today. He's been sending me sneak peeks, but he kept it black and white, so I literally haven't seen exactly what the car looks like. So we're about to see it for the first time right now. I don't think it's finished. We're gonna finish it now for the next couple of hours, but we're gonna get a pretty good sense of how this livery is gonna look. I'm gonna be honest, I'm a little nervous. The pink that we chose is pretty out there, and it was a big risk. I actually haven't been this nervous in ages. Oof. Dang, boys.
Hey, what's going on?
Dude.
Whole crew.
So the boys have been super hard at work, and it looks absolutely insane. I'm not going to show you the other side because I've got to say, this is just flames on this side at the moment, and that looks cool, but the other side is next level. Once the logos are on top of the flames, the chrome wheels, everything like that, the boys here, they're so good at what they do. It's quite mind-blowing. I don't think the world's ready for this car, that's for sure, but they've let me do something. They said that I am allowed to lay the vinyl down on the bonnet.
Yeah, I'm prepped, ready for you to go.
Are you sure you trust me?
Yeah, sure. I'm ready for you to. So.
We can. That's how much faith he has in me. He's like, yeah, well, it's all right. We've got enough material. We can reprint it 10 times over. So
peel it back.
Yep, like this.
Yep. Keep going to.
Oh yes. There. So that's cut.
Yep.
So that you can line it up.
Yep.
Right. Okay.
And then grab the scissors, cut the paper.
Yeah. Look at this. We're all learning together.
Just grab the squeegee.
Yep. All right.
And just lay it down.
Lay it down. Yep. Oh sweet. Oh, and then obviously you lift up the other side, and that's how you know you've got it perfect. Look at that. Dude, I'm kind of good at this. Oh, now I got a bubble. No, we're good. All right,
and then peel that tape up, and then there's a couple there holding it.
Yeah. Ready? Dude, look at this. One little round the corner thing here. Dude. And then we go down.
Yep. Now I can finish the rest off if you want.
Done. Yeah, I'm not cutting that.
Yeah, no, I'll cut it.
I don't trust myself. You'll get a little jagged thing. Hey guys, so if you want anything wrapped on your car, hit me up at It's Mike. Nah, just kidding. Sequoia Media though, these guys will do a sick job for you. after a couple of hours, the car is basically finished, and I've got to say it looks absolutely insane. We spent so much time kind of figuring out where we wanted to place all of our sponsors to make sure that they get the best visibility possible, but like the pink keyline sparkle around the sponsors and everything just works so well. But there's one more finishing touch that Mark had an idea that we wanted to do. So I actually made a badge for this car, like a custom badge. I haven't shown you guys it yet. I designed it on Photoshop. It's kind of a bit of a joke, but then Mark was like, why don't we actually make it for real? So he's in here at the moment doing some wizardry on the computer.
This is the piece de resistance. Sorry about all the other stuff out there.
This is it.
This is the bit.
So
it all comes down to this.
And this was actually an idea from a subscriber. They're like, you should make a badge that kind of is a bit funny. So instead of having the bull, you should have a donkey. And so this is the badge that I designed. LAMBORGHINI with a donkey doing something nefarious, and we're gonna make it for real now using Mark's wizardry.
So what we just did, I took a picture of the front of the car and then adapted the badge to fit in the space of the fiberglass mold. We got some measurements off that. We mapped it out with a plain bit of black to make sure that the badge is going to fit inside that perfectly, and we're going to cut it, layer it up on gold foil. So we're going to have the gold foil backing, which is going to be the back of that, do the black on top, and it should look pretty Mickey Mouse. So.
You're insane. That's so good. But these will actually be available as stickers to buy as well, because they're just so cool. And I'm even thinking of doing a t-shirt at some point with that on it as well. But I think even Sequoia, you guys print stickers?
We do stickers, we do all kinds of stuff here. So yeah, with anything anyone can dream of, we can make it happen.
Awesome. Facebook and Instagram. Obviously the links are in the description, but if you want stickers done, these guys will do it. Obviously we are located in Melbourne. Do you send them around Australia?
Everywhere. We send them around the world actually. So,
okay.
Yeah, well we send stuff to Canada, America.
That's perfect.
Anything you want, anywhere in the world, we'll make it happen.
Yep, and all the stickers available at Driftfest next weekend are all going to be printed here. So I found my new sticker guy and I'm not going anywhere else. I'm friggin' pumped. Holy crap. One of one. Boom. Check that out. Holy crap, that's so good. But I'm not going to show you guys the full final livery just yet. The final piece of the puzzle going on the car. But I'm going to tease you for a little bit, not going to give you the final reveal, but I want to say a massive thank you to Mark and the team at Sequoia, because
anytime.
Out of 10, how happy are you with the result?
Oh man, I can't even talk. I love it. I want to build one now. I either want this one or I want to build it. So.
He wants to buy it off me, but it's not for sale. But here is the final livery for the car. Thank you to Sequoia Media and AWS Graphics. Look at this thing. Like, I don't think I could be any happier. I started by grinding the areas back to bare metal where we needed to weld in reinforcements. Then I removed any unnecessary protruding pieces of metal before fitting the fuel cell and tacking in the box tube. Once that's tacked in, we removed the fuel cell and finish weld all of the reinforcements and the fuel cell mounts. While I was doing that, Warwick was tacking on our fuel rail mounts to the intake manifold before removing it and finishing all of the welding. So it is the following day, and I got most of what I wanted to get done last night. All of our reinforcements are welded in, our fuel cells welded in, and now all I need to do is make a couple of plates just to seal these last little bits of the body up, and that is the rear done. Of course, then we need to lay paint. I'm definitely suffering from a lack of sleep. We were here till well after midnight last night, and then we were here straight away again at 7 a.m. this morning, but I don't care because I'm really excited, because today, hopefully, is the day we get to hear this thing for the first time, and my man, Logan, has returned.
Hello, hello.
What's going on? Good to have you back.
I'm already cooking in here. It's going to be a hot day.
Yes.
But we're aimed at a bit of motivation.
Wow, look at all of this frickin' racework stuff.
It was probably twice as much on the ground here before. I've just got nuts before racework shut for the day so we can work out so there's no hold-ups.
Yes, yeah, we're trying to
just going through,
figure out
everything up.
Yeah, see what we're missing, or if anything, because the order was huge. This is probably half of the fittings. Yes.
Nose, And there's more.
Jeez, it's crazy. So this is our surge tank. Logan is currently sorting all the fittings for that out at the moment. So the reason I got Logan back was because I was feeling pretty overwhelmed with how many fittings there were. It's just crazy. But this man just knows them like the back of his hand. So I conned him into coming again today. We're gonna get this thing running. It doesn't really look like it should run.
We've gone backwards at the point. Since I left last, we've nearly gone backwards. There's less stuff on the motor.
Yes.
Yeah.
But that's because everything was dummy fit. Now we've pulled it off to fit it properly. All the gaskets for the final time, bolted up how it needs to be bolted up. Look at this gorgeous Raceworks fuel pressure regulator. This thing is getting all of the goodies. Honestly, I'm like a freaking kid on Christmas Day at the moment. It's so good.
How good is it seeing it all come together though, man? Like, this is the best time.
But I'll show you guys what has done on our intake manifold. So we welded on these two mounts here. So these hold our injector rail in. We've got our nice 1000cc Raceworks injectors. Now these have special adapters on either end so that we can fit these into our RX-8 intake manifold and use the stock RX-8 fuel rail without an issue. We welded on two vacuum ports. These are our reference for our wastegate and for our map sensor in our ECU. He also welded on a wee mount here for our throttle cable. So now we can clean our beautiful custom intake manifold up and install it on the motor for the final time. So everything is currently happening here. It's absolutely crazy. Let's freaking go. I just want to hear that rotary noise purring, baby.
While it does feel like we're miles off being able to start the car for the first time, it's important just to take it one job at a time, and it felt so good getting the first braided Raceworks lines made up for the car, starting with the turbo oil feed.
One line done, between 10 and 20 more to go.
So while Logan is battling with the AN lines up the front, I am figuring out our surge tank setup. So this time we're running a Raceworks surge tank that has two fuel pumps. This is a pretty awesome setup. So we have two E85 compatible EFP 500 pumps. That's gonna flow one crap load of fuel to our rotary motor, but the hangers are what's really cool. So these hangers replace the Bosch 044 style pumps, and that means you can use these small style pumps. So basically this goes in here and you end up with something that looks like this. Pretty awesome. It slides in, bolt it all up, and then you've got your posts for negative and positive, and you also have your AN fitting for the fuel output. So pretty darn cool. Just another rad wee product that Raceworks make, and it's just gonna look super tidy as well.
Time, guys, it's time. Can I finally go in there for good?
So what is it?
This is the engine loom. This is it.
And where's it going?
Back into the E36 wide-bodied car.
For the final time.
Yeah.
Hopefully. Put it in the hole.
Put it in the hole. No lube, we're going in dry. There we are.
Boom. See? We put the hole in there on purpose.
Yep.
That's so satisfying. And just like that, our surge tank is done, and Logan has already started doing all the lines in the back here because he's an absolute weapon. So he's got the line going from the surge tank to our fuel cell, and now he's starting to do the rest of the lines there. And while he's doing that, I get to mount our manifolds for the final time. So as you can see here, the manifolds are off. We've taken all the tape off the motor because we'd blocked off all the ports so we didn't get any junk into the motor. I've started putting gaskets on, and it's time to get our beautiful turbo manifold that Bailey made us and slot it onto the motor. One-handed.
Oh, yeah.
Perfect. That's how good Bailey made that. It's so easy to install. This setup is sick, huh?
Come up good.
Yeah.
Come up real good.
I wonder what it's going to sound like. That's the main question.
Let's hear what you think it's going to sound like.
I'm pretty sure I sounded like that, like bap bap ring ding. That song that was real popular.
Crazy Frog.
There we go.
What a song.
Insert right here because I'm pretty sure I sounded exactly like that.
So while Logan continued his wiring wizardry throughout the car, fitting everything so we could start it for the first time, Dan was outside doing the mundane job of sanding the wing, while I was inside fitting our turbo and intake manifold for the final time.
All right, Michael. We're on the last of the plugs for the body here.
Yes.
Well, not even the body, the engine.
The intake manifold is on, the turbo manifold is on, properly mounted for the final time. Our injectors are in. Yeah. Man, we're making some freaking crazy progress. So these are all of the fuel lines done. So technically right now, we could actually turn the motor over. We're gonna put some oil in it, of course. Yep, it's good. Oh, hey, didn't see you there. Turbo going on for the final time, I hope. By the way, we are using the Max Speeding Rods 44mm wastegate. The link is in the description. These are actually rad wastegates. I really like them. We're using the same one on the rear-wheel drive Evo, although that one is 38mm. Never had an issue with them, comes with all the fittings, super cheap, and yeah, they seem to work really well. So grab yours, links in the description, but let's put the turbo on. Also, I just like how plain they are, which is always nice. So we have absolutely killed it today, but obviously we're not done yet. We probably have another 6 hours in the shop. But the amount of progress we have made is absolutely crazy. Turbo's on, turbo manifold's on, intake's on. But the biggest part of all is all of the fuel lines are done. Obviously, the fuel rig is just chilling here right now. We've still got to mount it, but we're gonna make sure everything actually works in the car before we start properly mounting everything, tidying it all up, and making sure it's all good. I don't know if I showed you guys, but we have 2 oil coolers, one on either corner here. So they're all plumbed up. We have all the lines going all the way to the back for our fuel lines. So these are the feeds and the returns coming all the way up here. So that's fed, it's all powered. Logan has his laptop sitting here. So we're about to do some tests and crank the motor. But obviously we need to throw some oil in this thing. Otherwise it's not gonna last very long. How are the shapes?
Delicious.
Yeah, they're always good.
This is pretty much what I do, yeah.
As soon as you start eating them, you just can't stop. It's crazy. Look how hard this dude's been working. It's absolutely crazy. I feel bad, but at the same time...
I get shit done.
Yeah, you absolutely do.
Even now, I'm building another line where you guys do this.
Oh, nice. What line is that?
Turbo drone, just so you've got it ready.
Okay, cool. You guys need to go and subscribe to Logan's channel. His builds are awesome. He's an awesome dude, and he's obviously helping me out a lot, so help him out. Subscribe to his channel, but... All right, the moment has arrived. We get to crank this thing for the first time. It's not gonna start right now, but we have done our preliminary checks, which basically means we've made sure that there is fuel pressure. We have power everywhere that we need it.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, we're good to go.
Lovely.
We're gonna have an oil leak now, but we want that just through the oil metering pump.
Yes, so I don't have the plate on the side here. This is where the plate would go, so block off the oil metering pump, but we actually wanna make sure it's building oil pressure, doing everything it needs to do, and then we can deal with that afterwards. The oil send for the turbo is right here. We've actually got it routing back into basically the motor instead of going to the turbo because we haven't put the oil return into the sump yet for the turbo. That's fine because we don't necessarily need that right now. Dan, you can do the honors since you've been doing the mundane sanding all day.
Ready?
That sounds healthy.
I'm not even going to get the timing light out. I'm just going to wing it and hope that for the best.
Logan is an absolute wizard. Like watching him do this stuff is crazy. But all right, we're doing first start. I'm so nervous right now. I don't know what it is about rotaries.
I think it's going to start.
You don't think it is?
I think my timing's off.
Yeah.
And I'm doing that by guess, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. First start, maybe?
Yeah.
All right, first start obviously didn't work because we think we had the timing a little bit off. If this doesn't work now, we will get the timing light out and set it properly, which is how you should do it. We are too excited and tired, so we're just gonna give it another crack.
All the way in the car.
So he's changed the timing. All right, Dan, once again. The turbo is spooling on crank.
All right.
Close.
We're going again.
It's close.
I'll wait for you to come and turn off. Yeah.
Yes! Is that good? It sounds like it's running funky.
The timing's doing whatever it wants at the moment.
Oh, yep.
We're at a point where it's okay.
All right, so should we time it? So after a couple of adjustments, we think we're ready to start it again and have it idling properly. Time to crank it, and I get to push the button this time. It's starting to come more alive as well, but we don't want to run it for too long because we have no water in this thing whatsoever. But that's sick.
Very smoky.
So good. I love it. That turbo, by the way, just wants to spool like immediately.
In your eyes.
It smells nice.
Smells nice.
Yeah.
And there's probably a bit too much oil in the fuel.
Look, the turbo's still spooling. Look at this. Ready? Still going? Look at him. He loves it.
Funny because the turbo pumping to nowhere.
So happy. Dan, well done. Everyone, well done.
Beautiful. Good work, boys.
That's amazing. So it runs, so now we can move forward with the whole build and start installing stuff. I'm already G'd up.
You're staying here till midnight tonight.
So it runs. It's not perfect by any means, but the whole point was to get it running because we're not tuners, so we'll get someone in to help us actually dial it in. We wanted to get it running so that I can move forward with the final fit out of the car, and it's all thanks to you. The fact that we came here this morning at what, 7:30? Probably 8?
Yeah.
8 a.m. No lines, no nothing on this thing, and now this motor has everything on it. All bolted to it, all lines, all fittings, everything good to go. Show me your blisters.
Only a little one.
Yeah, that's from frickin' making lines all day.
A lot of lines.
Honestly, massive shout out to Logan. You guys have to give him some props because without people like him, there's no Lamborghini. I'm so stoked, bro. Thank you so much.
That's all right.
Logan's about to go out to dinner with a lovely lady, so he's leaving us.
Yep.
Let's go. But this thing, yeah, I'm so stoked. I'm going to continue working on this thing, so we're not ending the video there, even though I feel like going to bed right now. We're going to continue working on the car, and if you need any work done, Logan's Speed Shop.
Exactly.
Enjoy your date.
That's right.
So everyone has now left and I am back on my lonesome, but I am just so happy. What an insane milestone. It still looks like an absolute mess, but it's a mess that works. It runs and now we can move on and start tidying the rest of this stuff up. Yes, we still have a huge journey ahead of us before this thing runs and drives. And even though I've been here for over 12 hours now, we're gonna kick on and continue.
So it's time to install the rear firewall, and we're using this rubber to seal the firewall and stop the steel from rattling around, as we don't have a bead roller. I had no idea just how much of a transformation this firewall would make to the build.
I've been avoiding that job for so long, but look at that. That is insane. I guess it's because I've never actually put a rear firewall in a car before, because I've never had a car that needed one, which is so weird. But now we actually have a cabin, which is just amazing. I'm actually kind of speechless. Like, that looks so good, but you would not believe how much effort that took to get that done. Trying to get the shape right around the gearbox tunnel, trying to get the shape right around the back window, and then the sides here as well. Like, it's so friggin' difficult because it curves in on the inside here, up. I'm actually ridiculously proud of that, and that might be one of my favorite parts of the car that we've done so far, weirdly enough. And now we can go ahead and finalize the rear of this car. So the back of the car is finally all painted in one color, and we can go ahead and fit the radiator and everything in the back. But while that's drying, we're gonna move on to the front. We've got a special guest here, Mr. Luke Fink.
I'm just flicking buttons and trying to work out what works and what doesn't, guys, because you gotta put a bit of pressure on the boys, you know. I've been here, I know exactly what he's going through.
Dude, I don't need any more pressure on me right now. I think
feel like it's pressure, it's encouraging, right?
Yeah.
These are encouraging words. I sat in it and I went, how are you gonna see?
We can't. Next question.
It's really interesting because obviously none of you guys have seen it in person yet. Once you do see it in person and realize just the angle of a Lamborghini windscreen it's like flat.
Yep.
And obviously you guys have gone perspex. I'm scared.
Yeah.
I can't see at the best of times. And I can't imagine what a perspex window on this angle is going to look like. You're going to have to be sideways, possibly drifting around with your doors up.
Yeah.
I think it's come together. Obviously the livery looks sick. The wheels you put on it, on point. Like I said, the only thing I'm concerned about is your seating position looks terrifying. Like, I don't think you'll be able to see a damn thing.
Honestly, I'm so lucky the boys are giving up their time to come and help me out, and I don't think we'd have a chance in hell of finishing this build without them. We installed the custom brake lines that GK Tech made us, which made the whole brake setup super easy to install, and getting the hydraulic handbrake installed is always an awesome step in any drift car build. Having the man Luke Fink himself to install it is even better. Once everyone had gone for the night, I installed everything into the back end of the car, and it felt so good to have everything finalized and ready to go. Lastly, we decided to upgrade our worn stock clutch with this upgraded heavy duty extreme clutch that we got from our friends at TI Performance.
Unfortunately, I've had to do a couple of things off camera, but basically our water lines, so these are the Dash 16 water lines, are all plumbed up to our rear mounted radiator. So let's pop this guy back here and look at this. Back here, she's looking all fancy. I do still need to mount the spout fan, but we have our electric water pump back there that is mounted. Looks like a little turbo, but we do have something really special we're about to throw into this car, and that is a brand new set of Shockworks coilovers. Oh my lord, look at that. Absolutely gorgeous. So Shockworks are basically the creme de la creme of coilovers. Chris and the team just know suspension so well. They're absolute nerds. And we really wanted to take the car into their shop, put it on the scales, weigh it, and actually build the coilovers specifically for this car. However, obviously we've got the tight deadline and we just couldn't make it in. Nonetheless, Chris said, don't worry about it. They were super helpful. He asked me to take a couple of measurements and he built these for us. And I'm just blown away straight out of the box by how amazing these things look. And if we take them and compare them to our current dummy fit max speeding rods coilovers, you can see, but these are quite different. So they got the spring on the bottom, which is cool, and they're fully adjustable in there as well, damper adjustment. So I'm really excited to get these in the car and see just how they feel, but everyone raves about them. Chris built these yesterday for us and had them sent over via courier, so I cannot thank him and the team enough, but I'm bursting at the seams to get these in. So let's throw these in the back of the car. The poor E36 competition car is just sitting over there while this thing's getting all of the best treatment. This is such an epic moment of my automotive journey, putting some Shockworks into the car, finally. Yeah, boy, let's go. That is sick. So one difference I noticed straight away was this has a rubber bush on the bottom and it's really annoying to like bolt it into the hub. The Shockworks have a pillow ball, so it actually rotates and you can get the bolt nice and straight really easily and get it in there, which is awesome. But just over the moon with that. Look at how freaking sick that setup is. The rear of the Lambo is just looking super gangster now. So good. So that is the rear fully locked out, and now we're moving on to the front. So basically what we're doing up here is we're putting brand new brakes and rotors, but we're also putting brand new tie rod ends, and of course we're putting the Shockworks up front as well.
While it's definitely a shame we have to miss the media day, it just makes sense to take our time making sure that the car is perfect for the main event. There's nothing quite like fitting all brand new parts into a car, and I'm bloody lucky I have Dave there to help, as I completely underestimated the amount of work I had left to do.
And just like that, the Slambo has brand new front and rear everything. Brand new brakes, brand new spacers, brand new Shockworks, brand new tie rod ends, a brand new lock kit. So good. This thing is looking absolutely phenomenal underneath. Almost as good as it looks on top. But this means we can throw the wheels on and throw this thing on the ground and get ready to take it for a tune, which is insanely exciting, even though I'm so tired that I can't even freaking talk properly.
So we threw the wheels back onto the car, bolted up the exhaust, got the car on the ground, and we were finally ready to hit the dyno.
And just like that, we are loaded up on the trailer and ready to go. We've bled the brakes, we've bled the clutch. Look at this thing, absolutely amazing. We're both absolutely stupidly tired. We're gonna head to the dyno, so cross your fingers that it's going to be a good one. So we are here at BSC Performance once again. The last time this car was here, we were installing the roll cage in it and it looked very different than it does now. But the boys are currently getting this mounted to the hub dyno. How hard is this? Difficult?
Very
easy?
awkward.
It looks awkward. Oh, you gotta dock it, that's why. So you gotta dock. Have you docked before?
It's been a while.
Ignore all the mess in here. We're going to clean this up, obviously, once everything's running as it should be. But first, we need Bogger to come out and do his magic on the laptop so that we can get this thing kind of running properly before we start to tune it. We do have a little leak in the T3 exhaust gasket, which is slightly heartbreaking because it doesn't sound the best. So we might go ahead and fix that before we run it up for the tune. But my man Dave, I wouldn't be here without you, bro. Jeez, what a day, eh?
Come a long way. It's been a few hours. I'll say a few. It's probably been like fucking 12.
Yeah, it's crazy.
We're here. You've made it.
Fingers crossed that we drive this out of the shop tonight, if all goes to plan.
We will.
We will?
We'll drive it out of the shop.
We will.
We will.
Positive energy. Let's go. Guys, so we made 554 kilowatts, which is pretty sick for a little 13B Renesis motor. All right, so we're here with Bogger, the man, the myth. How tired are you right now?
I think I've gone past the tired point. I'm past it. I'm in another dimension right now.
So Bogger's been getting other people's cars ready for the same event that we're getting our car ready for. And I guess the theme of this video is just how tired we are. I'm sure you guys are sick of hearing it, but here we are. But we're doing magical things on the laptop.
Well, I'm setting your water pump up at the moment.
Okay.
And we're gonna bleed it.
That's fun. I like that.
We're gonna bleed the water pump. And then we're just gonna go over the configuration and just make sure that everything's docking so that we can start it and get it working.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear this thing running properly. I'm just excited. I'm excited and tired and excited, so that's all that matters. So after a bit more fiddling around, we finally got this thing running properly for the first time, and honestly, it sounded better than I could have imagined. Issues with wiring on the motor. Some of the injectors weren't firing. It turned out we forgot to bolt an earth onto the motor, and one of the injector power pins was slightly loose. We fixed that. The car, as you can hear, is now running. It's so exciting to hear the motor running that way. And I think now we're running it up to not quite doing power runs, but just kind of making sure the motor's healthy through the power range. Then we'll be up for the power runs, but this is good fun. So after a couple more checks and a bunch of crossed fingers, we were ready to do our first power runs. And I've got to say, I've never been this nervous for a dyno tune. There's just something about the rotary motors that sketch me out. I know, 3 a.m. Oh, boys, everyone, what an effort. Fucking everyone, a little bit by Dave, everyone else though. Fucking let's go. 3 a.m. and 252 kilowatts later, the Renesis motor lives and it sounds fantastic too, minus the little exhaust leak that we do need to fix tomorrow. I'm going to bed, picking up the car in the morning. I've had enough. I know. I'm coming to spoon you. I'm gonna spoon you. I don't like that. Of course, we had to take the car for a cheeky wee test drive before putting it on the trailer the next day.
Looks so
made 252 kilowatts. I can't remember how many horsepower that said on the screen, but it's over 300. This thing is a little ripper, and as you saw, I got to drive it for the first time, and I can tell you, surprisingly, it's so nice to drive. I mean, I guess that shouldn't be surprising. We have Shockworks in it. It's basically an E36 with a little bit of different rear geometry, but it's just awesome. The gearbox feels great, the clutch feels great, everything is fantastic, and we're just about to get right into the final assembly. What a journey it's been. What started as a casual late night scroll on Facebook Marketplace quickly turned into a crazy adventure, driving 2,000 kilometers to buy this fake Lamborghini shell for $10,000 sight unseen in the middle of the night. The shell had already been through 7 previous owners who had all given up on the project. And honestly, I had no idea what I was getting myself into. But they say ignorance is bliss, and we immediately got to work on the project. The donor chassis was this BMW E36 destined for the scrap heap. We cut it up to the point that it was completely unrecognizable, fit a 13B turbo rotary motor, and somehow we made the Lamborghini shell fit. This build is the biggest financial risk I've ever taken on this channel, and it's been a huge logistical challenge piecing the whole puzzle together. We've been working 18-hour days for the past few weeks, and we have less than 24 hours until we have to reveal the build at an event called Drift Fest. We still have a huge amount of work left to do, and I'm genuinely worried we aren't going to make it. As you can see, we're already hard at work. Dave is in the car. He's currently mounting some carpet. Hey Dave, how you doing?
Good yourself?
Yeah, well, better now.
That's okay.
We're getting things done. It's been a massive last couple of days. We've gotten minimal sleep. Look at this though. We're starting to put the finishing touches on this thing, laying the carpet down. But I know you guys love to see the process, and I won't get too far ahead of myself. So the first things we need to do is start organizing the interior. Once that's done, we can bolt the windows on and all of that fun stuff. But check this out. I've covered half the dash in this beautiful suede, and it's absolutely epic stuff. As you can see on the screen here, I laid it outside in the sun. It took me literally 10 minutes to lay the suede down on this dash, and it looks absolutely phenomenal. It also feels freaking cool as well. But these are the finishing touches that are going to elevate this build to the next level. Today is actually media day for the event we're supposed to be attending, but we decided to skip it to make sure we take the time to finish this car properly. Right now, the energy levels are high, the vibes are good, and we're excited to be installing the final pieces of this insane puzzle. So we're addicted to the suede now. We're covering everything in it, but it just looks so damn tidy. It's definitely starting to come together now. I cannot wait to put our digital dash in. It's actually the crowning jewel of the interior. All right, this is a really exciting part of the build. We're doing the windscreen finally. Dude, even just having this in there is like next level. You can see the car really coming together now. But Dave's drilling that. While he does that, I am doing the bonnet pins for the bonnet. We're keeping it really simple. We're just gonna have a bonnet pin here and a bonnet pin here, and basically the bonnet's just gonna remove. As much as I'd love to throw it on hinges, we simply don't have the time. And we'd love to get some kind of sleep tonight before the huge event that we have tomorrow. God damn, dude. I'm finding it so hard to not get distracted. Like, this is crazy. So now that we have our holes drilled, we have just some rod with a hole in it with pins, right? And so we'll grab a washer, we just bang him there, but he'll obviously slide down and onto the ground because put our washer onto this guy. Slide this guy down because we measured absolutely perfectly. Look at that. And we have our bonnet pins. Simple as that. No rocket science here, but I think that really suits the aesthetic of the time that these cars came out as well, because the bonnet pins back then would have literally looked exactly like that. Yeah. None of this fancy aero latch stuff, you know?
No. This does the same job.
It does.
Way better.
Oh, but it looks a super... Dude, the car, I just still can't get over it. I'm sorry. I need to shut up about this car because it's so good. So good. So our bonnet pins are now done, all ready to go, and Dave has done the windscreen, so now we can peel this off. It's so satisfying. Oh, what's the overspray, Dave?
Oh, my bad.
Just kidding. The Lamborghini Diablo windscreens cost $4,000, and that's if you can even find one. I clearly can't afford that, so instead we had our shell 3D scanned, drew the windows up in CAD, and had them laser cut for perfect fitment. Bolt it up in 3, 2, 1. Boom, just like that. The window is in. Look at that. Look, everything is starting to come together so well now. So these are pretty interesting. This is like a motorsport acrylic that you use. It's supposed to not scratch. super easily. Obviously time will tell with that. Next, we're gonna throw our Raceworks seats into the car for the final time. Also, down the back here, what is that? Dude, you guys are friggin' children. Our wing is now complete, and it's kind of a little bit unusually complete.
We decided to wrap it in suede. No one's ever done it before, so we gave it a go.
It was really easy to lay down as well, but like, look at this. Looks actually awesome, and I'm pretty sure it might be the first suede wing in the world. Probably not, but we're claiming it anyway.
By this stage, it was well after midnight and time had completely gotten away on us. Every job was taking way longer than expected and we still had a pretty big list of jobs we had to do before we could load up for the event. Everyone was exhausted and it was getting to that point we'd put a tool down and not be able to find it for no good reason. Still, we pushed on.
So we're nearly there. The doors are in, the struts are back in and working. The windows look insane. We're all trying to keep our energy up right now for sure. But one of the finishing touches is about to go into the interior, and that is our 10-inch PowerTune digital dash. So we've been teamed up with PowerTune for a while now. We have the 7-inch wide digital dash in the rear-wheel drive Evo. But they stepped it up with this one, and look at this. They've got the 10-inch wide digital dash, but what's inside this dash is what's really special, and you guys will see this light up very soon. They've done us a full custom layout. And that is the best thing about these PowerTune digital dashes. They allow you to do all different custom layouts. I sent PowerTune an idea. They said, yep, we can help you out with that. And once we've got this installed, I'll be able to show you guys exactly what I'm talking about. It's very, very exciting. And Dan's just currently confused trying to figure his way out around all of this. Really?
I'm tired.
Is it 2 a.m.? I think it is. Alright, so our PowerTune digital dash is now installed, but check this out. Watch this. The layout, look at that. That is crazy. So I sent these guys a full Lamborghini GTR like picture of a dash, and I requested that they kind of make the layout look the same. Freaking insane. It's got a Lamborghini logo and everything on it. Man, I am absolutely wrapped with this dash. I wonder if I could start it.
We tried to push on, but at this point we were past the point of exhaustion, so we decided to get a few hours sleep and finish the remaining jobs in the morning.
Final job. The final freaking job.
After a couple hours sleep, we're feeling weirdly refreshed and ready to dial in the finishing touches.
The final job of this Lambo. Man, sorry that I put you through this.
That's alright.
But you get to do the honors.
I love it.
Of putting the number plates onto the car. The final job. It feels so weird saying that because it felt like the list of jobs was never ending. Ooh. Loves it. Yeah, that's just a nice finishing touch, isn't it?
Looks great.
Shout out to sponsors. Let's go. How's that? It's actually sick, bro.
Like a glove.
It worked well, huh?
Some little homemade
Jimmy Jams?
Yeah.
Pretty cool. Thank you, Dave.
No worries.
There's no way we're turning up to an event with a dirty car, so we gave the Slambo her first bath, and of course, before we loaded it up on the trailer, I had to take it for a sneaky wee street drive.
So the first drive in this thing, and I've got to say it's the most unreal feeling car I've ever driven in my entire life. But it runs awesome, it drives fantastic, and that's all we can ask for. So let's freaking take this Lambo on the track for the first time. Let's go.
So we're finally on our way to the event, and it's crazy how much love the Slambo gets from people just sitting on the trailer. Still, I was extremely nervous to reveal it at the event. As much as I love the car, you just never know how people are going to react.
I've never been this nervous getting to the track before.
Though if this lady's anything to go by, I think we're in a pretty good spot.
It's actually very nice.
Oh, thank you so much.
Is it just for show?
No, it's a drift car.
Oh, okay.
So we've just arrived at the event and we're fashionably late and we're about to drive the Slambo into the event. Now's the time people get to see it. Fingers crossed they love it. Let's go.
We took a moment in the car park to stand back and admire the beautiful car that we'd built before we threw some fuel into the Raceworks fuel cell, and it was finally time to drive the car into the event. Fashionably late, of course. All of the late nights, the time spent away from Tara, the money, the stress, it was all made worth it by this moment right here. We made it. You couldn't wipe the smile off my face. What a feeling. We took a moment for some classic drift talk with friends before we got right to work getting some last minute jobs done. We installed our race harnesses, did a quick wheel alignment, and we were ready to head out on track for the first time. We're going out for a dry run first, so no drifting, just to make sure everything's actually working properly and the car does exactly what we want it to.
One of the most insane experiences I've ever had in a drift car. Zero issues whatsoever with the motor, with anything.
This was a 2-day event and we spent the rest of the first day doing my favorite thing, hanging out and chatting with fans of the channel and selling merch. Speaking of, you can grab this brand new Slambo Miami design off twostepgarage.com. The next morning we made a quick change to the front wheel alignment and then it was finally time to do the thing we've all been waiting for. It's time to go drifting. Once I figured out the car actually worked, I got a little overconfident and decided that I'd chase Stewie Bryant, who's a phenomenal driver, and as you'll see here, things really didn't work out the way that I planned. Once the gearbox left the chat, I decided to park the car up next to Luke Fink's GU Patrol, hang out and have a good time.
Unfortunately, we pushed a little too hard this morning, blew second gear in the gearbox. It was bound to happen, it's a stock RX-8 gearbox, but it seems like everyone's loving the car. It sounds good, it drifts good. It still has first and third gear, so we're still going to go out and put a show on for the crowd, do some skids. But honestly, I couldn't be happier with the response. It seems like everyone's enjoying the car. I'm enjoying the car.
Regardless of the broken gearbox, I'm actually over the moon with the result. The car actually works, and I know now that I'll be driving it back onto the trailer with 0 battle scars, which I'm pretty stoked about.
Runner. Yes, bro. No second gear. No problem. Let's go out and do some skids for the crowd. Let's go. Yeah, honestly, thank you everyone for the support on the build as well today and yesterday. It's been a hard last couple of weeks, 18-hour days for 2 weeks straight, so you can't lose your mind a little bit, but then chatting to everyone here has been awesome. So thank you guys so much for everyone that's come up and said g'day, bought a sticker or a t-shirt. Yeah, you guys are awesome.
Unreal stuff. Make some noise for Mike Lake and the Slambo. What a unique bit of gear.
And just like that, the event was over. But this is definitely just the beginning for this Lambo.
So we're now back at the shop from what was a phenomenal event for us in the Slambo. Of course, we had some issues. First, we broke the gearbox, and I actually know exactly why that happened. Upon watching the footage back while I was editing this video, I could easily see that the car was way over-gripped. It's my first time running high-level suspension like the Shockworks coilovers we have in this car, and I should have known from lap 1 when we went out that this thing was over-gripped, pulled it in, put the tire pressures up, stiffened up the rear shocks, and really loosened this thing up, but I was just way too G'd up while we were driving this thing out there. So that's totally on me, and the poor little RX-8 gearbox couldn't handle all that stress. I've already purchased a new gearbox replacement, and we'll be throwing that in this thing. The second thing we had go wrong was that we destroyed our carbon fiber drive shaft. Look at that. This is the RX-8 drive shaft here, and it's absolutely cactus, twisted it in half, which is pretty amazing. Again, that just speaks to how much grip we had in this thing. I was in first gear doing a skid on the brake when we destroyed the drive shaft. Luckily, we've already sorted ourselves out with a metal drive shaft, so we won't be having that issue again. I definitely have high expectations of all of my cars when I take them out, but we need to remember that this is a full ground up build, one of a kind, the only one like this in the world. So the fact that we didn't really have any issues in terms of no overheating, no fluid loss, the engine ran great, the car ran great, is pretty darn amazing. And the car just freaking works, which is amazing. We have proof of concept now, but this is not the end of the series on this car. We've still got so much to develop. And you also notice we don't have wing mirrors on this thing. I've got front splitters from Project Aero to put on this thing, a whole bunch to finish off on this car. So there will be more videos moving forward, but I'm just so damn proud of this build. Thank you guys so much for all of the support on the build. If you enjoyed it, feel free to hit that subscribe button. We are not slowing down anytime soon. I've got massive plans for this channel. But for now, I'm gonna go get some sleep. I hope you enjoyed this video. For everyone asking about the drift cart, they will be coming out in the next couple of videos, so get pumped for that. But thank you guys. Until next time, Peace. Our freaking fake Lamborghini, the Rotary. It sounds amazing. It works amazing, and I cannot wait to drive it again. Thank you. Bye.